I think I'm joking. I'm going to make sure I'm out of camera view so you can't see me change.
Yeah, the children don't want to sit there. Look at your top. I look at your ass.
You're not looking at me ass.
Why not?
You get to see my ass every day. Quite frankly, I'm surprised you're not sick of my ass yet.
How would I look at your ass?
And my ass is big and hairy, just like Joshua's. He didn't even hear us. He's gone.
Yeah, he went to go get that coffee.
Is it book? Yeah, it is.
Oh man. I can already tell this is gonna be a wild one.
You look good.
Yeah, good tail. Good tail.
You look good.
Look, my nerve going down.
Hey, cop.
You pocket.
I love cop.
Get off me food.
My sandwich.
Yeah, got tail.
Oh my god. You got a tail.
Apparently I've got a butt flap too.
I love foot flaps.
Oh my god.
Mommy, come on.
Cool. I've got pockets.
Oh my god.
When do unicorns have pockets?
Mommy.
Unicorns and pockets.
Mommy.
I feel left out now.
Do you not have a unicorn onesie?
I do not have a unicorn onesie. Damn. I don't have any onesie. I need to get a onesie.
You really should get a onesie. They're very comfortable.
No particular reason. I think I just should. I'm at that stage of my life where you just need that shit.
I might take that off and move it to the bowl.
Oh. I need my unicorn brother.
Got a picture of it sitting from yeah. Oh, no.
Marvel white one.
Down the
The
unicorn.
iron unicorn.
The iron unicorn. I am the weapon against the iron bison.
Oh my god, yes. That's it. If you win this fucking contender shit, this is it. The iron unicorn debuts.
I love this thing so much.
It's neat.
I am. Fuck you. It's nice as well because if you take one stone out, it powers down, kind of. You can't snap it when you take the stone out, but you put the last stone in.
Ooh.
Each stone makes a different noise, and then you can snap.
Oh, fancy. Oh, here comes the unicorn.
Hello!
I see after being tortured your whole way out of IW by that unicorn that drove you out of Omega, because that's the story I'm running with. You decided if you can't beat it, join it, and now you're a unicorn too.
He's not just any unicorn. He's the
galactic
iron unicorn.
The iron unicorn.
I am the Iron Unicorn. You know.
Oh. So are you going to be the mascot for the tag team with Bison and I?
No, no. I am the ultimate weapon against Bison.
Oh, well, see, I was thinking Iron Corn, Una Bison. I think the Iron Corn has a nice ring to it.
The Iron Corn.
And actually, since I mentioned him and he ties into this, and it's also going to tie into something else, I'm totally going to take over and ask you questions here in a moment, AB. Starting with first, I'm going to make a mini announcement here, official.
Okay,
Official
fuck the intros. We're just going.
All right, good. Do your intro, then I'll do the announcement.
Did this same shit happen with fucking actually?
Well, yeah, but
happened with
you-
with you. We
Has it-
didn't even really do a proper intro.
Has it really just taken me 6 minutes to realize that we're on now?
Yes,
Oh,
Yeah, we've been on.
and then
He hit
with
record
fucking
when I put the
Nick
vest
yesterday,
on.
we just like basically just said, okay, fuck the intro. We're just jumping into this shit. We're
Well,
going
so-
off the rails. We're
DJB
going off the rails. Welcome to the show.
DJB doesn't know this because he hasn't shown up the last few episodes.
2 episodes.
Yeah, the last
Well, you
two.
missed
2
the
is a
first 10
couple.
minutes
No,
of-
no, no,
of
no, 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 no.
Moraines.
2 is a couple. Any more than that is a few. You said a few. It's only been 2, so it's been
Did
a
I?
couple.
Well, look, I haven't been to bed yet. All right,
I have.
Just a couple. Just a couple.
Yeah, I haven't been to bed yet. I'm still up.
There will be a loud noise any second now because my big giant iron gauntlet will power down. I do apologize.
That's okay. My Iron Gauntlet powers down sometimes too. Usually after shooting a load. But anyway, would you like the intro first and then go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah,
right.
sure. We'll do it. We'll do an intro. Hello,
We're
everyone.
classy. We're classy like the good TV
Yes.
sitcoms. Our intro comes 7-8 minutes into the show.
Yes. This is just the prelude to the intro.
So we're gonna go
So,
Frasier style.
Yeah,
Sure.
totally.
I heard your episode talking about how much you loved Frasier as a sitcom. Something about a British guy in America. I can't imagine
Yeah.
what might appeal to you. See, and that's why the little black kids are upset because you had Frasier. What did they have? Cops.
Boondock Saints.
That was a great cartoon.
It was.
No, that was just Boondocks. Boondock Saints was something else.
Oh yeah. Boondock Saints was Daryl Dixon and what's his face?
I don't remember who the other guy was, but yeah, Boondocks was.
The other guy was
the
more well
cartoon.
known at the time, and now like the
And
first
now it's
person
done a
people
complete
know
180.
is Daryl Dixon.
Yeah.
DJB is going to use the Google machine.
I am. So Norman Reedus was alongside Sean Patrick Flannery.
Yeah, Sean
Willem
Patrick
Dafoe.
Flannery.
Willem
And
Dafoe,
Willem
he was in
Dafoe.
it too.
Yeah, he was. I think he was the cop trying to catch him,
Yeah, Paul Smecker.
which is a total 180 from his role in the Spider-Man movies.
Oh shit.
Or
Billy
his role
Connolly
as,
was in it.
Yep. Or his role as the Shinigami in Death Note.
Yes.
Nice.
That was the only good thing about that reboot.
See, I liked it, but here's the thing: I liked it for what it was. Okay? I liked the Dragon Ball Evolution movie. I don't like it as a Dragon Ball piece of Dragon Ball franchise, but I liked it for what it was. It was an attempt to bring Dragon Ball to a bigger thing. Did I say that was like? I will watch GT, but I don't think GT is. You know, it's one of those. It's supporting the brand type thing.
Yeah, I'm the
I
same with
thought
the
about that.
original, the live action Super Mario's brother with Bob Hops. You know what I
Horrible
mean?
movie, but I'll watch it.
Yeah. Street Fighter, there's another one.
Yes.
Yeah.
With Van Damme.
Mhm.
But so since you did
Go
your
back.
intro, quick announcement. I'm taking over. Quick announcement.
Yeah.
I am starting something. It's going to begin probably in XWE first. The first stop.
Facebook allows OnlyFans now.
It is the final chapter. Or no, the final act of the Unicorn. I'm beginning the final act. I have plans. I've talked to a few people. I'm compiling a list of people that I'd like to get some matches in with. I'm not looking necessarily to beat anyone as much as I am looking to have some fun with some people. And, you are actually in that list, DJB.
Cool.
You're on the list. Arthur's on the list. Iron Bison's on the list. And I know the secret to beating Iron Bison.
Me too, actually.
There's one person in EFED who has consistently beaten Bison. That's Grant, right? What does Grant have that nobody else has? Other than a hatred for black people.
What does Grant have that nobody else has? Oh,
1 million monikers.
The audacity to speak the truth.
yeah.
That was somebody in the background that knew that. See, they know. the megalodon, the serpent of the psyche, the animalistic beast, the unfiltered. Like, he has 1 million fucking monikers. Do you know who else has 1 million fucking monikers? Me. The sexiest unicorn. El Gringo Chingon. Tupac B. The epitome of legitimacy, which was later on stolen by somebody else, and I didn't fucking care. But I used to use that with the epitome of legitimacy. Jaded was another one of mine because that was.
I remember that one. I remember Jaded.
Hated
Josh.
everything. Hated everything. The Apex Advocate. That's exciting. The that was Joshua Eamon. I have 1 million fucking monikers. So that tells me I am already set and I can beat Bison. I told him as such. I told him I could beat him.
Okay, if that doesn't work,
say that.
If that doesn't work, here's your plan B. You ready for this? Take notes.
I go to the pharmacy and I have a over-the-counter abortion.
Okay, here's your plan C.
For cunt?
Actually, I'd more like call it Plan D because
I hit him with my dick.
Well, motherfucker. Okay.
The backup plan?
Yes, the backup plan. If this doesn't work, Dr. Pepper. That is the key. Here's the thing. Dr. Pepper. Well, here's the thing. Dr. Pepper is the source of the Iron Bison's power. If you take away his Dr. Pepper, you take away his power.
I thought it was anime.
No,
so you're telling
not
if I
quite.
come out with my fingernails painted like Tenjin in a flashy manner, and that was actually something I was going to incorporate in Unsane TJM a while back too, was the Tenjin colors for my fingernails. I just never got around to doing it.
If you take some Dr. Pepper and you just pour it out, it'll break his heart. I know. I tried.
Body. I would cover my
tried
body
it myself.
with Dr. Pepper.
Well, then you might turn him on.
Could a promo in a bath full of Dr. Pepper.
Oh, then he'd be horny as fuck.
And as a fellow male myself, though I'm technically a gender-neutral unicorn, I understand that sometimes it's very hard to think straight when you need what do you guys call it over there? The minge, the minge.
Yeah, minge.
And you got to get that minge. And if I get him all excited for unicorn minge soaked in Dr. Pepper, I mean, he's not gonna be able to think straight.
Oh, Fanny.
Oh. I guess yeah. I mean,
I thought Fanny was ass.
For you guys, it's ass. For us, it's pussy.
Oh. See, over here we have a word for pussy. It's DJB.
Yes.
you know the old adage, you are what you eat, right? That's
Oh, I'm definitely what I am definitely what I eat. I am full of cheese.
In that case, my wife can't be around you.
What, is she lactose intolerant?
She does not like people without toes, yeah.
Why would you?
And she's Mexican, so there's 2 counts against her.
See.
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 So how do we do this? I'm not used to being the
well, for starters, I need cheese.
Well, go get your cheese.
Okay, well, you have cheese.
No, I'm gonna eat it.
You're not going to eat my cheese.
Yeah, I am.
Baby bells, please.
Baby bells.
Can I have one?
No.
I'm gonna see what Dylan says then.
I fucking love those. I used to go buy them for like $1.25 when I worked at Walmart for lunch. I'd buy those, and I'd go buy if I was really, really hungry, probably because I was really high. I would go and get a whole tray of the mozzarella sticks wrapped in like prosciutto and pepperoni, and like they have prosciutto here, pepperoni here, and hot ham on the bottom. And I would just, I looked like a fucking Vietnamese prostitute trying to get fucking, trying to get citizenship for me and my whole fucking family on an army base there, just one after another, after another, after another. I looked like Iron Bison at a hot dog eating contest. And I think that's a great comparison because he is definitively a competitive man.
Yes.
I'm floating this idea about doing the final arc and how the final chapter, final act. I think we go with final act. I thought about arc, but act.
But you're a unicorn. Why not call it the final ride?
Well, because it's not really per se. It's going to be a very long thing.
The final trot.
But I like act. I think it sounds good. Like it has a nice thing to it. Grant loved it too when I pitched it to him. He is willing to name an EWN pay-per-view after me for the first time. Ooh. To do some of this on it.
Hell yeah.
But guys on the list are him, you, Bison. I'd love to do something individually with Mason if possible. We never really got to mix it up. DJB and I did a little in IW, but I wasn't my main character. I was El Unicornio, and like it was someone that kept getting thrown in because they needed someone to do something. So I'm like, fuck it, I'll do this. I got it, no problem. Like I don't mind losing. It's whatever. Like I get a kick out of doing the video, like fucking around, and I got a real kick out of it. I wasn't sure, and nobody else was sure initially either, if I was really getting under DJB's skin or if like he was just playing it because like look. And like I would do these like live nonsensical things where like, is this the right button? Oh, I'm on. Hi everyone, I can see you. Yeah, so excited. I get the DJB and we get the little corneo and I get star key and he has star he. And it's like like my style's always been turn on and ramble. Like and it's great with certain characters. Yeah, El Unicornio is one of those ones that it's great. I used to back in the day. I'd turn on the thing and I'd start smoking like a blunt as El Unicornio, the Mexican El Josue McClain. Then say it's El Josue, the Spanish variant. I did this whole thing briefly where maybe he was me, maybe he wasn't me. Then he was my twin brother, but he was actually me. Turns out he wasn't my twin brother. A whole bunch of like large confusing things, and part of it was from a whole story that tied in with one of my wife's characters, Lilith. In one of her early on matches, TJM came out and started beating the piss out of her because she was a chick and thought maybe it was Danan who took his title. So to not let her know who it was, the El Unicornio persona came about with her as a tag team, and they did this whole tag team thing for a while. They were kind of like Wreck-It Ralph and Vanellope Von Schweetz as a combo, like that style of like dynamic.
Yeah,
it was a lot of fun. But yeah,
cool shit.
Do you remember your first ever promo?
I do.
Who was it again?
I still have it on YouTube too, if you want to see it.
Ooh. I would like to see that.
Well, my first comp promo, yes. My first ever role play, which is what we called them back in the day, when I started in 27 years ago. That was for ICW, where I became their Intercontinental Champion as the Josh. Who was a warrior priest character.
Warrior priest.
Yeah, I had the spot where he went a little over and became like this hardcore character where like his leather bound Bible he'd come out with, he'd start beating people with.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah,
beat the fuck out of people with a Bible.
It was the chosen of God. Now, I don't know if you know Joshua, where it originates or comes from. It is a direct translation through Aramaic of Jeshua, which is the same origins for Jesus.
Jesus.
So the name means savior or bringer of salvation. That's what the name Joshua actually means. So I had this whole savior gimmick that I was, the savior of the masses. I was here to bring them into the light of the Lord, and I would bring them kicking and screaming if I had to. Like I would come out quoting. I wasn't on screen at the time because it was written up stuff, but my character would be quoting stuff like lots of stuff from Saul/Paul from the Bible, because he was what I thought was the perfect. He dominated. He was the Iron Bison of the New Testament, if you will. Like he had his fingers in everything, and he was all over everywhere. Most of the New Testament was written by him in letters to other people trying to convert them. And what made him so important in the story, I don't know how religious either one of you are, but the Bible is fiction. Like it's fiction, and it was designed as propaganda. And the perfect piece of propaganda to relate to after you have your savior who died for you is a convert. Like the guy who wasn't one of them, but now he's joined along with them, turned his and found his way here, and now he's pressing to you the same things. So I used these same concepts with the character, and that was a fun ride. But my first Facebook fed promo, and I can't even say that because we did this. I was in this group with Dylan Mays, Mike Currents, Josh Cowan, Earl Williams, Thomas Austin. It was just like real wrestling stuff, and what we did is like we put up these fantasy matches, kind of like Rodney was doing for a while with the voting.
Yeah, okay.
Vote on it. But like a couple of us, myself and Josh Cowan, especially. Oh, you know who else was here? I don't know if either one of you know who this is. Sonny Lucas.
I've heard the name. I've heard the name.
Yeah, he was there too. But I had this whole Hitman gimmick. I was which we just started doing these promos on each other, like hyping up why this person would win, why this person would beat why this tag team would beat this tag team, for our fantasy things. And it became a whole thing. Now everyone else is looking at this like, what are these guys doing? And so other people start getting into it. But like originally it was something between me and Josh Cowan. Like we had the Truth, Josh Cowan, he did some stuff in XWE. He was in CPW back in the day for a while. He's been a few places here or there. He's got a very fun. You think cult leader Wyatt, Bray Wyatt-ish, but more aloof.
Interesting.
He had a similar presence and style. He loved the stuff I did. My original character in these things, when I started going with it, I was going to be in CPW, was Sheo Gorath, based off the character from Oblivion.
Yeah.
And I had these little vignettes. I sent you some of them earlier that I had changed.
Is he the one that would teleport you like a mile into the sky if you touched him?
Yes. Yes. He who coincidentally shares a similar story to one of my favorite Marvel characters, the Sentry. He is his own villain as well.
Yeah.
I actually saw something on a page somewhere where someone bitched about the Sentry being one of the lamest characters in Marvel. And I'm like, why? Like,
have they ever heard of the Spider-Man villain, The Wall?
The Wall. It's the wall, brother.
It's a wall.
This was comics during a time frame where they were touching on stuff that like today we're still trying to get like normalized, mental health shit. And this was a character who literally, because of his own like bipolarness, his own like inability to save everyone, became his own enemy. Like he dealt with drug abuse and my camera's blurry as fucking. But
have you tried doing a Phil Marshall?
I swear
No,
it just got worse.
I think that made it worse.
Oh, it's better.
It doesn't
little
help that there's like bright sunlight behind me.
Yeah, that might have a thing or two to do with it.
There we go. There we go.
Oh, we're
Fixed.
back.
It's fixed.
We're in.
But yeah, like no, like Sentry's my favorite characters, and this has nothing to do with the main topic. And I did exactly what I told you I wasn't going to do, and I started bulldozing. So I'm going to shut up for a minute. I'm going to let you do your thing. Tell me what to do.
Well, before we had got on, you had mentioned where you had started this stuff so young.
Yes.
Normally, kind of what I've started a lot of these with is kind of like inquiring about what people were doing like before they like started getting into this stuff. So like,
I have oh god, there's so much I can get into here. So much. Okay. I might be able to give you everything Daniel over here promised you, and then some. And then, because I love doing this, I'm going to beat Nick White too.
Oh yeah, I didn't get to tell Daniel this yet. Nick gave me my 3 hours of content.
That's cool. Because of this little shit, because of that little shit behind us and his fucking little cousin, I couldn't. The content last week.
Yeah. How do you spell tentacle?
I'm not telling you how to spell tentacle. Okay? Stop looking up hentai.
CLE. If you're gonna look up hentai, look up hentide with an IED at the end. It's live action tentacle porn. It's awesome.
Don't tell. Seriously, he's 14.
Oh. Look, it's not my fault. You have an underage individual in the room with you. I'm feeling like that. I'm feeling like a smoothie creamy smooth.
It's 10 to 3 in the afternoon.
Yes, that's because it's 10 to 3 in the afternoon. Yeah.
It's like 10 o'clock in the morning here, but my underage people are not in the same room as me.
You have underage people in your house.
I have a 2-year-old.
Are they related to you?
It's my son.
Oh, thank fuck for that.
No, he's just kidnapping.
I have 6 kids, DJB.
How many are yours legally?
6.
Good.
7 if we count my wife. But from an age standpoint, she's not a child. Just every other way. Well, no, not every other way, because she's got big old titties.
I was gonna say.
Wait, is there still a child behind you? Should I not say big old titties? Like,
oh, you know, this child comes out with random, really crude, dirty shit all the time. So he's probably said way worse shit than you could think.
And he's probably looking at Pentide right now.
He probably is. I mean, he's looking at Facebook, and I don't know why he wanted to know how to spell tentacle. He's probably looking it up for later on. I don't want to see what you're looking at, okay?
TENTACLE.
He's looking at cats now for some reason.
Is it actual cat or is it pussy? That's an adorable cat, actually.
It is, yes.
I have 2.
We have 3 here.
I used to have a cat.
You have a puppy now.
I had 1.
Did the puppy eat the cat?
I did.
No.
Maybe. Meow.
I moved, and the cat stayed at the old place.
The cat decided, I'm not fucking coming with you.
Cats are funny like that.
Pretty much, yeah.
They really are.
It's my house now.
They are like the most independent animal I've ever come across.
Although it's funny because when I moved, I took my 2 dogs with me, and the cat stayed behind. And I've been told that cat has never been more vocal and clingy than since we left.
Funny cat thing.
The cat and my male dog were lovers. So
That happens.
That's some South Park shit right there.
I know. It's also Kentucky. It's also it's also Kentucky. So it comes with the territory.
Like what is the most like hickish like area in like England?
Oh, Kaz, if we had to pick our most hillbilly redneck sort of area in the UK, what would it be? No, it wouldn't be Sheffield.
Black Country.
Maxwell?
Birmingham.
That's fantastic because we have a Birmingham here. It's in Alabama, which is our most backwoods, like hillbillyish, like motherfucking brothers, not just like the Pornhub kind where they're not really related and someone gets stuck in a washer or under a bed or someplace where they're not actually stuck. And oh no, what are you going to do, stepmom? I'm going to put my dick in you. Like this is not related. Yes, I mean, hey, sometimes if it's in another language, when they translate it, it's just all sorts of weird.
I bet.
You're watching for some reason, I don't know why, but like there hasn't been as much like Ukraine amateur porn coming out in the last like year or so. But like there was a lot of it that used to come out, and like they would the translations were so poor. It would be stepmom's so horny she fucks me in my pussy, and like it's a guy and a girl, but like and there's like your translation.
What are you doing, child?
Take a hand.
And that was the stuff coming out of the Ukraine. I don't know why, but like there hasn't been
left or right.
Center.
I need to pick a hand. Apparently, left or right.
Center.
That one. You are fucking strange and weird, you child.
I don't like screwdrivers being around me. I still have PTSD from Invasion.
Joey Taylor.
Don't say that name.
You're not ready.
That is taboo.
How do you think I feel? I've still got a broken leg from that night.
Yeah. How's that going, by the way?
It's healed up now perfectly. I just can't be bothered to go back to XWA.
Good for you, man. Good for you.
I have super X-Men mutant healing factors.
I mean, I was burned alive in IW.
I can tell.
I'm a unicorn. I'm magical. I'm mystical and mythical.
I've been burned alive and electrocuted.
I wrote some of that.
Me too.
Nice.
But so the answer
I think the one that I wrote, I was being burned alive and electrocuted at the same time.
I remember the writing of I think it was Casey Moran attaching. This was in PWA. Fuck man face. Casey Moran attaching a car battery to Tommy Dyer's testicles.
Oh, so the Kane Shane angle.
Ow!
Yeah, but I think this was actually before they did it on.
I have so many cut-out faces here now.
Why don't you have one of me?
No,
I like the Kylo Ren t-shirt, by the way. Hulk Hogan's.
We got Dylan Mason here. Mr. Bean.
Today.
God.
God. Yep. Makes sense.
More Phil.
You love Phil.
I do love Phil.
Where's your Lee Jones face?
I don't have a Lee Jones face, unfortunately.
Where's your Grant Miller face?
I don't have my black face paint here at the minute, so.
One of our co-hosts was going to do that this past week on Shooting the Shite. He was going to paint his face with blackface.
Who was it?
Mike Baum was going to do it. CD. That was because we were having our first black person on, Jeremiah Napper.
Savage.
Yeah. So he was going to paint his face, to do blackface. He's like, "Hey, can I?" And Jeremiah's like, "That's probably not a good idea." He's like, "But you're not telling me no."
Yeah, that's the thing. He's like because Jeremiah's like he's not saying yes or no. He's just being like, I don't really think that's a good idea. Probably shouldn't. He's like,
can I?
You need
to
say yes or no.
Blackface and say the N-word to you.
And we're like, look, you just need to actually tell him no, because otherwise he's probably gonna do it.
Yeah, he's gonna take that as a it's not a no, which is
it's not a no.
It's fine.
So.
It's fine if it's about consent with a woman, but not when it comes to other stuff.
So I don't know if you've noticed, Josh. Have you not noticed this thing behind me right here? Can you see what it is?
It looks like a person with a green jacket and a scarf.
I'll show you. You showed me your tray before, your rolling tray.
Oh, I know what it is now.
What is it?
Well, wait, maybe not, because the green scarf doesn't make sense.
No, see, it wasn't a green or a scarf. It was, in fact.
Was it Piccolo?
It's a light up poster.
Oh, you have one of my favorite Dragon Ball characters right there on that.
Well, Frieza.
Yep.
Yeah, he is my favorite.
He
my
was
favorite
my
villain.
Favorite. He was my favorite character overall. Period. Initially, but then Vegeta became my favorite overall because we got so much more of him. I love that shirt. But yeah, that was he was my favorite. And then Vegeta, who I can't really classify him as the hero or the villain because he was both.
But he has the most brilliant character development throughout the whole of Dragon Ball.
To this day, since I know this is so totally what the podcast is about, to this day, I tear up thinking about the end of the Buu arc.
Yes,
he's like, he tells Cat, "It's got to be you." Like, take my power. Like, it's got to be you. Like, type thing. Like, it's just like, oh my god. Like, those aren't the exact wordings. But like, that's the sentiment. That really, you got to do it, Kakarot. You got to do it. Like admitting that yes, Goku's better than him. Like that is a huge thing because when you first meet Vegeta, he would not have admitted that if his life. He would have rather died. Race depended on it. Like,
yeah, he would have rather died than admit that at the beginning.
Yeah,
and it's only after that he became more powerful.
He did. He died several times before he actually admitted that Frieza killed him.
Yeah. He put that shit to the test. He died a good 2 or 3 different times, I think.
Maybe think about it, was after that going into which if you tie it all together, Super would be the next thing after that. Because GT technically happens after Super if they do count it, which they don't because it's in the same universe as the movies, which don't count as normal canon. I guess from everything I've read. But
did you ever see Bison's Dragon Ball promo?
No.
So he could have. I think it might have been a hype promo, but it was about 2 minutes long, and he was fighting. I think it's Ale Thompson, the American dump truck, and every single sentence he said, it was a Dragon Ball reference. It was so good. He was talking about breaking down every cell in his body and how he would Big Bang attack him. Everything you could think. He was throwing references in left, right. I'll have to find it and send you it.
Well, you've given me a brilliant idea. If I do Bison wants to do the thing with him in a competition setting, I imagine the normal thing we'll do like their what we'll call the Bob rules or the OEW rules.
Body of work.
And my hypes are going to be very simple. They are going to be, I'm going to treat the whole thing like an anime episode, anime arc. And my hypes are going to be me powering up. And I think Lee will get a huge kick out of that because he's also an anime fan. And like, here I am literally like powering myself up, hyping myself up to take on.
It'd be funny if you do like the actual like sit there and do the power with the noise and like the yelling and shit, but then do like a voiceover internal monologue like they do.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then like then here's my voice going over. I only have a few seconds to get myself together for this. How? What can I do? What's Bison weak at?
No, I've got it. The first one is a training montage. The second one is the power up.
Green screen yourself in the hyperbolic time chamber.
Yes. Beautiful. I love it.
I might see if I can find someone to do a Nosuke voice or something from Demon Slayer 2. So there's that little extra touch in. Like, hey, you're not Manjiro. And then like, just that's it.
It's just really a growly American voice. That's all it is.
So basically, Vegeta.
Vegeta sounds more English to me, though.
He does.
Well, that's because he's supposed to sound as you
yes,
thought.
he's the prince of all Saiyans.
Posh.
Man, that was pretty good.
That was a good Vegeta, actually.
Yeah.
I do this for Trunks, Bulma, and yes, even you, Kakarots.
That's doable.
Not bad. Yeah.
Suck my fucking Super Saiyan dick.
Okay, so I might have to, maybe that would be you instead of Bison. I think maybe my thing with you, if I get you onto the board of this, is we'll do an anime match.
Oh God, that'd be I'd love to see this.
So, like,
no matter who it is, I need to see this take place.
We'll keep them short, like a couple of like hype things with it, right? Back and forth, doing your typical like shit talking anime part. Where this isn't even my final form. Like, I think that would be a blast. Hey, I'm not a monkey. I'm a unicorn.
Filthy unicorn.
That's right. I tell you, it doesn't take a moon to make me grow my tail big. But it might take some minge. Oh, damn it. The coffee.
The power. The coffee's gone again. Oh, no.
Okay, so to answer your question from like 40 minutes ago now.
I said off the fucking rails.
Maybe it's just me. Maybe I have to accept the fact that I am just incapable of making things getting done properly in these formats. Because how long do we sit on shooting the shit when we should have stopped? Like,
yeah, way long.
DJB's had time to sleep an entire night, wake up drowsy, get high, maybe polish one off, and then still stop by. There we are.
I didn't polish one off today, did I? No, I didn't.
Oh.
Shit. Kaz is wondering what you mean by polish one off.
Tame the snake.
So yes, I was right. Not that I noticed.
No, she didn't notice.
So either you did it really well or you did it really bad, depending on what you're into.
If you stay behind me any longer, I am going to troll you.
Is that the illegitimate bastard child of T.J. Blair and Arthur Price?
I mean, it could be. It could be.
Is that Tyrion Moon Jr.?
It is.
No, it's the porn parody Tyrion Moan.
Tyrion Moan? Do you don't? Because he will. He does that stupid ooh woo and.
You mean the?
And oh yeah. That.
So what you're saying is he's a waifu?
Yes, he's a waifu. You're a waifu, aren't you?
But he's got a badass Kylo Ren shirt, so I'll let it slide.
That was my shit. I gave him that like a week ago.
Well, then why didn't you give it to me?
Because you're like thousands of... Why are you giving me a screwdriver for? I'm going to stab you, child. Don't record that.
Cut that.
Edit that out. 44 minutes and 20 seconds in.
You really think I'm going to remember that?
Hold on. 44 minutes. And
I mean, to be fair, there was a couple things I had to edit in. There was a couple things I had to edit in Nick's show that
a child. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have said that all out loud too.
So cut the whole 44th minute.
Yeah, we're gonna go from
44 minutes in
to minute 43:59 to minute 45, and they're going to be wondering why at minute 45 I'm talking about
minute 45.
You know, it's like we'll make that the 13th floor of this this episode.
I'll start a Patreon just for that elusive 44th minute.
Exactly. But going on to the original question,
$1 a month.
Yeah, I know. If go back to your original question, so here I'm going to start with the same place you and Anton started before getting into that. Do you know what the date of the very first WrestleMania was?
It was in 84?
85.
5? Was it?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Oh, fuck off. Yeah, 85.
Bye.
It was in.
Yeah,
it was in New York, wasn't it? It was Madison.
Yeah, Madison Square Garden, March 31st, 1985.
I had April 1st in my head.
Do you know what happened 6 days after that?
What?
Or 5 days after that, technically? I was born.
Oh. So you were born 5 days after the first WrestleMania.
April 5th, 1985. 38 years old now.
You old fucker.
I am. And I'm an old fucker in a unicorn outfit with underage people in my house. So let's just, skip past.
Me too.
I grew up watching wrestling. There was never a time where I didn't know wrestling was scripted. Like I knew from the get-go. One of my earliest memories was before the age of 5, being scared to death of Andre the Giant coming out.
Oh yeah.
Damn.
But he was a huge person. Like I missed a match with him and the Ultimate Warrior, because I was too scared of Andre the Giant. By the time I was willing to look back, the match was over. This is, of course, because as I grew up, I discovered Jim Hellwig couldn't carry a match long enough because he would blow himself up running to the ring, which really makes the WrestleMania 6 main event between him and Hulk Hogan incredibly impressive, to realize how long that match went, with both of them having like the worst stamina in the history of wrestling.
Yeah, no kidding.
So, wrestling was always a thing for me. And I would stay up and watch all the pay-per-views when they came on. My parents let me. I'd stay up and watch Raw when Raw debuted. But, I'd get up for school in the morning, so it wasn't an issue. My mother worked in a video store as I was,
how convenient.
Probably around the time I was 12 until I want to say 16, 17. Maybe a little earlier, maybe a little bit earlier than that. And after that, she ended up working an evening shift in the same comic shop I was working in, which also dealt with, I was a big proprietor for the game at the time, Raw Deal, which was Comic Images produced game, which was basically Yu-Gi-Oh! For wrestling. I was an official judge. I had one of the titles for it. I was a special card for it. I used to fuck around playing exhibition matches as Eddie Guerrero, and I would cheat on purpose.
If you're playing as Eddie Guerrero, you almost have to.
That was a house rule in a non-tournament setting, non-official tournament setting. Like if you're playing as Eddie Guerrero, they expect you to try and cheat, because otherwise you're not. You come on, how are you going to play Eddie Guerrero deck and not try and cheat, right?
Yeah. It's like whether it be like playing Eddie in fucking card deck or playing Eddie on one of the games. If you're playing as fucking Eddie Guerrero, you got to try to cheat at least once.
Yeah.
If you're not cheating, you're not trying.
Exactly.
Now, of course, if Chavo was hearing this, he'd say we were siphoning Eddie's legacy for
because
our
we're not
own
using
benefit.
his theme music and his entrances to get pops like at Rey Mysterio. Fuck him. I agree with Chavo.
I was about to say, you agree with Chavo.
I do. Okay, I can't tell you how pissed off I was WrestleMania. All right, Dominic's entrance, which apparently offended Jewish people because of Auschwitz in the bar of the background. To Dominic's entrance was fantastic. He came out in the old Rey Mysterio mask that technically he has the right to wear, because it wasn't the Y Mysterio, it was the I Mysterio with the old style logo from like WCW, the one that Rey lost the right to wear, but that Dominic did not lose the right to wear. And it was an actual whole insult thing if you put it into that part, like, this is where he grew out of his heritage, if you will, into something else. But like Dominic's entrance was fantastic, and I'm so hyped for this. And then I hear Eddie's music, and I see fucking Rey Mysterio riding out in a low rider with fucking Snoop Dogg, and I'm like, I hate this. And then LWO, fine, whatever. I like especially Santos Escobar, big fan of him. Like I remember him in Lucha Underground as King Cuerno. I'm familiar with his time in Mexican wrestling as El Hijo del Fantasma. My father-in-law actually saw the match he lost, the Blue Demon, where he lost his mask and lost the thing before doing his America stuff. Big fan of his. But then when I hear they give him their own entrance music, I'm like, oh, awesome. And then their whole entrance music is Viva la Raza. I'm like, oh, you son of a fucking... Seriously? Like, I get it. It's not necessarily even Rey's fault. Like, WWE is the one doing this.
So, like, would you have been happy if he came out without the music, but still with the lowrider?
No.
No?
No, fuck the lowrider. Oh, he's paying homage to... No, he's using the Eddie Guerrero reference to get a pop from the crowd. Like, WrestleMania has a combination of fans
used
all
Eddie
around
several
the world.
times, though. Over the past several years, they have mentioned Eddie several times. So could you not argue that all of them times were used for the exact same reason?
I'm not saying they weren't. The only time I don't mind, and this might sound hypocritical, but if you bear with me, it's why I say it's acceptable, is like Dominic making the comment, I wish Eddie really was my father.
Because of the storyline.
Because it was an actual storyline in this company that involved Dominic. Like, that's a different story. But like the using the rest of the Eddie Guerrero, like I loved and hated to a certain extent. When they had the Eddie Guerrero t-shirt design for the two of them. I was kind of okay with that to an extent because this is just before the Dominic heel turn. And I'm like, man, wouldn't it be great if like, Dominic decides to go heel and he's all like, I'm actually Eddie's son. Like they had him doing the whole thing, the old Eddie Guerrero style hairdo. Like he has had more of an Eddie Guerrero look so far as like dresses and everything.
Would you see Dom coming out like Ray did at Mania? Would you see that would be more appropriate?
I would be okay with that, actually.
To be fair, yes.
Because in this case, it's a heel tactic. Like, he is essentially still paying homage to Eddie in a way that Eddie would understand and appreciate. Like, he was the heel most of the time. He was, even when he was the face, he was a heel face. Like, he's... I don't like that one. Dominic's a different story.
Apologies for that. I had a phone call come through.
That's all right. We were yapping away. So
yeah. Thanks for covering that.
No problem. If you hadn't said anything, nobody would have known.
I'm basically. I mean, it's like what Fox says about Brooke all the time on their shows.
Do you think when Dom is through with the Judgment Day, he could still possibly go down a whole Eddie's my real dad heel route?
I have pitched a number of ideas using the same concept to AB here and after session things or before session things where we're talking about. Because I've had a million and one ideas about what to do with Dominic Mysterio. Including the way I would have booked the WrestleMania match, which would have been completely different. I wouldn't have been worried about this Bad Bunny bullshit. Dominic would have won by cheating. Ray doesn't need to win there at all.
Yeah.
And like, you still get that tie-in with LWO and Judgment Day, and Ray is like, he loses because one, Dominic plays on the fact he's his son. That is begging him for forgiveness. Ray feels guilty. And in that moment, like, there's all the kerfuffle happening outside, so everyone's distracted. Like, Ray thinks things are going to be different with his son, and he goes all Shinsuke right for the balls. Like, boom, Ray goes down, Dominic laughs at him, beats him. The next week, Ray's like knows business isn't finished, but he can't bring himself to do this again. It was hard enough, like fighting his son in the ring once, despite the being a total asshole. At the end of the day, it's still his kid, and he can't have that. So Santos Escobar, who knows this, says to him, "Look, let me take care of this. Let me do this for you, Ray. Let me do this." Now we get El Hijo del Misterio versus El Hijo del Fantasma, and you're going after the Latin American culture right there. This is something that Mexican wrestling is all about. Those legacy wrestlers in this regard, the son of. You tell, not even knowing who these two people are individually, and I tested this with my in-laws, Mexicans, who are wrestling fans. Like, hey, ask him what do you think of this, and the idea alone, boom. To a Mexican wrestling fan, they're hooked. They're interested right away because it's son of type thing. You use this, say, going into SummerSlam, booking in an area where you have a higher density of Latin culture, and you get these people, the Mexican, especially the Mexican wrestling fans, boom, they're glued to this. You do like mask versus mask or mask versus hair or some sort of thing in this instance. Or like the right to the mask, or like Ray's retiring, so like his mask is being put up for the grabs. The winner of this gets to carry on like the Rey Mysterio legacy, if you will. All possibilities in with this, but you get that Mexican fan base in there, and you're pushing now two already established people. I mean, Dominic's kind of established at this point. Santos is semi-established at this point, but you're building that future right there with the two of them, as opposed to Ray getting a win again that he doesn't need.
Do you think they'll ever actually give Dom the mask and let him go full Mysterio?
That is Ray's hope. He's spoken in a number of interviews. He wants Dominic to take the mask eventually.
I said it. I think I said it. I don't remember like how many times I said it, but at WrestleMania when Dominic came out with that mask, I said that, and I'm like, I saw him. He just looks like an absolute fucking star with the mask on. Like, I saw that, I'm like, now that looks like someone special.
Was it Black Tiger? Was that the name? I think it was Black Tiger. Kind of reminded me of a young Black Tiger. Eddie Guerrero.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm like, he looked so good with the mask.
He did.
I think it would definitely benefit him. Not to say that he's not got it in like facial department,
he can do it at the time in the near future though.
No.
I don't know if you noticed during his entrance with the mask on, he was fidgeting with it the whole time.
Yeah.
Like he couldn't keep his hands. He took it off even sooner than I thought he was going to.
Yeah, I would have loved for him to make it the whole way down with the mask on, but no, he just took it off halfway through.
Yeah, I think it was
not if even.
I'm wondering if the lights and the heat on the mask had played some sort of part inside it. Maybe it was getting way too hot.
But he's also not used to wrestling in a mask.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's true. That's
the whole
true.
idea
Yeah.
of wearing the mask, and I can tell you when you're not used to wearing a mask like that, because I have one, like over here somewhere.
I have several.
I have a full-on unicorn luchador mask that DJB knows all too well. That obnoxious unicorn. But yeah, no. So anyway, on that same topic, I was 11, and prior to this, my hobbies were well, I don't remember because I was 11.
All of this just to say, I don't remember what I liked when I was 11.
Like wrestling. I was all about wrestling as a kid.
Yeah.
I had my wrestling figures. I made my own characters out of wrestling figures. I was booking shows then. I had these notebooks full of stuff. I did these little I built my own sets and stuff. I had a little CD player in the back that I would use to play music for stuff.
Yes,
for the whole thing. I would do the commentary as I was doing it. Like,
yes.
Do you remember the toy Titantron with the figures with the metal things on and the played the entrance? That was fantastic.
Yes.
It was.
Absolutely.
And I was so excited when that came out because I didn't have to use my cardboard set anymore and my little boombox. Like,
I was on a call with y'all know Fox, right?
Yeah.
I was on a call with him the other day, and he was building one of those sets, just casually, just building his own set.
Oh no, yeah, I've seen the video that he's done.
Yeah.
Was it RVD?
I don't.
He's done a video. There's RVD. It's got lights on the ramp and everything with a caution sticker. Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah,
it's fantastic.
Yeah. He was getting kind of frustrated with it though. But yes,
that's going to be my plan to an extent when I move into my new apartment, whenever that's going to be. I'm going to set up my area behind me to look kind of like an entrance.
Oh, nice, nice.
I like some lights and stuff around it.
I love that.
I think that'd be a cool little thing.
Yeah, I remember one of my memories from whenever I was little. Me and one of my old friends from school, whenever he would like come over and like stay for like days on end, we just like fucking wrestle all the damn time. And we would go so far as to like basically just kind of build our own sets and shit and then just like play it out. And it's just like brings it to a whole other level.
I was booking scripted matches with my friends in my backyard. Coincidentally, maybe 50 feet away from where I am right now. That was the house my family owned.
Wow.
And in the backyard with the picnic table, like I had a buddy. He was like 6'6", and like he was heavier than I was at the time. I'm heavier now than he was then. But like I was one of our friends who could pick him up, and he thought that was wild. So like we're sitting there where we're like scripting out these ideas for stuff. Like if we were like doing our own scripted like wrestling matches, and part of it was the end was me F5ing him onto the picnic table, and I did it. I was doing it in the middle of the night. My father woke up, like heard something. He went to look out, and all he sees is me climbing up onto the picnic table with this 6'6", 360-pound guy on my shoulders, and like spinning him around, and we both come off of the picnic table onto the ground, and yeah.
I love it. Yeah, I remember there was one of my one of my favorite ones now is but terrifying at the time. Was me and a friend, we were just wrestling in at the time we were just like fucking around wrestling in my room, and at one point we were doing some shit, and I think what it was I had like picked this, and he's like about 6'5", 6'6", but he was a fucking beanpole, so it was no problem. So I was able to just kind of pick him up and throw him around because I've always been big. So I can just like pick people up and throw them around like nothing. And but at one point, somehow he was able to get me up, and not for very long at all, but got me up in like Samoan drop style, threw me onto like the bed, but I'm a big boy coming down really hard.
Yeah, I'll threw you onto the bed, big boy coming down really hard. I get where this is going. This is the night he lost.
I don't know if you do. What do you think happened next?
Well, is the 14-year-old still present? Like, I mean, he's probably in the party look later. But I mean, you came down hard on the bed after being like. So I mean, obviously, you guys had sex.
Okay, what else do you think happened?
You broke the bed.
No, actually, the bed was fine. The floor was not.
They broke the floor.
We broke through the floor with the legs of the bed frame went through the floor.
And I get
clean through the floor.
So question, is this when your father had to build an elevator in your house? To compensate for the broken floor. So I'm picking up stuff you talked about in other episodes. I'm now offering demonstration that I listened.
No, so it's actually funny because So we had done it. This was the one where he had threw me on the bed, and then one of the legs went through the floor, put a hole in the floor. So then, I just thought, okay, casually just strategically move the bed a little bit, cover the hole, it'll be fine. No one will ever know. And then we continued. Then a few minutes later, I put another hole in the floor. It twice. And funny enough,
they definitely had sex.
It actually went for a while before anyone found out. How we found out was
it went for a while before everybody found out that holes were being plugged.
Well, how it was eventually discovered was we were, at the time we had carpet but we were changing from carpet to hardwood floors. So we were having to go through, rip up all the carpets, and I had been temporarily moved out at the time, just because we were in the middle. We were in the middle of moving the whole house, so like everyone had to move out for like 3 months while we were getting the new place set up. So in the meanwhile, my dad was going through ripping up all the carpet, and got into my little stepbrother's area, and it was trashed. Got to my sister's room, and it was trashed. Then got to mine, and I'm normally the one with I was normally the one always with the messy room. My room was actually the cleanest, and he was like, I'm talking to my stepmom, like, I can't believe out of everyone, he's the one with the cleanest room. And then they moved my bed out of the way. And he found the holes in the floor.
For a brief moment, he was the golden child.
Yeah, I was the favorite for a few seconds, and then I'm
life
glad I wouldn't have been. And then if I would have been there at the time, you probably wouldn't be talking to me right now. I'd probably be in the ground.
And not just the floor he's talking about, the holes were in. He's talking about the one further down.
Yeah. A brand new hole would have been planted just for me.
Tell me, do you think he would have used the tombstone on you?
He would have figuratively. He would have figuratively used the tombstone on me, and then went and got a literal tombstone to use it.
Who's your dad's favorite wrestler?
My dad's favorite wrestler was actually Ultimate Warrior.
So he would have gorilla press slammed you, and then avalanche splashed you.
Probably, yeah.
By the way, I hated Joker Sting.
I mean,
he literally took the exact same gimmick an indie guy was using, carbon copy, exact same fucking thing, and then TNA stole the guy's name and put it on another shit wrestler afterwards. Crimson.
Oh.
There was an indie guy by the name of Crimson doing the same shtick as Joker Sting was before Joker Sting was. TNA signed up another guy, gave them his name, and gave his gimmick the Sting. Well, not hiring this guy.
That sounds like a very TNA thing to do. Like that sounds par for the brand of TNA at that time. Just take shit from other people and then give no credit and just fuck the other person over.
Yep.
It was their idea.
Exactly. On the subject of ideas, we can tie back to my early days in EFED now too. So first, do you guys know that back in the day, I think it was Pro Wrestling Illustrated that had it, but and then the back of one of the wrestling magazines, I used to get all of them. They had a mail-in wrestling, where you created your character, you did your moves, like everything was done through mail. I participated in that.
One of my old roster members did as well.
Going from that, I got into. I also played Wrestle D20, which was an actual game at one point, a D&D version of wrestling, dice and everything. There were character sheets, the whole thing. I looked into modernizing it after third edition D&D came. Well, 3.5 D&D came out, and I actually incorporated some of that stuff with D&D into a campaign, Orc Championship Wrestling. The characters had to participate in this Orc Championship Wrestling tournament. I dressed up in a pinstripe suit, everything, and I was the Vince McMahon, playing the Vince McMahon character of Orc Championship Wrestling. There was like an ogre champion that they had to go through and beat. The rogue, the little tiny rogue, halfling rogue, ended up winning the whole tournament. But that was with the brawny rogue style, which gave like a lot of buffs and abilities to melee and like close quarter like combat.
Yeah.
So like that was fantastic. But yeah, in this same time frame, I'm doing part of at the time web rings were a thing. Early days of internet web rings, and we did what they called the flash promos. It'd be a whole email list where they would send out the cards, and then people would email in their flash promos on their characters. Things were judge decided, and you had your winners. They were released all through email wings, Reb wings.
Mm-hmm.
Then there was Yahoo groups, AOL chat rooms. Coincidentally, that's something David Jones and I have in common. We both did a bunch of those AOL chat rooms back in the day. I know DJB isn't necessarily fond of David Jones. He mentioned that in his episode. Nothing against IW, just David Jones himself. But that regard, I had that in common. And I'm doing initially on Web TV like little Bolt pages. Bolt used to be like an Angel Fire GeoCities type thing back in the day. It was kind of like a social media website builder, where like you could have your own websites and they tie it in together in like a social media format. Like people part of the Bolt pages would see selections from different Bolt pages. Web TV had one similar that worked like that too. And this is like before AOL started, a similar thing in Yahoo groups. So like this is one of those things just before that. And that was where the ICW thing came in. It was my first championship win in the NEFED. I was probably 12 at the time with Josh as the Intercontinental Champion in ICW. Insane Championship Wrestling was what it stood for. A few years would go on. I was in another company, EFWO, EFED World Order. We're doing all written stuff now on message boards and community boards. And I was doing this gimmick, the Daryl, who was the Josh's cousin. He was special needs. He would like follow around his uncle everywhere, wanting to be just like him. He had a whole dream thing where he was became like Darth Maul, like at these far out like written because they were from his mindset. So like Phantom Menace hadn't even released yet at this time frame. Okay. We'd just seen the clips, the teasers with the Darth Maul. So like he's doing these other, and we're using these concepts for the written stuff. And he's got this whole like Jedi idea in his head of how things play out, and it's his head. And it's revealed that this is just what he's imagining because he's special needs. He has the mind of a child despite being technically an adult. He was like 19 years old, following around his uncle, like all obsessed with him. One of the guys in this was working in a development territory in wrestling at the time. Wonderful guy, got along great with him. His name was Nick Dinsmore.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
I've heard this story before. Yeah.
6 months later, Nick Dinsmore shows up on Monday Night Raw as the nephew of Eric Bischoff with special needs. To add to these lists, people who were on Monday Night Raw that I did written flash promos or role plays, as we called them back in the day, with El Snow. El Snow joined the one company I was in, which is funny when you guys made a joke about I forget who it was controlling things from the shadows. Phil controlling the Twitter stuff from the shadows. Oh, he might be like the shadow booker. There was a guy, the Phantom Booker. That's what he went by in this overall arching like pre-IW style place. It was Primetime Central, and then the main company was Primetime Championship Wrestling, PCW, and they had a whole bunch of smaller companies that were under the PTC umbrella. I was in one. First, I was in the PWA Pro Wrestling Academy. And from there, when you graduate from there, because they want to make sure you're capable of, like, you'd have to basically go through tests in order to compete in these things. They took things so fucking serious for written stuff. And one of the things that you got after you're going through PWA and you got into your first Fed is they created poser images for your characters. I don't know if you know what poser is, either one of you.
I probably do, just not
3D
described
model
that way.
figures. That's what it was
Okay,
called.
yeah.
The program was Poser that it was used in. Daz
Okay.
3D Studio was a thing at that time too. And like they would create the wrestling characters. I later on started doing it myself as well. But El Snow joined this specifically to go through everything to get a poser image of himself. Other people who played in the same league, Sean Waltman, Bushwhacker Luke, was it? It was one of the two of them. I think it was Luke, but it might have been Butch. Mick Foley briefly popped in one of these things. He let it slip who he was.
For some reason, that does not surprise me as much as it probably.
El Snow was there. The two of them were like best buddies back in this time frame. Like,
yeah.
So yeah,
I can almost picture Mick Foley being in an E-Fed.
Yeah.
I mean, if you really think about it, I guarantee you, had he not got a in to wrestle, he would have. I guarantee it. If you watched like the old like Dude Love shit.
Oh yeah.
He would have definitely. Dude Love would have been an E-Fed megastar.
Coincidentally, it was around this time frame I came up with an idea for a character that I would never actually flesh out until I had a babyface character in videos that I needed a name for, and that was the character of Dusty Love. A true babyface. Dude loved Dusty Rhodes style. And he's like, maybe you should lean more into this Dude Love character. He seems really cool. This was one of those things before we found out who he was. I actually.
You remember what he was going by?
Jack something.
Of course it would be Jack.
I don't remember what the last name was, but it's one
Jack
of those
Manson.
things. It actually might have been. I think it was
because I remember some old. I think I remember some old World Class stuff where he was Cactus Jack Manson,
and like not many people knew that at that time. Like,
yeah, that's crazy.
You figure most of the people doing this were younger people, but there were a few older. There was a guy in his mid-20s that was running the company, the EFWO one back. But then the Phantom Booker guy, I actually got kicked out of that place because I did a match in another company, and they were like the original, like, no, if you're here, you're not competing anywhere else. That's it.
So they were IW exclusive before IW exclusivity was a thing.
Like I said, they were IW before IW was. They were the written version of IW.
Wow.
I've actually been wanting to model something after them in E-Fed, modern E-Fed, for probably 8 years now, but not exactly. I wanted the same concept, like the umbrella, the PTC umbrella type thing, where everyone, comes together. There's like a council, if you will. Like, say there's 5 big feds at the time, like intermixed, or the big ones. And so like you get the head of each of these companies together, and like they form a sort of council, and like they do combined shows. Eventually we got it with EWN, NNR, and EWN, a very similar concept, and other places. But I had wanted to do this whole thing where, like, they have a combined resources where they have the more experienced guys working. Like, you might have seen me doing this with the mentorship program in Riots. That never took off because everyone that agreed to be a mentor never bothered doing anything except for me. So I'm not going to throw out, like, yeah, well, everyone was getting assigned stuff. The people I worked with were Spike and Rob Roman in Riots, and both of them did pretty well for themselves. Rob Roman, very minimal work with him. I actually had assigned Nick Harrison to him, and I'm like, I don't know, should I not do this because it feels like I'm just giving it to them because they're both black, but at the same time, like, they both play characters that aren't your traditional black man, and most traditional most characters in E-Fed like play up the black stereotypes. Like, I love EAP to Eric A. Page to death, but his character plays a black stereotype. Like, that's his character. like the ghetto blaster. He's a thug. He's a gangster. Like this is a stereotypical black character. Nick Harrison was not a stereotypical like black character. Rob Roman was not a stereotypical black character. I'm looking at the two of them. I'm like, I think this is a good mix, and not just because, but also, yeah, in a way, kind of because they were both black. Like they would have a better understanding of things that I wasn't going to understand as a white person. That the other would about, and I felt like these were a great. Nick Harrison was a real life teacher, right? And Rob Roman didn't need a lot at all. Like he was already like fantastic, but someone who could help guide and mold in the right way to help him, achieve that next push to that next part. I thought Nick Harrison was the perfect guy for it. Nick Harrison didn't do anything. They did the other people I brought in to do it.
Nick was in my city the other week.
Did you slap him?
No, I missed him by one day. If I knew the day earlier, I would have arranged to meet up with him. I didn't know.
That would have been cool.
But yeah,
he's been running around that area for like what, a month now or something.
He stopped off somewhere else first, then he came to Newcastle, and then he ended up in Manchester. I think he's home now though.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I remember seeing him like posting a lot of stuff over there. I don't know.
Well, he went to a wrestling show in Newcastle, and they had him in the ring talking. And
yeah, I had seen that.
That was in my city.
Oh wow!
Is that the wrestling that Grant just went to?
No, that was WWE. This is an indie promotion. Nick Harrison went to an indie promotion.
Oh, okay. Wow, who'd have thunk?
It was run by. You ever watched the YouTube group called Cultaholic?
Yeah.
That was the people who were running the show when Nick came down to Newcastle.
What is it with
that? Makes sense.
What is it with British wrestling YouTubers starting their own companies?
I don't know. I used to know a few guys who worked with What Culture before they died out. It's because there are a lot of wrestling fans in Britain, but there's just not a lot of equipment. There's not a lot of places that are willing to do the training, that have the people to do the training. It's not as big as it is over there. So,
or I'm guessing as it was at one time.
Yeah, I mean they used to have so much British wrestling, and then it's just kind of fizzled out.
So WWE killed it,
basically.
Yeah,
Do you think maybe starting up an NXT UK and signing some of the most promising talent in the UK exclusively, the WWE might have been a part of it?
Possibly.
and having a bunch of their trainers and stuff in the process, like.
Yeah.
That definitely had a lot to do with it.
I'd seen something about that actually with a British wrestler complaining about how sure, this is great for you guys, but like you know what this has done to like the local scene, like.
Well, there has been a couple from over here that have made it big. So a guy from Newcastle, Mike City, he used to go by the name Adrian Neville. Now goes by, is it Pac? It's Pac, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't think I've heard of that guy.
Yeah,
he's kind of a low on the pole.
He's from over here.
Wait, is he the short little guy that looked like a gremlin with long hair?
Yeah, long hair, big fucking punky ears.
The one who threw a fit about potentially having to lose a finals match to Adam Page in AEW, and that's why like he pulled.
I think it might have been the man who Gravity forgot. I think that he was called. They called him something like that.
Yeah, the man that Gravity forgot. And then they gave that they started calling him that too now. Prince Puma. But so like that was the story of early Ridney Feds, and we're not even yet to within 15 years of me debuting in Facebook Feds. I ran a few companies myself. I was very often, and this is even before Video Feds, I was the guy that got tapped on the shoulder when the owners became burnt out and they needed someone to run their company.
Yep, I've been there.
That was me when I was a 2K guy. Like I was always kind of someone that there was one in particular that I remember being affiliated with for a long time, where I was basically the de facto right hand whenever the other guy wanted to do some. The guy who ran this place called ROX was a dipshit and was extremely trigger happy. Basically, he kind of had his way of doing things, and if anyone defied him or went against what he wanted, like critiqued it, he would immediately want to just cut ties with them and just never want. There was one point I remember where he wanted to basically turn his show into like legitimate, treat it legitimately like a sporting thing. Take out all storyline semblances. Just take out everything related to storylines.
Oi, where's my Dr. Pepper? Lee, calm down. Calm down, Lee.
Candies!
Hey, Lee, Dr. Pepper sucks.
Where's my Dr. Pepper candy?
It's just not just Dr. Pepper, though. It's Dr. Pepper and cream soda. Which, according to, I think, Lee, that's like impossible to find in the UK and really expensive.
Cream soda is absolutely fucking horrible.
See, I'm not really a cream soda fan individually. I'll drink it occasionally, but a Dr. Pepper cream soda is a different story. It is so good.
Well, everyone's entitled to their opinion, no matter how wrong it may be.
Yes.
I'm the king of controversial opinions, okay?
Well, good for you. You're still wrong.
But yeah, no, funny, quick tie into something else there. You remember Anton talking about that 3-page match he wrote up and how like impressed everyone was with that?
Uh-huh.
Do you know what my first match I wrote for IW was?
What?
36 pages long.
Holy
I used to write an entire show myself.
Yeah.
In the middle of the night and have the show like it was when I was doing UPW, XWE, and PWA at the same time, just before David brought me in to run Alpha. I literally have a WordPress somewhere because it was too big of a file to post on Facebook. For the entire show, for my redemptions, I had redemption 1 through 6, and they were all based off of Star Wars movies. Like Redemption, A New Hope, Redemption, like, and then there would be like tying into the factions and stuff going on. There was some crazy, wild stuff, but like I was writing these. There was a Matt Applin coined me as a diva for it because I would always quote the number of words, the number of pages, the number, like the whole thing. Like I'm talking, we're in the multi-millions for words here. Like the whole thing, it was just huge. It was huge. And I was known for being able to do this. I would pound out. I was the guy that would go. I had these little things that unfortunately got me in trouble later on. I had these pre-written spots for characters. And I had used one of them between Justin Klein and Chad Bartlett back in the PWA one. It was a Justin Klein pre-written like spot. Same thing like back in the written days, we used to have these things where you'd have your pre-written spots, like spots for like your signature spots, signature things. And so I would save ones that I would write and come up with to use for characters again.
Oh shit, I do those. I write those down. I write spots
down.
Well,
when I did this, all right, and this is in a match between Chad Bartlett and Tufi and Justin Klein, I had him pull out some of his old Officer Klein stuff. Like in most instances, in a very heavily like, this was a big WrestleCade match between the two of them, right? I think it was championship and everything. When you watch real wrestling, all right, how often has Roman Reigns done that drive-by drop kick? But he did it at WrestleMania. And he did an Elimination Chamber for these two really big matches. That was a baby.
Before that, I couldn't. Whenever I had seen him do it in the Elimination Chamber match with Sammy, I was like, wait a minute. He hasn't done that in forever.
He pulled out his Tornado DDT that he hasn't used.
He kind of pulled it out. He didn't get to actually do the move, but
no, but like the same thing, like these things that they don't use regularly, but in big matches they will go. So I had him
the extra mile.
Officer Klein move against. I think it was somebody else. Bartlett had been. I had him use the same spot in a match against Bartlett in PWA, and I had that spot because I had these documents. Anton could have spoke about this if he didn't have his head so far up his ass talking about himself. I'm kidding. I love you, Anton. But no, I'd like to answer. I don't know Filipino moms. So I don't know his. Filipino moms? No, I don't. I've never had a Filipino mom, so I don't know how they are, and I don't think either one of you know how Filipino moms are either. Like, do either one of you have experience with Filipino moms? I'm just saying.
Really.
No.
No, I mean, other than what I've seen in porn, and those Filipino moms, they wouldn't care if their son was watching someone get their head smashed by a fucking chair, because they'd be too busy getting their ass smashed by stepdaddy.
You know what? Oh wow, that's literally. I don't know if they were Filipino, but I might be going stereotype here. This could be incredibly racist, but I don't care. There was a movie a while ago called The Backyard. It was released. Yeah, you've probably seen it, Josh. I actually know. I still speak to a few people from that movie, but there were two in particular. One was called Sick. I think his name was Scar. It was Scar, and he was fighting in a park against a really fat, and he looked Filipino, a big fat Filipino guy called the Retarded Butcher. And during the match, the mother comes along, and she looks full on Filipino. And if Filipino mothers act anything like this bitch does, they are mental. They are crazy. They should all be named Karen.
Well, it sounds like from Anton's description in the episode, it kind of fits the bill.
It does seem like it does fit. And I know this because I just listened to it less than 12 hours ago.
Yeah.
I haven't watched it.
He was basically kind of talking about how he was watching wrestling as a kid, like some crazy spot happened and his mom stood up, went over and changed the channel and said
it was rated RKO versus DX.
Oh yeah.
So it wasn't even any of the really old stuff.
No, but it was a concerto being done on the announce table. I was like,
no, it was Ric Flair. It was the concerto to the bloody Ric Flair.
Also, I think the memory you have might not have been Triple H. It might have been Edge.
Maybe it could have been.
Back in the day, Edge's hair was very Triple H-ish.
Just for some reason, I just remember hearing that Triple H voice. Like, I can just hear it in his voice. Just this one moment playing over and over again. I just see Triple H's face on the screen. So I don't know if it's just my brain just like reorganizing a memory into something else.
Having the Mandela effect.
Yeah, it's fucking It's fucking Mandela effect.
So Bleeding Universes, got it. In that universe, I wonder if I'm more successful than I am in this one.
In that universe, Rhino was actually the Batista of Evolution.
I mean, yeah, I had a fantasy booking of Eurovolution back in the day. Triple H forming a new one. The centerpieces were Sheamus and Drew McIntyre. Sheamus, Drew McIntyre, and Wade Barrett. They were the Eurovolution. But in place of Triple H, who like sponsors it, it's William Regal taking on the role.
So the United Kingdom from WWE 12.
Yes.
Except no Rusev, and like
Rusev wasn't in WWE 12.
I thought he was. That was part of the United Kingdom.
Rusev wasn't even in. Rusev was still in fucking FCW back then. Like, he was still in the development. Rusev didn't come in until like 2014, 2015.
I did this whole thing, which is where I did. I'm getting into talking about how wrong Anton was. In between all this, what led to most of it was, first off, in the written days, I started doing videos. Me and another guy started doing videos. We'd start like early days of YouTube. There's a video on my channel way back of he's with the just simple he's burning, he's coming with the burning tree from fucking I think it's the Second Ring movie clip in the background, and like you've seen some of the same footage I had used from that for other stuff. I've recycled it over the years, but like these early on things, like we started introducing these into the results because the results were all like done through PHP scripts, and like we were able to display new stuff. Like we'd have the poser images there, so it looked Like you're looking at a report for an actual thing. Like we were very, very in depth with these things. That's when I learned all my. I learned basic PHP, CGI, CSS templates and shit. Like all this stuff because I was doing all this. And to tie in with it, I was hosting a web show. Is what I called it. This is a little later into it. I called it a web show. It was the Josh Says. I have T-shirts. I still have one around here somewhere with the different characters playing different people. We had nicknames then too. One of my buddies was Mr. Not So Perfect. We had Rye Schmack. His last name. We tied in his last name was Schmant, and so we used like a Ryback kind of concept, made him Rye Schmack. We had him, Mr. Not So Perfect. I did the Josh. I did actually a video making fun of Brad Maddox for it. Where I'm lost. I don't know where I am. Remember when he was missing?
In the cave. Yeah, in the cave.
I did a whole video about that, and I tied it. Somebody better call my mama. Like,
love it.
I'm thinking of one in my head now. Slightly annoyed Richard instead of Rick Rage.
Slightly annoyed Richard.
You know, a bunch of those things. And that was all the video editing. Like I was recording these things. I was doing the video editing. That's when I got my first copy of Adobe Premiere.
I was just about to ask, what did you used to do the editing back in the day?
And this is how I started my first video promos in Facebook too. Like I was doing everything. And I'd made references to old things. Like I loved referencing old wrestling promos because where we started doing these things was in a wrestling fan group, you know, fantasy booking these things. And so like I'm talking to people all the time who are big in the old NWA stuff or the old AWA stuff or all these. So like, you know, I'm getting references and seeing things from people all the time about guys like Nick Bockwinkel, old Dusty Rhodes stuff, you know, early Bob Backlund. And I had this whole thing when I started with PWA, Dylan Mays' PWA at the time, which is where I made my official Facebook eFed debut in a main event, actually, against the two guys who had been feuding over the World Championship, non-title match, and I smoked them both. Nobody knew what was coming from it. I debuted as the Bad Santa. Joshua McClain, the Bad Santa. I had this whole, it was a Christmas themed thing, so I had this thing on. I came out with smoking my cigarette, drinking a beer, and I was basically Shooter J before Shooter J was Shooter J. And that was just this whole thing because it was the whole idea was I was Bad Santa, and talking about how I was to fill their stockings with rusty dildos, like all sorts of random shit. Before this, the one I did before this was a Roddy Piper. In honor of Roddy Piper, because it was shortly after he died, I paid homage to him against Thomas Austin, who, by the way, has never beaten me in competition. I've beaten him twice. I also beat him in the best hair in PWA, and you know what my hair looks like. I won. I won the vote because of the pigtails. They loved the pigtails, and Thomas got so pissed that he didn't win that I won the best hair. I don't know if he was like really pissed or if it was him doing, you know, Thomas stuff. But no, I dropped out with this whole thing talking about what a real man looks like, and I've always been able to, but like I've never shown it off. I always tell people it's because of the autism. I got that R strength, right? So like I start cutting a promo doing Roddy Piper-esque stuff. I have a promo out with a banana. I'm referencing this Jimmy Snuka promo. I'm referencing his Cow Palace promo going against Paul Orndorff. I'm doing both here. But I know there's nothing in his head. Like I'm making references to it. I take the banana. Like, have a banana, you stupid fucking monkey. Like throw it at him. Like I'm doing the whole thing. It's Josh Rod. Josh Rod was the
Josh Rod. I love
Josh Rod. I had a whole graphic made for me by the same girl who did the Sisker Size Me logo.
Oh yes.
She
we haven't referenced that in a minute.
No, Sisker Size Me.
Yeah, we need to bring it. We need to start bringing that back in the shows again.
We do. Sisker Size Me. T-shirts.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, and I got a whole bunch of messages from guys in this group like, where's that been hiding? Like, all this time you've been doing the booking of these things and you could do this? I'm like, well, it's not hard. Like I did this web show for playing a character for like years, like multiple seasons. Like, I did skits and stuff. My stepdaughter at the time, we did this whole thing. The year Roman Reigns won the Rumble, and Daniel Bryan wasn't even in it.
Yeah.
And I was calling for a Daniel Bryan to win. I wanted to see him win the Rumble. So we did.
The year Roman won the Rumble, Bryan was in it. He just got eliminated very early. The one that he wasn't in was the one Batista won. Batista won the Rumble that Bryan was left out of.
Okay. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, well, anyway, I'm referencing the thing about Daniel Bryan. He gets eliminated, whatever.
Yeah.
She had picked Roman Reigns, but we did the whole story for it. And we did this clip of her making her pick for Roman Reigns. And as she does, I come running off the screen and I spear her off the fucking camera. This is the same one that ate the super kick that from the video.
Yes. Yes. Love it.
So yeah. Fuck. And this is all really early on stuff. So like, fuck, you might have even been alive still. I don't know. Now you're alive. But like, and then got into the Facebook stuff, and there's still so much stuff I could cover before the Facebook stuff. But like, most of that stuff doesn't really apply to much of anything now, other than just random stories about stuff that no one's ever heard of and no one really cares about. Let's be honest. Do you guys care about the written guy who was played by a gay man who had a thing for bodybuilders? So his pick base was this like tiny but hugely buff, overly muscular bodybuilder, and his name was Christian Underwood, and his finishing move was the Summer of '69, which was a tombstone done kind of like Styles Clash. He'd pick him up in the tombstone, so when he'd fall, so like his dick would be in their face and his face would be in their dick, and he'd wiggle around, and that was like his finishing move. Do you guys care about hearing about that, Christian Underwood? Or Sanctum Nocturna, who also did music later on and actually did a theme music for me. I actually have my own wrestling theme music written by a musician. It was called Repentance because, my character, I've talked enough about it. At this point, he's differing away, and I had just seen the movie Stigmata. That's when Stigmata had first come out. And I had this idea because I was working on he was the world champion, and I'm like, I think I can get some notice here. I was reading everyone's promos, and like I'd get ideas from stuff. So I did this thing where I was experiencing the same stuff he was doing. I was experiencing like Stigmata style. And like it captivated people, got me my first shot going towards the world championship. Found out that I wasn't going to win because we were doing predetermined stuff back then too, just not telling people. The guy told me, look, you're not going to win this because we have this story in place, but they'll keep doing what you're doing. I love it. We're going to do something with you later on. And then something did get later on too. But like that was the thing then too. Like we started, and there was the same debate about whether or not storyline had its place or if this was supposed to be like a competent. I ran a storyline fed back in the day. The whole thing, like we knew where things were going. We played into them. People still did their stuff. It was loosely storyline based with some room for movement, like people that weren't pulling their weight, but people who were doing great. Well, then they got bumped up this way. And like that, that was the thing even back then, like any form of that. Although on that same subject, when I am one of the most open people I've ever met about EFED in real life. I openly share the stuff on my personal page, not like a page made just for this character, like open, like, Dylan does that type of stuff too. But like, if you go back to my personal page and go to it, I have a whole photo album of TJM with the pigtails, the makeup on, posing with the championship after winning the U.S. championship in PWA. I did a whole thing about it with the baseball bat, like everything. I had a photo set, a photo shoot, and I kept it on my thing. And I've always been open about it. I have people who have followed some of the EFED stuff, who've joined EFED just to watch what was happening, that live near me, never actually competed, but just watched them. I have walked into a Walmart one day and heard someone, oh, you're the unicorn.
Oh my god.
Like, you know, very open.
Yeah.
But I also, not to toot my own horn like everybody else on the show, but I'm going to anyway. With the exception of DJB, he didn't toot his own horn too much, other than just basic talking. He's not like, oh yeah, like I'd say I was probably, I could beat Legion right now.
Now let's just preface this by saying at the time of recording, only 4 shows are out, and you haven't seen the 4th one.
Why did it just air today?
Yeah, like an hour, like 30 minutes ago.
While we were on air.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's Lauren, right?
No, that is Moran.
Casey Moran. A
Yes.
guy I worked with a lot in the early days.
That was a fun show.
It was. Like it's our shortest one, but it was still a really good one.
We
didn't even go an hour.
Oh, speaking of that one, I'm going to do on this one what I did on that one. Joshua, are you ready?
Sure.
Don't think about it. Straight answers from the lips. Top 5 E-Fetters, go.
Top 5 E-Fetters?
Yeah, go. Don't even think. Go.
Well, no, I need all-timer right now.
All time. Go. 5. Go.
Okay, good, because I couldn't say anything about now. All-time go, top 5.
There's 5 names.
The Joshua McClain, Dusty Love, Front Door Man, El Unicornio, and Ray Del Enigmatico.
Fantastic.
Yep. That'll do.
You know, damn it, I just talked about the ego thing. And here's the thing. My mind went blank. I couldn't think of any E-Fetters. I'm sitting in
the joy of being put on the spot
right here, and I can't think of any E-Fetters when you asked me. My mind just went, nope.
Not happening.
You noped me. You noped my brain.
Nope.
Yeah. Can I think about that a little anyway and like give you an answer later on? Because like,
yeah.
Now, because I mean, if I'm going all time, I also got to include Mexi from back in the day. None of you would know him.
Mexi.
He was very influential in the written days. He and I actually collaborated on a couple of the scripts that almost all the written E-Feds of the day used for their backstage.
No, it's
script.
funny. There was a guy I knew in 2K called Mexi. Probably just a coincidence, though.
Well, maybe not. I mean, he was a huge graphic artist. Like, he did a lot of poser images back in the day. He was a coder and a scripter. He loved the wrestling stuff. I have no idea what he did when PTC shut down.
I know the guy I'm thinking of who also went by Mexi was part of like one of the biggest 2K shows at the time, which was called FAM.
I don't know. I didn't know. I've never known anything about 2K Feds. I've always been interested. I hear one of you runs
the
one
funny
now.
thing about that would be...
Yeah, I'm looking at him, but he can't tell because he's not looking at me.
Yeah.
All right.
But FAM was so big in like, I want to say 2016, 2017, even 2K14 era, that they were actually at one point constantly being referenced. Yeah, they were constantly being like referenced and like referenced by 2K, flown out to events and shit. It was like they were huge at one point.
It's very possible that it's the same guy. To be a like he was a PlayStation player, like big wrestling guy. Like that's around the same time frame that PTC shut down. Was like,
I know he also went by Mystic.
Maybe not.
Like, but like sometimes he was Mystic, sometimes he was Mexi, sometimes it was like both.
Yeah, no, easily. But yeah, I've always curious how those 2K Feds work. I've never actually. So, I don't know anything at all about them.
The basic 2K Fed, Josh, is basically imagine a regular E-Fed. You still promo regular, everything like that, except instead of doing results where we come on and talk where we are right now, you would watch the match in the game. Basically,
How
yeah.
does the
You
match
get to
play
see
out?
your character fight.
Like, do two people play the match?
No. So like,
Well,
the map.
here's
well,
here's
you
where I
can-
here's where I
You
come
can.
in, because the part of the 2K community that I came up in, yeah, there were people
Yeah.
who were actually going online and playing their matches. You would have, and then as you got into like the 2K17, 2K18 era, where you had like the highlight reel and stuff, and on, speaking from me, by that point, pretty much everyone had moved to the PlayStation side, getting on like a share play and doing the matches, not in like an online server, but via the share play, and doing highlight reel spots and making almost like these big, crazy cinematic projects out of their matches.
Yeah.
And it was like, at least on the Twitter side of the 2K Fed world, it peaked in 2K18. By the time we got into like 2K19, 2K20, 22, now things have gotten like too big. Nobody can top what was done in like the 2018, the 2K18 era. So
Yeah.
the Twitter 2K Fed community is basically dead, because it is impossible to top what was being done then. Nobody has that kind of work ethic to do that.
I don't
anymore.
know. I did find a guy who does 2K23 stuff. They've been doing it for 4 different generations of games, and they have all the
you'll still have people who still do
spreadsheets, and like they have a live shows every week, three times a week on through YouTube. I follow them. I watch them a little. I don't really know how it works or what's going on, but like I like the fact that the guy's like doing the commentary and he's interacting with people. And
I'll have to send you some of this stuff that I came up in, because like it was. So it's probably some of the highest production shit you will ever see.
So they're all
even higher than the stand video.
Do what?
Even higher than my stand video?
Miles.
I don't know.
Well, they're all player 2K feds where the players will go online, but then there's the ones like the one I'm in, SWA, mine, GWF. There's NEW, which is Rob Romans, where you'll promo like you do regularly on Facebook. You'll promo. The match will be decided whether it's storyline or judged. That's up to the booker. And they'll record the match. They'll have the finish set up, and then you watch it like you would sit down and watch Raw.
But that's why I asked about the players. Like, are there people playing the match? To get
so nowadays on the Facebook 2K feds, no, it's the booker that does all of the recording. All you do is promo.
Okay, well, what I mean by player, when people playing, I don't mean necessarily the people cutting the promos, but like, say the booker, does he and somebody else sit down and play the matches so that you can't see who it is that they're playing? Oh, well, that person's definitely going to win because he's playing that person, and he needs to get
and no. So there's different ways to do it. You can have the AI just fight each other and hope that it goes the way you want. You can pause it in between, choose the character you want to pick as, get the finish you want, but you can turn off all of the head-up display so there's no indicator as to a human player actually playing.
Okay.
And then this is the way I used to do whenever I was running shows.
Watching the way the wrestler moves and react.
Like the way that I used to run my shows, the way I used to handle recording whenever I was running shows in 2K is I would play the match by myself with 2 controllers controlling both people in the matches.
So that you could get the clips and the pieces you wanted.
Yeah.
I actually am going to try something similar using the methods you talked about, recording directly on the Xbox with stuff and then like exporting it onto the flash drive. Editing it all out. I want to do one between my TJM character that I made. I'm not finished with him. I'm sure you noticed by looking at him. Like, he's not even remotely done. He's got some generic heights on him right now. I don't know how I want to design him yet. I haven't designed TJM in a game in a long time. Like, I don't know if I want to go the purple route, I want to go the pink route, like I have right now. Probably the purple for the Unsane. Like, if I do the pink, I feel like I'm just stealing onions, and like that's the other half.
Yeah.
Of it. I'm like, I don't want to.
Yeah, I feel like unsafe is pink, Unsane is purple. That's just that's the thing.
That's the way we planned it too. Because he had the pink bunny rabbit Like,
yeah.
So I got the purple unicorn. I'm like, it will play off it. They're traditionally speaking classified more feminine styles, feminine colors. Like, we'll play into it, unsafe, unsane. You all do the purple mask. You got the pink mask. He loved it when I pitched this idea. But Onions and I did a lot of stuff early on together, and eFeds too. Like, semi-known fact, Onions was literally the best man at my wedding. When I got married to Jen, like, he was the best man. Like, he was in the audience area. He recorded the live video. He was my official witness for our wedding. He picked me up, brought me there. Like, we hung out. Him and I hung out when I was in California the first time. He took me to my first time in an In-N-Out burger. Helped me figure out what off-menu burger I was getting. I got me a Flying Dutchman. What we smoked. He gave me my first introduction to dabs. Like, he introduced me to Burt Kreshire's stand-up comedy. Yeah, like, I'd seen the Machine stuff on Facebook, but I didn't know who he was, and we sat and I watched the whole special with him, high as a motherfucker.
That's the best way to watch it. That's the best way to watch Burt Kreischer is when you're stoned.
That's what we done a few weeks back.
Oh, we were howling.
We were crying with plus we had an edible just before. It was fantastic.
Oh, speaking of edibles, I've still got edibles in the fridge.
What do you mean you've still got edibles?
I've still got edibles. You will not eat it. Carrot cake.
Oh, carrot cake.
Anything with vegetables.
I'll take it.
Has got cheese in it.
I don't think it would survive the trip.
What if you carry it over in your anal cavity?
I'm an asshole.
Hey, I will go full on Johnny Rockstar for a good edible. I'm just saying. I'm not sending you millimeter Peters, but I will eat your asshole for some carrot cake that's laced with stuff.
I'll bear that in mind if I ever visit.
You keep it in mind. Keep in mind, New York, the state of New York, central area. But yeah, no. I know I was getting to stuff, and I don't remember where I was, but I've been all over the place.
Okay, let me boot in here then, and because obviously, kind of the way we became acclimated was in the IW realm. How did you find your way there?
David Jones himself came and got me.
Okay. So, well, I mean,
what's that do to an E-Fedder's ego right there, right? The guy everyone's talking about, like, being, and here I am at the time. I did enough to make my ego worthwhile and get the actual attention. That's where I was at. Yeah, I was running a show in XWE.
Mm-hmm.
A developmental show. I like doing developmental shows. I like.
Did he know you? Did he know you before this, or did he just like discover you at the time?
Well, that's where I'm getting to here. I was also one of the people helping run PWA. I had a show on there, Friday Night Future Shock. I had a particular tournament I did, Future Shock Cup. Casey Moran was the second winner of it. The first winner of it was Matt Mullins. Very specifically, since it was judged.
He's a simple country boy
who likes food.
Loves food.
The whole you just did this one on a previous episode too.
Hey, and I'm wearing the red shirt too. It works.
You are. Like, the whole concept was they were the people at the bottom of the judging results, right? Like the bottom ranked people who needed a little extra guidance. So they had very detailed written feedback from a 5-panel judging. A whole separate thing. I had a whole like round robin style tournament thing with it, where like they accumulated points for wins and how well they did. I used but instead of the round robin style, it was done with their overall judging scores. So like it kept building and building and building and building, and they got to an average. Matthew Mullins won the first one. That's where he started his Perfect 7 gimmick, which got over really well. Like, it was so silly and stupid, but people were getting into it, and I was really getting into it. And Mullins was he was actually taking the feedback. It took him a little bit. He was actually taking the feedback. He was incorporating what we were suggesting, how to like fix. Like, I loved doing this type of stuff, like helping shape. Like that was my thing. I was doing something similar in UPW at the same time, run by Matt Minnick. His ex-wife is the one that actually reached out and asked me to book a show. But then Matt had picked somebody else, and the other person flaked. And so he's like, "Oh, hey, I know Chelsea reached out to you." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm still down." And I became like their most consistent booker, writer, everything. Like I was on top of everything. And Chelsea used to love rubbing it into Matt. See, aren't you glad you listened to me? Like, and this was a time frame with Jason Sanders there, but him and Ellie were still an item, and Ellie was there, running one. Like Onions was running a show, the Thunderdome. Him and I actually eventually combined shows, the Thunderdome and Saturday Night Slam. I was the first person doing independent pay-per-views on that show with my people. I treated it like an NXT. Instead of takeovers, I did redemptions. That's where the Star Wars stuff came into play, and like the writing out of the long ass results. I was putting Shooter J over. I was specifically using myself and my Joshua Heeman manager / general manager character to put over Shooter J. And I'm doing all these things. I'm running a show in XWE. I'm running a show in PWA. I'm running a show in UPW. I'm getting judging in. I'm getting matches written. I'm getting everything out within 12 hours of promo deadline. And this stuff was being fully judged. And then within 12 hours. Nobody was doing that in the comp world. Nobody except for me. And like my name is being floated around all the time. Oh, this guy. Like, I was a competitor here and there too, but the big thing I was really known for was my backstage work. Like booking shows, running shows, like working with talent, having open communication with talent. Like that was my hallmark. And David pulled me aside and he's like, "So I need to take a break. I need to step away. I've been the only one booking Alpha. I'd like you to come in and book this. But if you're going to do this, I need you to quit as a general manager in these other companies because I want your full attention on this. It's my baby. I've been doing this. I want to make sure you're all in. I don't want you," which I can understand in that respect, running a company for somebody at that point. Like, so yeah, okay. And Howie Feltersnatch and I talked about this when it came up. And he told me, do it, man. Do it. You're going to be held back pretty much anywhere else. There's going to be, this was in reference to XWE, how I was having issues with some of the other general managers willing to work with me when I was doing the show that took the lower end of everybody else's roster and then like worked with them and put them up with mentors, people to help them improve what they were doing.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, I was my wife's mentor in that. The reason why, she was playing a character that had like multiple personality thing, and that was my shtick. The TJM character, not many people know. Well, not many people current day might actually know this, but every character I've played, Dusty Love, El Unicornio, Ray Del Enigmatico, Johnny Alpha, was a whole like Japan thing I came up with for a thing for Triple M. Ulysses Samuel Adams, like all these, they were all manifestations of a splintered psyche for the same character of TJM. They were one person. But think the movie Split, basically.
Yeah.
And this is before the movie Split, mind you. So like that was the character with all these divergent things. So I was already doing these type of things. I was doing promos where I'm promoing against myself in the mirror, where I'm talking to myself as another one of the personalities. I actually did that for a storyline in PWA, where Mike Thom had attempted to kill the guy in charge, Jack Tunney, or was it Mike Tunney? It was a Tunney. It was based off it. It was a burner account used by a bunch of the different people who are booking the show, and like he took him out, and my character took the fall for it. It came out that my character was his half brother. What splintered my character's psyche was discovering that this father who had left had actually gone and started a whole new family in a whole another country, and only found out about his after his father's death, finding the photographs, like realizing what happened. And at the time, Kiwi didn't know this, but TJM did, and so TJM took the fall to protect his brother. Whole like, and this was in a comp fed. This was storylines in a comp fed, which according to Anton didn't really happen.
Did you ever get overloaded, like with too much information to keep track of?
I'm autistic.
Wow.
So no. No. Like I used to, Matt Applin used to bust my balls because IW had their iWikipedia page where you put your bio pages, and I'd post mine, and he'd be like, "This is like an actual Wikipedia page." I was like, I have all these huge, even for the Hammerlock Heaven stuff, which was happened in the past. Like I would have these data corruptions that were information about the same character, and at 17 years old, because I even my EFED character is older than I am. Like my EFED character is probably a good like 12 years older than me. In the 90s, he's 17 years old, competing in Hammerlock Heaven as a rookie, Sammy Smasher. And then like developing throughout all that. So like I had these data corruptions where like the stuff that hadn't actually happened yet because we hadn't done them, but factored them in with data corruptions because like we're they're going simultaneously with what's going on in IW. But I'd have these like this huge fucking, and that came from doing the bio pages back in the written days. Like you'd have these big things, you'd have your move set up, the type of moves you use, the reasons you'd use these moves, special moves for certain occasions, spot things. I had like 3 pages worth of just backstory that like told the whole tale of the character. And I kept it updated as big things would happen with the character, like what changes, why this. Funny story on all that. Do either of you know why I started using pigtails?
I'm gonna take a guess. One of your children was practicing on your hair.
No. So other people who've been on here, the episodes I've watched, not counting you, talked about all these like big names that they came up with or around them, and how like, I mean, I can do the same thing. People coming up through PWA the same time as me were Legion, Jeffro the IQ, the Loaded Gun Chad Bartlett, Justin Klein, the Professor Nick Harrison, Steinbaum, like Mikey P's got his start with me, under me. The first person he was competing under. Like I developed a sort of a trust and bond with a huge portion of like that generation of the talent coming from that way. And mind you, this is around the same time frame you have your people like, and I saw the coming in of Casey Campbell as Mr. Amazing with his shtick, and he was right. He was not very amazing. He just looked like some punk kid, like in a black and white filter, talking about like whatever, and it was hard to understand him. To give you an example, I don't know how familiar you are with Believe Nation. Troy and Tyler. They were just about a couple kids like who lived close to each other, and they did a tag team together. Early on, they were just basically kids getting on a camera talking. But they like smoked the shit out of early on Casey Campbell. Like they treated him like a blunt or a joint in a scary movie, and I can't even remember the fucking Wayne character's name. The Smokey Shorty. Shorty.
Yeah, Shorty. It gets rolled up in the bed sheet in Scary Movie 2.
Yeah. They got smoked like Shorty was behind Puffin. Like they smoked. It was interesting. But like I came up with these type of people, and like not saying that like it's a. I think it's definitely something that almost anybody who's been in the game long enough can say that, oh yeah, well I came up with these people and these people, and like in their own head these people are huge names, but like, you know, if you had never been in IW, would you ever had any idea who the fuck Chad Bartlett was?
No.
And he was a huge thing. Like at least there and at least before there, like, you know, I had a character I loved, Stacy Galaxy, which was like the perfect would have been the perfect opponent for TJM, who's his whole thing, well, their whole thing was they were a gender neutral unicorn trapped in a man's body. But anyway, the pigtails.
Okay, I am so sorry for the constant interruptions on my end. That should be the last one. It has been a very busy morning.
It's all right. He hasn't taken a breath since you went off.
I noticed. I noticed. I have my noise canceling on my headphones, so I could still hear just about every word being said.
I deliberately tried to do it this way so that you could finish what you were doing and be able to come back in. And then you just come back in and cut me right off in the middle of it. As I was finally getting to the point before you went away. That I deliberately.
Now we're caught up.
Yeah. Well. Okay. So pigtails. Chad Bartlett, him and I had a couple of matches together. Our careers in PWA were around the same trajectory. I threw on the pigtails for a match around Valentine's Day with him. I put on this like blazer style jacket, no shirt, had my baseball bat, my hair pulled up in my pigtails, my beard, and I just came in and I so how are you gonna look yourself in the mirror in the morning, knowing you got you got punched in the face by a fucking man in pigtails, like, because he had this like Stone Cold Steve Austin outlawish kind of character at the time.
Yeah.
So like the other was fine. I'm just gonna cancel out all that bad. Be like, how badass can you really be when you look in the mirror in the morning and know that black guy came from a dude in pigtails? Like, and it stuck. The pigtails got over because, like, you know, this is the day and age where people were turning on a camera and just shit talking each other, and that's what a promo was. Like, you get a guy coming on with a fucking pair of pigtails up, a whole like costume, this production value, because I had the production. But that's what I was getting to earlier. I had this thing I used to leave at the end in PWA. There was a guy, Man Monster. I don't know if either one of you have heard of him. There used to be a running joke about his forehead being the billboard size. He does rap battles now. And like he's doing his whole old thing. But like I had this little mini feud with him, and so referencing old school was very specifically a Dusty Rhodes promo. I forget who he was talking to, but he's like, such and such sucks eggs. Right? So I had this hashtag at the end of my promos with a hashtag monster sucks eggs. A man monster sucks eggs. Hashtag Lucille stays swinging. Hashtag TJM something like that. It was these just random things. Like they were, I used that a lot later on in my EFED time too, where I do really obnoxious things with the hashtags. Like the recount gimmick, pulling off the Donald Trump later on in Delta after I lost the championship to Kelly Steen, and then having stolen the Money in the Bank, used the Money in the Bank to immediately cash in, and then still lose to her again, demanding a recount because Johnny Rotten got involved. Sure, he might have been trying to help me, but still, he got involved. Like that should have that should have been a no contest. I should have won. Like the whole thing, the demanding the recount. Like the hashtags with it. Talked about them doing it because they were trying to be too PC, too forward thinking. Of course, they're going to give the black woman the championship. Of course, taking championships from hard-earned white folk like me, like
they took the championships.
Yeah, like I did a whole thing with it, like that's completely off topic, but that was the hashtag thing. That was during my 2-Pop-E time frame. El Gringo Chingon, like the irony behind playing a American pretending to be Mexican while behaving like Donald Trump. Like there's just so much to it. Comedy is my go-to if you haven't noticed for most stuff.
Really?
Yeah, comedy gimmicks, comedy shticks. Even my serious TJM stuff, I layer in like puns that I find amusing. With it, like I'm all over the place. But yeah, no. To answer, David came to me and was like, "Hey, do you want to run Alpha?" And I did, and I ended up going to Omega. I became the Omega champion. Uh, I politicked and fucked Nick White out of winning Omega championship. I knew it was coming. I could tell it was coming. They had this feud between him and El Stray at the time. I forget what his name was.
Was
he
this
won.
the D1 days?
He won, yeah. And they had this feud going, and like one of them was going to become the champion, beating me for the championship. But I booked this idea for building up the relaunch of Alpha versus Omega. I'm like, hey, what if we have the champions from each brand face? I'd love to work something with Rocky T. Now I have this curse. I get these opportunities with these people that I really want to do these big things with. And because the Rumble was coming up, which is why we were doing the Alpha versus Omega stuff, Rocky T only put out one promo that week with me because he was saving his stuff for the Rumble. Another guy this happened, my very first match in IW, like I wasn't concerned about winning. Well, my second match. My first match was against Brett Litke, and I went in thinking I'd probably lose, which I was fine with.
I remember him.
And I beat Brett Litke, pretty like severely. Anton wrote the match and decided to have my alternate personality come out and congratulate me and hold my hand in the air. So when he's talking about his match writing, yeah, let's take that one as an example for match writing. I'm just saying, didn't understand the character, even though it was very clearly written in like a 20-page Wikipedia page. But whatever. My first match after this was Zach Monstar.
Oh.
Exactly.
And so I did this whole bunch of stuff. Like I'm cutting promos, and Zach's like, "Hey man, I'm pretty busy, so like I'm probably only gonna drop like one or two at most." He dropped one. I lost to him, but at the time, Mariah Taylor was his valet after he just won her in a match against Bubba Boudreaux, who claimed he had never been in IW before, but was there during his talent with Mariah Taylor, which is why they were close to begin with. And once he got caught with what was happening, oh no, I didn't want any of that. I know otherwise. I've seen otherwise. I'm just saying. But anyway, he was there. He competed. He did the whole thing. He lost her to Monstar. And so they had this thing where she was like distracting the people, and I'm like, it's not gonna work on me. I only have eyes for Lucille. And the beautiful thing is when they did the match, like she got up and tried to distract me, and I laughed at her. Like I love the fact they actually tied that in because the character is not going to be persuaded by her. Like it's not going to work on me. I don't give a shit. Like
I love that.
But I have this issue where I get booked against these people, or I had these bookings against these people, and I was really excited for it because I've seen the kind of content, and I can, under inspiration, like I can go and go and go and go if given the opportunity. Like if I have somebody who's willing to, like I will go back and I'll cut like 5 or 6 promos in a day on stuff. Like always, like I boom, boom, boom. And like I get against these people, I'm excited about this because like they do the same type of thing. And then for me, they don't.
The same shit's happened to me before. Plenty times.
And this is during my time frame where I never missed a deadline for anything, ever. I was always in on time. I was always like, whether I was behind the scene or I was in behind / in front of the camera, like however you want to look at it, like I was always very consistent. Like, that was my thing. Like it's a responsibility. It might not be an important responsibility in the grand scheme of things, but I have given my word to do these things. And so in doing these things, I'm going to show, I'm going to do this, and then I get these people who didn't who like they just wouldn't do it for me.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know why Legion ended up in IW?
No.
Legion hated the idea of storyline feds initially, but he was dominating comp. Nobody could beat him one-on-one. Nobody had beaten him one-on-one. He had one loss on his record, and the only reason it happened was Jeffro the IQ did a Money in the Bank cash in, and the way they set it up was his promo against his regular opponent, Jeremiah Woods' character at the time, Spectre, was judged. Yeah, he was another guy that came up through with me with the PWA area, and he had done written before too, so him and I had that bond. Legion, most of his character work, fleshing out the character, was courtesy of me. Him and I sat down and fleshed out stuff. But he had his one loss was in the triple threat technically, and it was Jeffro the IQ who made it a triple threat for cashing in after. So like Legion's promo was against Spectre. Spectre's promo was against Legion. Jeffro the IQ drops this Money in the Bank promo now against both of them. So he already has this advantage, and he gets the win. But in one-on-one competition, Legion had not lost. He rebounds from this, going back towards the world title. He gets a couple more wins, and we're in this tournament to determine like who's going for the championship, who's gonna get the championship opportunity. And Chad Bartlett is the champion at this point. He won the belt off Jeffro. And I make it all the way through. And I'm into the semis. Now, to get there, Legion beat Nick Harrison. But Nick Harrison cut a promo in his car with no light. You couldn't see him, and he didn't understand why he lost the match.
I want to see this promo. I want to get this promo on After Dark.
I'll see if I can find the old PWA archives and see if I can find it. I think it's PWA Vault. I'll see if I can find it. But like he couldn't understand why he lost. Like he was a great talker, and the talking sounded great, but he was in a car with no light, not even the car dome light on. It was just black, which I guess sounds racist because he's also a black man. But like he didn't even smile. We couldn't see him.
I'm glad you said it.
Sorry, that was horrible. I apologize to any black people watching. I swear I'm not racist. I have a Mexican wife. I imported her. I may hold the green card over her head so she doesn't leave. I'm kidding. But yeah, like, and he couldn't understand why. But yeah, so Dylan Mays, who was booking this stuff, was so excited about the idea of Legion versus Nick Harrison because Nick Harrison had been in CPW, and CPW was just an outlaw mud show. I don't care what great things Anton had to say about it. It was a shit company. It was a total shit company, but there were some decent people there. But like Triple M got booted out of there because he copied word for word a Raven promo. Like completely fuck, what's the word? Plagiarized a Raven promo.
Jinx.
And got caught for it.
Damn.
Yeah. But like, you know, these were people who their whole strong suit was shit talking. Few people were really decent in there. Like Justin Klein had a good thing going there. Nick Harrison was good. The Professor, when he was, you could see him, but like what he dropped in PWA was just crap.
What he might have been doing a John Cena gimmick.
Either way, like so, like that was the thing, and I got Legion, and I did this whole thing. We had a time limit. If you went over the time limit, you got like a quarter point knocked off. I ended up beating Legion by like a quarter of a point in the judge promo, even going over the time limit, because as it was worded, you could see, and like I have the promo somewhere. I'd be willing to send it out anytime. you could see it in my eyes. Like, you know how they talk about like the fire in the eyes? Like, I swear, when you're watching that, you can see that gleam literally in my eyes. As I start off all psychotic with a 21, I had my face painted up for it, like this whole thing. I had built up something completely different going into it to really fuck with him. That I was gonna go the creepy like route like he was doing, but I didn't. I came out straight up with the whole, and I just let loose, shoot stylish, but shoot style in a story fashion, because I pulled back the curtain in what I called AFAB at the time. Thomas Austin was saying agate because anything else would get him in trouble. So this is one of those things where TJM makes these type of references. AFAB. The first time Grant heard me use this, he failed me on a promo because he thought I said kayfabe. I'm like, no. I said AFAB. I'm not breaking kayfabe. Listen very carefully to the way this was done. All right, I'm referencing stuff like real wrestling style, like talking about like grabbing a beer with someone after the show, like, behind the curtain. It's not always what you see or what you think. Right? We come out here, we do our thing for the entertainment, for the fans, for the rush of it. But just because we're fighting in that ring doesn't mean we don't get along behind the scenes. Like, that was the AFAB aspect that I did, which in my opinion I thought legitimized the whole concept even more. Like, it's more I was meta playing it, like going out, and but anyway, I had this thing, a similar style to this, without directly referencing, like, I've watched the people come up. I was here with Chad Bartlett. I was here with, and these people, where's mine? When's it my turn? When is it? Like, I did this whole thing for, and like it was described to by pretty much everyone that judged the match. It was like definitive, like, yeah, it was close, but he got you. Like, he beat you. Like, you didn't. He beat you. Legion got very upset. Called like a favoritism thing. That's when Monster started going after me about me playing favoritism, because I was also judging. I wasn't judging my own stuff. Like, I was judging other things, and I was competing elsewhere. Yeah, it's a thing in comp, but at the same time, like, it was a hot topic thing. Well, should people be competing if they're judging too? And one of the things that we put into is like, well, we're putting a lot of work into things behind the scene. Why shouldn't we be allowed to play in the same environment that we've helped build? Like, I could see if we were cutting Matt Mullins promos and giving ourselves the wins for people complaining, but like, it wasn't that type of situation. Like, there was the advantage it did give us to an extent is we knew what the judges were looking at, but everyone knew what the judges were looking at. Like, so it's I got the victory, the first victory. He got pissed. He briefly left PWA. He came back. We had the story that we were building for something, and then he had something submitted through, got in touch with the match writer for something we were doing, and changed the ending for a story he wanted to do. And it got posted with results because no one knew it got changed. For this new story he was doing with this whole new faction breaking off of stuff, completely undermining what we were doing. Well, we ran with it for a bit. And then he just left and went to IW for storyline but he ultimately broke down because he got pissed because he lost. He didn't think he should have lost. There's a Brotherhood Facebook group somewhere I could track down where he posted saying, you guys, I really feel like I was gypped and I should have won. And Chad Bartlett sat down to him and told him, look, dude, live video for like, look, dude, we watched them both. Like, I get you, maybe you don't agree with the judges, but I do. Like, you can see the difference. You're not going to come out here now disrespect one of our own people here. I'm like, oh, there's no way he beat me. Did you watch the promo? Like, he had intensity. He had the feeling. He had everything you did not. Problem was, he took me too lightly, and he paid. But like,
yeah, that's always what I say to people is like, when you're in that scenario, the worst thing you can do is underestimate the other person, because you never know when you're gonna come across that one person who says, "Okay, watch this shit. I'll teach you."
and I'm notorious for that style of promo winning in clutch moments. When I finally got the Grant monkey off my back after being unable to beat him so many times, I did it channeling that same type of raw emotion. I took real emotion and channeled it into something, and I melded a story. I talked about. I did something similar. I've done it a few times, a similar fashion, but I melded this whole story about why this was unfair, why I would do this, and you could take this from me, you could take this from me, and Grant loved it. I think you were there when we talked about it on shooting the shit, which everyone talks about coming on here and doing and shooting the shit. It's like they're trying to put us over every time they come on. At least everyone I've seen so far. Starting with Casey, yeah, shoot the shit. Well, no, that's another show. Yeah.
I feel like he knew what he was doing there.
This show airs after dark, doesn't it?
I think it might.
I had to get one in there as well.
It kind of does. After in the morning,
mornings after dark.
Yeah.
After dark somewhere. I just wanted to get a cheap pun in.
Hey, I plan to have AB here help me cheap plug this later in the week. I want to have him put together a small clip, like a quick little clip thing that we can air as a commercial on Shooting the Shite Wednesday. It's great. We got DJB here for After Dark. We got the whole thing going. It's great. It's great. We're talking.
Well, if you want a cheap clip plug, watch Unplugged.
And that's the clip. That's the clip right there.
Just as long as we don't pull out one with me talking shit about anybody.
Actually, I'll tell you exactly what our clip is. Our clip is exactly 44 minutes and 10 seconds.
No. I'm gonna get a clip later on it.
I mean, we have a Shooting the Shite clip of Grant saying he hates Will Ospreay.
Yeah.
In a roundabout way. Yeah. But no, let's see. Fuck, we haven't. I'm still probably a decade ago almost in stuff here.
We're like we'll have to do like multiple fucking sessions with you to get.
We need a whole season for this.
Yeah, just the Josh season.
We'll call it the dark side of Unplugged.
Yeah,
the season of McClain.
Yeah.
The McClain art.
Dark side because of comments like he didn't even smile, so we didn't know he was there. Let's not use that as a clip, okay?
2 hours 32 minutes.
Yeah, it's all fun stuff.
That's our two clips for Wednesday.
Okay, that's a random text message.
Is it from David Jones?
And I want to play.
What? Wait,
huh?
Yeah, it's even spelled wrong. It's like it looks like spam shit. Like somehow I'm getting text spam shit. Like maybe
it's David Jones who wants to play.
Judas wants.
Maybe
to
I should stop visiting.
Oh no!
Those websites.
Yep. He opened the text. No. Now he's being hacked.
Yeah, that's it. He's being fucking hacked now. We're losing him. Oh no!
Naked.
It's Robot McClain.
Josh bought 3,000. Oh no! What's funny is he's probably saying something fantastic right now, and nobody even knows it.
Midget wrestlers. Huh.
Midget wrestlers. This is the clip. This is the clip. Oh,
Oh.
So I have no idea what happened.
What the fuck?
I think my computer seized.
I'm seeing
no
two
shit.
of them.
Yeah, because I didn't take the other one off the screen.
On my end,
I don't know if I
it's
will
a
either.
black screen.
I don't know if I will take the other one off screen. I might just have both Josh's on screen.
Switch positions.
There we go. Oh, and he's gone.
Oh,
We got at least there for
There
a
we
few
go.
seconds though.
Yeah, I've
Okay,
no
we're
idea
back
what
now.
we're talking about before
I
everything.
was like, you mentioned the text, and then that's when it went to hell.
Oh yeah.
You mentioned the text, and then it went to hell, and then heard something about midget wrestlers, and then
Midget wrestling. Yep. Maybe I shouldn't spend so much time on those sites looking for naked midget wrestling. Naked lady midget wrestler porn.
yeah.
did you find any?
Yeah.
No, I've legitimately looked, and like according to Rule 34, it should exist, but I haven't found it. Excuse me. I mean, hentai is a thing. Like live action tentacle porn is a thing.
I don't believe. I'm looking this up.
Hentai.com.
Hentai.
Yep.
Yeah. Phil talked about this too once on Shooting the Shite, didn't he?
Yeah. Well,
Like when he came on.
Yeah, we were sharing these type of random things.
Yeah.
How am I spelling it?
Hentai, and then ed at the end.
Oh, ED. Oh shit. Oh damn. What the fuck?
Did you?
I'm
Just
just no. You know what? I'm looking at some of the imagery and like the faces of some of the women, and Jesus Christ.
That's a thing.
Real life hentai.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Parasited. Okay.
I learned about this from a kid I worked with.
Extremely hot babes with dicks.
Yeah,
Oh, get in the
that's the
sex
thing,
fights. We've got sex fights.
That lady.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
that lady's got a pecker.
Ultimate Surrender is one of those ones. There's a couple names for different ones. And then of course there was the Naked Women's Wrestling League. It was run by Carmen Electra and Jimmy Hart.
I'm kind of watching a preview and I wish I hadn't.
Is it making you feel sticky?
I don't know what to make of this. What the fuck?
You kind of like it, don't you? I mean, you don't
I
seem to
don't not like
dislike
it.
Like, I don't know. It's like coming across a granny porn with big old floppy titties. It's like, huh?
Like,
I don't know if it's saying that I like this, but
I don't want to look away either.
I don't really dislike
It's like
it
a grilled
either.
cheese and ham sandwich.
That's fantastic, and I'm not a big fan of ham.
Ham.
Unless we're talking about the ladies' man style ham. Ladies' man Leon Phelps was a Saturday Night Live sketch. It was a movie for him, Ladies' Man, and he makes a comment to a woman in a bar. Girl, looks like someone took 2 fine hams and shoved them down the back of your dress. Yeah, so me and a guy I worked with at a deli, we would refer so that we wouldn't get caught for sexually harassing the customers, or sexually objectifying the customers, I guess. We'd see a chick walk by with a badonk, and like, hey, Juan, see that ham? And then the code word for titties was turkey. We were slicing meats, ham, turkey breast, ham, like the Leon Phelps thing. Hey, check out the ham. How about the turkey? Oh yeah, man. Like, I have to get a couple pounds of that, you know.
Beautiful.
Yeah, we were bad people. By bad people, I mean we weren't quite Dominic Mysterio bad, but we were probably like Razor Ramon bad. Yeah. With a little bit of Vince McMahon bad, just without the stash. Though Juan did kind of have one like it. He was Cantonese. First ever Cantonese person I'd ever met. Cool guy. Cool guy. That has nothing to do with EFED, though.
No, not really.
But see, if you follow the right path, EFED is life and life is EFED.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's still
So
real
ties
to
in.
me, Thomas.
Exactly.
I do have to take off now, though.
You're leaving.
Okay.
Yes, I'm leaving now.
You couldn't even provide 3 hours of content with me.
It's nearly 3 hours. Fuck you, you big fucking unicorn.
I mean, I used to go by the nickname Big Bucket of Butter.
Big bucket of butter. Mm.
In fact, I had a name tag when I worked at Walmart that said Big Bucket of Butter.
You did not.
I did.
Please tell me he has
No,
it.
that's the heavy one. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Okay, I'll stick around with that.
I was gonna say, like, does he actually own the name tag that says Big Bucket of Butter?
That would be fun. He could turn that into a gimmick.
Right?
My name's Big Bucket of Butter.
Triple
Here's a
A.
fun thing. I've just recently started a new comedic redneck character.
Yeah.
Oh. Strange things are happening. Just let him get set up. Oh. Big bucket of... Oh, my God.
I love it. You need to make that a character.
Yeah, it was actually something I did in high school. We had these fake mafia names.
Oh, my God.
Like, it referenced, like, stupid little things, like, most, like, whatever. One of us was Tony the Toe.
Tony, what is it? What is it with mafia, Tonys, and toes?
Yeah, Tony the Toe. I was Big Bucket of Butter.
The big bucket of
butter.
Yeah,
hey,
at the point
butter.
where people at Walmart when I was working, they actually just call me Butter. I'm like, yeah, you got the biscuits, I got the butter.
This, you need to make a gimmick out of this for real. Big bucket of butter needs to be a thing in EFEDs.
I mean, it fit right into the family from NXT. Like, I actually saw that, paid attention to them for the first time. I watched Spring Break a bit the other morning before I fell asleep. I'm digging them, actually, the family. I like them. I like the spots from that match too. Like, it was kind of fun. Like, Spring Breaking was fun. It reminded me of old, like, 90s WCW, where they would do, like, the little, like, vignettes before the shows with, like, the wrestlers doing random, like, stuff together. I loved that. I loved the way that they tied it in with the matches going on, and people who weren't necessarily on the show got at least something to do with it. It was nice. It was cool, and I thoroughly enjoyed them. But I think DJB is like, shut up so I can go.
Yeah, shut up so I can fuck off.
So fuck off. I'll keep fucking with Arthur. I'm ready to go. I got plenty of time.
Thank you for letting me come on again and have a bit of a chit chat with you. I would stay longer, but yeah, chit man.
Yeah, you gotta go. Woke and bulk.
Woke and bulk. Yes.
Woke and bulk.
It's like what, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock for you?
It's coming up. It's just gone 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh, well, that's a weird time.
Yeah, I need to eat and do real life things.
Yeah, you mean you're not doing real life? So you're 5 hours ahead.
Yeah, welcome to the future, bitch.
I mean, fucking Kiwi is significantly further ahead.
Oh yeah, he's in the super future.
Yeah, he's in tomorrow, I think.
Who's that?
Mike.
My CD on the podcast.
Yeah, I think New Zealand, Australia, they are about 12 hours ahead.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Anyways, goodbye.
Bye.
So what do you want next?
It's funny. I was actually talking to Mike in our chat the other day. I just recently started finding his old promo work. Cause Mike,
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I saw that. And
yeah, I had just started. Like last night, I had just started. Like all of a sudden, I had thought, I wonder if I could. I wonder if I could get lucky and find some of his shit, because I'm really interested to see what exactly like he was doing when he was active. And I'm like, I think the first one I came across was he was calling it his last ever match he was ever doing with BZ, and he was just like really fucking loud and angry, and I loved it.
yeah,
and just kind of went through watching a few stuff, and I'm like, I kind of dig that sort of old school Smash Mouth style every now and then.
It has to be the right person too, and
and
fit with him.
I think he's pretty good. I'd like to try to coax him out of retirement. I know it'll probably never happen.
Probably not. No.
Probably not. One can dream, though. And then he sent me the one of him eating the fucking peppers, Mailer Twift.
Mailer Swift.
On there he called it Mailer Twift, yeah.
Yeah, Mailer Twift.
Yeah, eating the fucking hot peppers and shit, throwing up on camera. I love that. It was right up. That's about what I expect from him. Just doing crazy. Yeah, like he didn't have the dildo then, but just like doing the crazy shit that like you probably wouldn't expect anyone to do because it's just that dumb.
So since we're tying to him, and I talked to him being my character's half brother, right?
Mm-hmm.
We had a bigger EFED family. There's a guy, Mike Currents. He did this character, the Hick, and the Hick was actually TJM's cousin as well. They were related. He did the whole backstory of the even young TJM. We always knew there was something wrong. It wasn't quite right. Run around with a plunger stuck to his head. Look at me, I'm a unicorn. Actually, one of the things I sent you, no, I didn't send it to you. I found it. Was me cutting a promo as Joshua Heeman on David Jones, Mikey T, and Justin Klein, Kappa Alpha. And it was Joshua Heeman talking about this man does karate. He teaches karate to kids. And if I learned anything from watching How to Catch a Predator, it's that if you want to catch one of these, you got to be. I was standing out on the playground with kids playing behind me when I cut this promo. Oh my god! But that was for the team that I was the manager of and also part of, the Sexiest Anzac Connection. It was Steinberg's character, the fabulous Billy Preston, who was Australian, and Kiwi, the Kiwi Killer, Mike Thom. And then we had the Joshua McClain, the Sexiest Unicorn. So we had the Sexiest Anzac Connection. This was in the tournament to determine the first ever trios champions of the Underground.
Nice.
But yeah, no. So let's see. We're at IW and Omega. Me talking about cock blocking Nick White. Way back when in XWE, I had a match with him. I beat him in it. And my premise was that he was a racist. Why has it got to be Nick White? Why can't it be Nick Black?
And of course, one of his moves is called white privilege.
Yeah. Well, after being pointed out as a racist by me so many times, how do you think that came about? Oh my god! He told me before he did, "You're gonna love this. You love the new name I got for my finisher." That's his Aleister Black, Tommy End, Dragon Sleeper, right?
I think white privilege was the. I think it might have been. For some reason, I feel like it was a pile driver of some kind.
Part of me thinks it's very pedigree-ish too.
Like, was it fucking J Driller?
I don't remember.
I feel like it was that. It was like sort of the underhook pile driver thing. I feel like that might have been it.
Maybe.
Can't remember right off. That might be
like,
it.
Yeah, I know he had one of them that was like the Dragon Sleeper that Black used in WWE too. I don't remember which one that was. But
I don't remember. Like the main moves I remember for him were the main two moves I remember of Nick's moveset is White Privilege and Death to You.
Yeah. But you know those.
It.
I used that to keep him from winning the title just yet. Cock blocked him on it just a little bit, so I could do that. He ended up winning the belt. Actually, no, D1 ended up with the belt instead of him. So his whole thing got shifted. But then he ended up on Alpha the next season anyway. With everyone.
That's when
the Vision of Disorder.
Sure, that's when. Oh, okay. So this was still before me.
Oh yeah. And
because I know when I came to IW, he was also back on he was back on Omega, and
Nick
then had come over the following season.
Nick is one of those people I'd like to do something with in the final act as well. Though I'd rather do a tag match in his instance. I'd have to find the right person to be a partner, but I would love to do something.
You know what you should do? You should
Prestige Worldwide.
You should get. You know what you should do? You should get Unsafe and Unsane back together.
I don't know if I can pull Tony out of that.
I mean, you think about the dichotomy between Onions and Nick White. It's perfect. Nick White is genuinely terrified to death of the Onions character. It's perfect. The story writes itself.
But Nick has been one of those guys I've had a more behind the scenes rivalry with, and he knows it, and he understands it, and he's okay with it in half the time. Like I confessed to him that when I made it to the IW Hall of Fame, I didn't expect to go in that year, but I did. When I agreed to come back, I had an agreement with Jones. The only thing I was requesting is that I made it to the Hall of Fame before Nick White.
I remember that, yeah. Yeah, I remember that.
And I told Nick this. He's like, I don't blame you. I'd try the same thing. Like,
oh fuck.
We had these like little. We would occasionally have these little like petty one-up this things with one another. Just like it was one of those things. Like I like Nick a lot. Like I really do.
Oh yeah, great.
On a personal front. Speaking of, since you talked to him after I sent him the voice clip, did he say anything about the voice clip that I sent him? Because I haven't seen if he's even seen it or reacted to it or not.
He didn't say anything to me about it.
Oh.
I don't really know that. Actually, here's the funny thing. People will see this whenever, because the Nick episode is going up before yours.
Obviously.
Yours is the next one right after that, though. And it's funny because I actually had to go back and re-edit because whenever we're ready to wrap up, I'm going to say who the next show is. Well, I was so fucking high, I fucked up who the next show was. I said it was someone else. So, and the funny, I don't remember if you even came up once.
Wow. I
don't remember. I genuinely don't remember because that was another one of these. This is the third time, I think, that we have had a show just kind of start totally off the rails. The first one was DJB. Nick was the second one. And this was the third one where we just said, fuck the intros. Let's just get straight into the shit.
He did heart react it. He heart reacted.
Oh, okay. Okay. So he did. He has.
Nick, I have to ask you this. How was it you went on Unplugged with TJ there, right? Which, by the way, I'm on right now. As I'm on there right now being recorded as I'm sending you this voice clip. And he's revealed to me that you never mentioned me once. Well, how did you do that? Come on. I'm honestly hurt. I've talked about you a lot. I've talked about cock blocking you on the Omega Championship. I talked about my deal with David. I'd agree if I got put into the Hall of Fame before you did. You knew that one though. You and I talked about that one. I've touched on a lot of this. In fact, I've even name dropped you and the Applin as people I'd like to do something with in what I'm calling the final act, which you might hear about on Unplugged if you pay attention. But then again, I don't know if you will or not. You'll probably watch your episode, and I don't know if you're going to watch the others. And that's not a knock at you. I just, you're human, and I know how humans work to an extent. TJ's finding this hilarious. But I suppose I'll let you go now. And it all came up because I was asking if you referenced the voice clip I sent while him and I were talking the other night about all this. And he's like, "Oh no, I had to go back and edit it because I forgot to even mention that you were the next guest. I said somebody else. I was so fucking high." And so he was just accenting the fact that I never came up once in your episode recording, despite me being the next guest, and how very obvious, your white privilege came about because I called you a racist, and like. I get no credit, no love. Fucking even Anton on there not giving me no credit or no love. Talking about Legion being the first guy doing editing. Come on, everyone knows Joshua McClain did it first. So like, I just want to know where the love was, because I don't feel the love tonight, Nick. I'm not feeling the love tonight. But seriously, hopes all's well. Look forward to seeing your episode when it comes out or listening to it. And I am a little hurt though. I'm a little hurt, just a little bit.
That was fucking quality.
we're going full on meta here, right? Like I'm meta responding to your previous messages to your previous guests as we're talking about them on here on something that's not even going to air yet. This is like Inception stuff.
Yeah, this is coming out to like another week.
Oh, and I gotta add one more thing there.
Oh boy.
Also, I made sure he knew ahead of time that since you guys had like a 3-hour episode, that I was going longer. So we're almost at the 3-hour mark now, and I have about 2 more hours I want to try and push them, maybe longer. And I've just caught up to the last 6 years of EFED time, so there's a lot to go. And I'm glad that you've seen the message. I apologize if people at work give you a weird look because maybe you didn't put a headphone in. Or maybe you played it. I don't know. If so, what's up, Vision Center? Yo. Anyway, yeah. I don't remember what that point was, but yeah, that was a thing too. Happy day. He's probably on lunch. This is the time. It would be the time frame that the Vision Center would close.
Maybe. Probably.
Or maybe he's not at work today. Who knows?
I don't know. It is a Monday.
I'm curious his reaction to these.
Oh my god, it's gonna be so great.
But
that'll be the clip for or should it be? Should we just save that?
I don't know.
We got to figure out. We've got to figure out what the clip's gonna be for Wednesday.
I mean, we're still just getting started. We still got like 3 more hours to go.
Well, I'll tell you what. You've got one.
One?
Yeah, dude. I still work.
It's okay. You can go take a nap and just leave this on, and I'll talk. You can come back and get the rest later. It's okay.
This is just the fucking this is the episode. This is the episode that never ends.
Yeah, this is the episode that never ends. It goes on and on. Nick White didn't mention me, the stupid whore. But yeah, no, I'd love to do something with them because Applin was a big rivalry of mine early on too. He had this thing, a promo he cut in CPW. I actually lost to him in comp because I referenced a promo he cut in CPW years previous, and they thought I was rebuttaling Beezy, half-ass listening. Fuck him. In Nagan, this happened in Nagan. I got really pissed off after that Nagan, the whole thing. Like, fuck that, man. Like, even Applin's like, no, this was this. I'm like, I know. But or maybe it was Ale. It was one of them. Fuck them. But he had made a comment how Joshua the number's 4. A number of times he's beaten me and I haven't been able to, like, I had his number like all the time.
Wait, so is that the current record for you? 4?
No.
Oh, it's gone.
That was then. That was then.
Because
that was
that's
like
my current record over him.
7 years ago.
Well, that's my current record over him is 4.
Yeah, like I've been like 4-0. I got a 5-0. Then we did a bunch of other little stuff here and there. He got wins. But like that was the thing for.
As far as I know, he still hasn't ever beaten me.
Do you know who else never beat me and got really upset about it and talked about it on a podcast until it was literally booked in IW to happen that way? Nick Harrison.
Really?
Yeah, I managed to beat him every time we faced. I was that sleeper guy. I did a lot of what I classified as phoning in, but it wasn't necessarily phoning in. It was just the style in which I was doing. And like a lot of the stuff was just me being me multiplied by like 1,000 in front of a camera. I'd get myself into the mindset of the character, and then I'd turn on the camera and I'd talk the way the character would, what the character would want to talk about. And there are a lot of times people just took it as whatever. So in the case of guys like Legion, guys like Nick Harrison, going up against these people in a competition format and dropping the charade of the silliness and going serious for a bit. He sent a voice message.
Oh shit! Are we gonna get it?
I'll play it through here. That should get my audio right. Where are we?
I can't hear anything.
Oh, that's a shame.
I'm so curious now.
I mean, actually, I was doing green screen in the Josh Says before EFED as well. I have some of those clips on YouTube if you want me to track them down and show you. It was my web show about wrestling. I'm just saying, I was doing that green screen beforehand. I just didn't want to do it for EFED because it didn't feel appropriate to me. But when everyone else started doing it, I said, fuck it, and I did it too. So I guess technically you're right. And as far as EFED goes, you guys did green screen before me, but like, I did it before you guys even thought about EFED. Like, you were probably still like wiping like wrestlers' jock straps down in the locker room because that's what they assigned you to as a manager when I was doing this. So, I'm just saying. And I didn't catch the name, but hey, she sounds cute. I'm not single though, so unfortunately for her, but unless it was a he, I don't know. I misheard. I thought the audio would play through when I played it on the computer in front of Blair, but he's kind of just sitting there like, okay, I want to know what he said. What were you laughing so much at? And that was just, you struggling to come up with ways that, maybe I didn't beat you at. But, everything before Nick. Hashtag Joshua McClain did it first. I'm just saying. That's all.
You're gonna have to forward. You're gonna have to forward that to me.
I'm forwarding it to you right now.
Beautiful.
I don't know if you'll be able to play it in a way that it will be fully on, but I hoped it would play through here because usually my audio plays. Like when we do the podcast, like if I start playing something on my screen, you can hear it. So I thought it would work that way here too, but it did not. It's fun. It's only like 50 seconds, but.
Hey, so I could have gone longer. We're gonna do a part 2, but TJ could barely keep his eyes open. He was so fucking stoned. So I just started feeling bad for him there at the end. I was like, this man needs a nap. And Trish from the Vision Center says hi. Yeah, it was an experience. I don't like to talk about you because you do everything before me. So that's rude and inconsiderate and hurtful. And I hope you know that about yourself. and I hope you're killing it on TJ's show. And me and Chad at least did green screen before you did, so I have that on my bucket list.
Oh God!
One of the things I love about Nick is like this is like banter between us.
Just so you know, this is the best kind of shit show anyone could ever ask for.
And it was me. It was me. Not you, Nick. Not you. It was me.
He wouldn't have heard it. I've got the headphones on.
I know, but I'm throwing it in anyway.
And Josh says it was all because of him.
Not you. Not you.
Oh my God. You know what? I think the clip is just going to be you sitting there laughing and me not being able to hear anything. Out of context, just you sitting there laughing your ass off. Oh, what's that?
Hi, TJ. I have a question for McClain. Why is he an asshole? Can you ask that live on air? That'd be great. And why does he like to hurt me?
Oh. Well, to answer your question, Nick.
Wait.
Oh, you got more.
Long-time listener, first-time caller. Can you also ask Josh to kiss my ass? Thank you. I'll listen off here.
To answer your questions, like Lady Gaga, I was born this way, because it's fun, and let me get my chapstick and make sure that the chocolate starfish is all nice and clean shaven. I don't want no little Thomas Austin Dingleberry things going on. All right, it's got to be nice and clean, and I will Johnny Rockstar you if it makes you feel better. I will do that for you if I've hurt you that bad. I promise. I will do that for you, Nick. I will do that for you. Lots of love, man. Lots of love.
This is everything.
And look, see, I'm helping put over Nick's episode, which hasn't aired yet, but will air before this airs, because I'm so super Inception meta that I'm helping Nick get over by existing. So, like, you could say I'm at the epicenter of all these great things happening because it's me. I'm the great thing happening, okay? Like, I mean, I don't know. I think I could tell you now that me of this day and age could probably do more than hold my own with Legion, because back in the day, I whooped his ass, so I could probably do it now, too. Just saying.
He's probably a little rusty now anyway, so.
Maybe.
He hasn't done this in a while. He's been out of it longer than you have.
I mean, he just did something for IW not that long ago.
When? Must have been
while I wasn't there.
This past WrestleCade?
Yeah, I think so.
No, I was there at the time. I don't remember seeing him anywhere.
I'm fairly certain I remember.
I mean, it could have been just because I was zeroed in on my own match because I was busy manifesting a win that I probably wasn't supposed to have. Because I'm just that damn good.
Speaking of, how's it feel being a greenhorn against Bubba Boudreaux?
Oh my God. You want to talk about a fucking greenhorn? Let me get you started on his fucking greenhorn. I am facing the newest addition to ATM named AR69. And the card takes place in Beijing, China. And this guy's first promo against me, he talks about, this is the first promo on the first day. And he says, in 21 hours, we are going to fly to the land of the rising sun, Beijing, China. And he's going to make me famous.
And folks, you just can't make this shit up.
No. You know what's fun? You know what's even funnier? He wasn't the only one on this card to fuck this up. There were multiple people who were getting Japan and China confused. Because
I bet you they were all white people too.
Actually, no. One of them was Casey, not a luchador.
He's basically white.
Okay, so I am happy to announce to you, not so much for Nick's case, you have officially beaten his time of 3 hours, 8 minutes, and 28 seconds.
Nick, I've already beaten your time on the show, and let me tell you, it was already discussed with DJB that we might have to do a whole season for me because of how much stuff that I have. And we haven't even scratched the surface. Like, I've barely talked about coming to IW now, and there's a lot of stuff that happens after that. Like, I have a very unique view on the Exodus because of where I was involved with everything. Like, I witnessed firsthand the stuff that caused people to leave and the people who actually caused that to happen, who then decided to leave. Like, they were the ones that, you know what I'm talking about. You were there for all that too. I haven't even touched on the IWXWE stuff. I haven't even talked about Promo Lucha or really Underground much yet. I'm like, dude, one of the last big events I covered was my coming to IW, and Zach Monstar, who'd been like tearing it up all the time, tells me, "Oh yeah, by the way, I'm probably not going to be very active this week. I'm sorry." As I'm sitting there with my second match in, dropping promos left and right, and that's where we're basically at in the story, with a little jumping around. So, bro, you might get a part 2, but I'm getting a season. I mean, DJB said it, and he's the British guy, so we can trust him. Like, it's not tea and it's not a party, and like,
yeah, you got DJB and he didn't.
Yeah, I got DJB. Just saying. I got the menage a Josh going on over here. You know what I'm saying? I got big old minge munching AB. I got fucking DJB even put on a unicorn onesie for me because of me being me. By the way, you don't know this yet, but Grant's talking about naming a pay-per-view after me in EWN the first time ever because of something I'm doing. Anyway, I just wanted to throw that at you too. Have a great day, man. Lots of love. Big love. Not talking about the Bill Pullman series or Bill, whatever. One of those Bills with the P's. Big love. Not that. We don't have magic underwear. Well, I might have magic underwear. I do have 6 kids. But I digress. Big love. Have a great day. I'm getting a season. You got an episode, and I got DGB, and you didn't. I'm just saying.
God damn.
I love Nick. I really do.
Yeah, he's great.
I will bust his balls all day long, but I like Nick. I like Nick a lot. Don't tell him I said that.
That's okay. He'll find out.
No, he won't. I guarantee you, even if he watched all the rest of your episodes, he won't watch this one because my show can't have more viewers than his. That's the level of petty our little rivalry has.
Shit.
Like,
good lord,
and I love it. It reminds me of like I don't know what it reminds me of, but it does, and I love it. Like it's good times. It's all in fun, and
beautiful
I've
stuff.
already gone longer than him. So since I teased it, I suppose I should at least maybe reference some Exodus stuff that's talked about a lot, and I have a perspective that hasn't been covered yet.
Yeah, let's go. Let's just go straight there, and because we could probably go.
There's also like Kangaroo Jack that happens before that we could cover, but like I feel more people are interested in the Exodus.
Yeah, that was like kind of the big. That was like a big like shifting moment for like everything.
Yeah, me turning Adam Cage into his wife, and quitting IW and him having to leave at the same time. That's when Dan Ness stepped in, and that was the change in IW. And then I came back briefly. I needed to take a break because I had to move. And that's when Matt and Tyler took over. Started off as though they were gonna help me, so that like I could still, and then like they ended up taking over, and then they left. So honestly,
they took like half the roster with them.
They did, and there was a lot of stuff that was going on there with everything, more than most people probably got told. One of the early issues that was had was the way Omega was booked and Anton's involvement. That was one of their issues. Another issue was David himself. Not wanting them to do what they were doing. From David's perspective, as he gave it, as it felt like they were just they were doing the favoritism thing. I'm not saying that's what they were. I'm saying this is the way David had framed it. Like, you know, they're doing the favoritism thing, and like, okay, yeah, maybe I don't. I'm not saying what you're saying in your buddy here. Like, maybe you don't have to push them for the world championship. But you'll notice during that time frame, that's when Brian Aldridge, who's not that he didn't deserve it, Brian Aldridge got like a big push. Matt Hayden got a big push. Like these big things happening all under them. And that's where David's like, well, you know, this, and they had issues butting heads with him as far as creative went, because he had certain things he wanted done a certain way. They didn't like it, and decided to leave. Now they didn't say anything to me, who was supposed to be like super close with him. You know, here I am still like an intermediary between things. I'm doing stuff in Delta. I'm taking over riots. Out of everyone, you know, I'm the one that fought for Anton. Like, I literally was ready to take riots away from IW to keep Anton as a part of my staff, who ended up on my staff.
Yeah, I remember that, because like the thing where he like got booted from his spot on Omega Creative, and then he ended up going to riots
because Matt was one of the people, I was told anyway, complained about the way he did things, so he wanted him pulled away from
which personally I don't understand. That like what happens on Omega was none of his fucking business.
Matt was competing on Omega.
Oh yeah, he was, wasn't he? I forgot about that.
He was the kin. He was the tag champions, the first ever unified tag champions, which at one point in time was going to be me and Cody Petty. That was an initial thing, at least as far as some people knew going in, and then that changed around with things, and it became James Park and Killian Gavin.
Yeah, which, I mean, that whole like Omega period. It's funny that like they bitch so much about his booking. But I guess I kind of have a biased perspective, because what me and Crimson Wolf and Dylan Mason were doing was the best shit on the show.
It's almost like there was an issue with a certain favoritism from a guy who had developed your characters, pushing your characters. Like that seemed to be a problem. Wait a minute, wasn't that David's problem with Alpha? And them? And like, I like Matt, I like Tyler, and I don't have any issues with either one of them. But like saying that, I saw everything going down as it was going down. Some of the same rallying cries that were used during the Exodus were things that they were in agreement with. The Agon stuff, at least Killian, Matt was very, very opinionated on it. I don't know if you remember that.
I know he was the one. He was the one that came to me with the pitch to jump.
I remember him like coming to me. We like got on the phone for like half an hour and kind of laid it all out to me, told me who all was jumping, and it was like, wow, okay. And I had only ever heard the one side. And then recently, once I started like popping my head back into the IW space and reconnected with Anton, I got his side of things, which I hadn't gotten before.
Yeah, Anton got the other half of the story that he was going through for me.
Mm-hmm.
Like there was this. Like maybe that would be an issue now, but like that's what I was told the issue was. But people get told different things. For instance, it was revealed to me when I got booted off the alpha results was because Nick Harrison complained about my overusage of the Pornhub image busting James Parks' balls because of something that was going on at the time. A guy was fucking with him and then messaged his parents. And
what is Nick Harrison's issue with you?
Maybe because I didn't like his promo against Legion because you couldn't see him. I don't know.
It's like, this is like, how many times have you brought up he's had a direct issue with you that's caused something bad to happen to you? Like, what's the deal here? I'm sensing a pattern.
I mean, if there is one, there is one. If there isn't, there isn't. I don't. This is what I was told. Matt Graves told me this.
Okay.
I was also told Bubba Boudreaux had an issue with the way I was handling things or doing things. Because I would talk shit about him on air. I was playing a smarky wrestling fan who they generally are big supporters of the heels, and they shit talk the baby faces being pushed too hard. So here I am shit talking Bubba Boudreaux, and he's getting all up in his feels. I'm like, I know, I thought maybe a guy who bragged about being trained as a wrestler would have thicker skin than that. I thought he'd be the perfect people to target or mess with. Rocky T didn't have a problem with me shitting on him as the baby face. He knew what I was doing and didn't have a problem with it, as far as I know. Because I talked to him like, hey, look, this is the way the character's playing. Because this, like, here I am as a heel character. It's like Bobby Heenan used to shit all over Hogan, right? Like,
yeah.
And once I put it in that perspective, Rocky's like, no, I get what you're doing. Yeah, no, like, I don't know, if I had a problem, I'd come to you. Like, I just want to make sure you know this too, because other people are having an issue with it. I figured you, being someone that books a wrestling company, has wrestling training, you would understand that, like, this is what I'm doing, and I'm not picking on someone like Billy Gore or Timothy Hill or Karen Duckworth. Like, I'm not picking on them. I'm picking on people who have been trained to wrestle, have been trained to work in front of a crowd and deal with their reaction. People who should be able to handle this. But yeah, no, that ultimately got me booted from there. That was post Exodus. There was also a time where Chad Bartlett got upset about a way I wrote a tag match about him.
It's funny. I've had similar complaints about whenever I would write a Chad Bartlett match. I remember one time I wrote a match that he won and he was mad. And it was a match he won and he got pissed about it.
Yeah, he got upset because I wrote a tag team him and Zach Monstar were taking on to being so much better as tag team competitors than they were. It's like, well, we've had tag matches before. Like, yes, but this is your guys' first time tagging. If you pay attention to what's the results, talks about how there's a little bit of an issue, but it's accomplished tag wrestlers did this, but they did this, and it's like I didn't. David's like I didn't have an issue. Chad had an issue with it, and went to Tyler, who was running things at the time, about like, do you think you can get rid of McClain, or at least that's how Tyler presented it. Maybe it's the way David came across. Maybe it's what David actually meant. Maybe it isn't. I don't know. David would tell me later that no, he was thinking about moving me to Omega because Keith needed help with Anton being like booted off and away. So see about having me go there to work and help. And then I ended up with Alpha anyway, and working with Alpha and working with Omega and working with Riots.
How long did Omega last after the Exodus?
A while.
Because like I remember hearing there was one point that it like was just not active anymore at one point. Because I remember when it happened, when the Exodus happened, literally every champion on Omega left. Pretty much. Sean Jackson was the Omega champion. He left. I was US champion. Mason was Extreme champion. Wolf was Primetime champion. We all left. I don't remember who the tag champions were at the time. Would it have been? Wait, didn't you say it was? Was it Kin?
Yeah.
So yeah, well then.
And that was the IW tag champions because they unified them.
Oh yeah, they unified them, and then, Killian left.
Oh, Omega,
so like literally every champion represented on Omega all left at the same fucking time. Joey Taylor was Alpha champion and he left. I don't remember the champions roster on Alpha because I wasn't even in Alpha at the time. Because when I went to Omega, it was because I was just sick to death of Alpha and I needed to get the fuck out of there. So I went there, and then I think I did one. The only other times I went back to Alpha was we did an Alpha versus Omega show, and then I went and did the Rumble and WrestleCade. And every other time I said, whenever you absolutely need me for something that involves me being on Alpha, just add me back to the page. Otherwise, I'm off of it.
Omega continued for a little while. That's when DJB ended up becoming the US champion.
Oh, okay.
We shut down Riots for a while and moved the Riots roster to Omega. Made Omega more like a Riots, but not quite. Still with some other people. And we had a few people there. We did that for a little bit. And then I got removed from result shows, and everything got moved to Alpha with Matt Graves running it.
Yeah, I've heard him talk about that. So was it you getting kicked off the results shows that ended up with you like kind of stopping with IW?
Yes, that was the only thing I was really doing at the time. And then I did a little bit of stuff with Gary. It was supposed to be Gary T-Bone, Zelzabar, and I. And then Gary went off to Deep Rails. And so
I remember. Yeah, because I remember I was talking to Gary a lot at the time, right when he was like right in the midst of that final fucking meltdown.
And Invictus.
Oh yeah. I think I remember him talking about Invictus. Yeah.
And we killed Invictus after he left, but we were gonna reform it with T-Bone, myself, and we were gonna go with Zelzabar and maybe one other person. Dave and I talked a little bit, and I pitched the idea of being kind of like a psycho version of like the Oddities, kind of like oddball, and like we were basing it the Strangers. We were basing it off a series of movies. I think they're just called The Strangers, if I remember correctly. Hold on. Hey, babe. The movies, were they The Strangers? The one with the song and the pool and the second part. Okay, that was the Strangers. That's what they were called. That was called. Yeah. Okay, yeah, The Strangers. The movies, The Strangers, and we were basing this on that, and that's where I came up with the Twisted theme. From the Doors song, People Are Strange. I think I sent you one of those at least.
Yeah.
And then that was the one building around T-Bone and I were going to do the whole thing to continue on. And then I took a break. I also stopped doing the Shooting the Shite season 1 then. and kind of felt bummed on things. I was sitting at work, away from doing this, and I had this feeling. And I started thinking about Jackson Rourke. And I went on Facebook because I was filling milk and I was bored at work. Filling milk's one of those things that I had to have something to distract me. And I opened up Facebook and there's David posting that Jackson had passed. And I'm like, that hit hard as a parent. I've talked to him a lot about it since then. I felt bad that it wasn't my child. Like I felt like I didn't have the right to be as upset as I was about it. And like he's like, no, it's perfectly fine. You're as a parent, you understand. I appreciate this. And that like was one of those things that like it took some love out for me. And then not long afterwards, T-Bone.
Yeah, that wasn't that much
And
longer.
that was the other part. That was something I was working on. And I'm between the losing the result show, which is what I like doing the most, and then stuff happening that just wasn't in a great mental state at that point in time either. Anyway, those things just kind of depressed me more. Like T-Bone and I had actually been talking not long before that about like the mental health thing and where I was at. No, I totally get that. I get like that sometimes too. And then talking to Bubba after all of it and him talking about like, the way things had gone down, the way things had been. Maybe you should have noticed this. I'm like, yeah, thinking about it now. It could have been an intentional thing. Maybe it was an accidental thing. Like, that rises up when we lose people sometimes in the hobby. To this day, and my wife's not far from me right now, and it's also a sore subject for her. But I'm of the mind that she might have a similar thought process as when it came to, for instance, Howie. None of us are 100% sure if like what happened was completely accidental or if there was some purpose behind it. Like, and then that's the thing in this with it is the way the mental health plays into it. That's one of those reasons why not to get too personal here, but you may notice anytime you make any indication whatsoever that maybe you're heading towards a bad time or your head's not necessarily the best place, I will randomly message you about something either EFED related or wrestling related or even 2K related, so that I'm engaging you in conversation to see how you're doing. That's one of the reasons I've legitimately been concerned about Gary now for a while. The same time frame all this is happening, like I am thinking about Jackson passes. I'm thinking about T-Bone, like they're talking about like the mental health thing, and then T-Bone.
Yeah, because I remember one time you had messaged me asking if I had heard from Gary because you hadn't heard from him in a while.
And I read
and I hadn't either.
In the milk cooler. Same thing with Jackson. Same thing with T-Bone. Like he's coming to mind, and like I can't not think about him. Like he's just in the back of my head, and I haven't heard anything since then to know. And there's been some concern there.
Sort of as far as I know, as of now, when it comes to Gary, we're pretty sure he's still out there somewhere.
We'll know for sure after this WWE stuff. If he doesn't come out of the woodworks, then either he no longer has access to internet.
By now the episode with Lauren will have been out, and she got pretty candid about him. So that might dig something up. But I was talking in a.
Did she talk about Steinberg at all?
I don't remember if that came up.
The reason I ask is her and Jeff Teeters were kind of going to be a thing, right? And Steinberg, we were talking. Steinberg, myself, and Mike Currents were at my house having a table for three in PWA back then. And we're finishing up with that, and we're just talking, like, shooting the shit, and put us over. And Ryan here, he's talking about him and Lauren have been talking, but she's involved with Teeters, and Teeters was going on about how, like, it's been it very often on his public page with people in EFED, he would talk about how how horrible his marriage was. Him and his wife, haven't had sex in like forever. He hasn't had sex in forever, but like in our brotherhood chat, he's sending pictures of chicks that he was banging at work. So like he's putting
okay
out there, and then there's this other thing going on, and I'm like, so I don't know, like I'm not saying this is, but like either he's making this up here because it's the boys and he wants to seem whatever. Is fuck, you can hop on the internet and type a general consensus, and you can find some sort of amateur picture of somebody somewhere, whether it be an old Tumblr thing, an old Reddit thing, fucking Pornhub itself, where with their stuff. Like, yeah, you can find these shit. And you could easily be like, oh yeah, there's this chick, like make the whole thing up. Totally possible. Or he wasn't telling the truth before and like was going for sympathy. And like we were just talking about this in general because we were talking about Jeff. And like it wasn't meant to like shit talk him. It wasn't meant to fuck with anything. Ryan goes and he tells Lauren about the line. And so then Jeff and her break up, and Jeff starts this whole thing against us all about this. I'm like, Jeff, I don't know what you're thinking. He's like, well, I was told this. Well, first off, this is what happened. And Mike Kearns was like, yeah, I mean, there's just a couple guys talking about random shit. Like, it wasn't intended to, like, fuck anybody over. We didn't think Ryan was going to go take this conversation and, like, gossip it out the first chance he got to do this. Like, it wasn't intended this way. It was, honest things that had honestly happened, and like looking at him from this perspective, like questioning things. Like he understood what we were getting at then, and but like that was the end of him and Lauren, and then Lauren ended up with Gary. This immediately went from Jeff to Gary, and they had this whole thing, and then they even did a whole match with it at in IW. Jeff Rowe versus Jack Garson because of the goddess.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. You know how that goes.
Fascinating.
That's curious she mentioned Ryan at all, because Ryan was so influential.
I don't remember. I wouldn't have even thought to bring him up because I wasn't really.
You didn't know.
Like he was literally on his last leg when I first started popping up. Like he was at the point where like if he would be booked 3 weeks in a row, he would maybe show up one of those weeks at the very end of and at like the very end of it. So I never really thought to have a reason to bring him up. So if it did come up, and I don't remember right off, if it did come up, she would have had to bring it up. Gary definitely came up a lot, obviously, because there's that shared history, and I often heard a lot about her from his perspective.
Mm-hmm.
So then kind of getting that other side, the other perspective is, and it's something, it's something I never, ever thought I would get. Like how bizarre is that? How I was so like how I was so connected with Gary in the early days, and now me and Lauren are actually pretty good friends now.
I ever tell you about the time Gary called me up one morning, because he was trying to sort of copyright his stuff. And he had talked to someone about it, how he could set up an LLC and like it could be like this and this, and wanted to know if I wanted a seat on the board for this LLC. Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah. He was a wild one.
Yeah. Gary's biggest problem besides himself, and himself, was
Himself.
a constant need to be in the center of everything.
Yeah.
He needed that attention.
Yeah.
And even when he was trying to help,
go. Yeah.
even if he was trying to help somebody else, like when I think Beth was her name, what was the character, something Spartan? What was his
Oh,
girlfriend
that
at
was
the time?
his girlfriend at the time.
Yeah.
Fuck, I don't
Everything he
remember
did
her
to
name.
help her do or to do, he had
Was
to
to
be involved
elevate
in.
himself.
He
Yeah,
had to
that
be
was the
involved
same
in.
thing. That was the same thing whenever he kind of attached himself to me. Is like anything I would do that was big, he somehow had to find a way to be a part of it. When I won my first championship, which was the Alpha Tag Champions with Ethan Carnage, he had to be a part of that somehow, even though he had nothing to do with the storyline. He was like, I want to come in and I think we beat Rocky and Chad for the titles. And he was like, let me come in and, I don't know, hit one of them with the Bayou boot. And so then he could say he helped me win my first championship. And then he tried to, insert himself into New Divine. He tried to join New Divine.
I heard you talk about that with Anton.
Yeah, yeah. Because I remember he had come to me and said he would love to be a part of it. And he tried to pitch it like in a way where he would almost become like the almost like a de facto leader, because he thought he had that like big veteran status that people would just immediately look at him as the star. And then I had went to Mason and Wolf, who weren't super familiar with him, so they're like, whatever. I took it to, then it went to Keith and Anton, and they're like, no. Because they knew what was gonna happen.
Yeah.
He would likely cause the whole thing to fucking implode. Which, I mean, he got his program with New Divine anyway, just as an opposition to us rather than a member of us. It was weird because it was during the Anton episode. I feel like he was misremembering a certain detail that would have seen me and him facing off, and if he won, he got to no, it was if I beat him in his, what do you call it, fifth ring of hell?
Yeah, the compound thing.
Yeah, his Jack Arson compound. We had a match in that, and Anton, for some reason, he said the stipulation of it was if I beat him, he was gonna become the New Divine bitch. Yeah, and I'm like, no, I wrote that match. I remember how it went down, and I remember Gary fought like hell to make sure he didn't lose that match because he never loses in the compound. And I was just like, whatever. I don't care. Like, I was trying to go somewhere with my character at the time that involved me needing to take a life-changing beating. So I like had myself get like burned and electrocuted and stabbed and impaled and shit.
It almost sounds like another story I know of potentially coming up.
But I don't know what story you're talking about.
Well, it's somebody else taking this beating that's still life changing for you.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, like the stuff in XWE right now. The talking about the stuff I'm doing currently, the stuff that happened with Joey Taylor and the X, the carve the X into the head spot is like, again, yeah, it's kind of the start of this like big character shift. Only this time it's actually going to have a conclusion. The first time I tried this, it didn't get a conclusion because the whole New Divine thing got completely uprooted.
And it bothers me that the new Divine story never really got a conclusion. Because, I mean, we ran 12 months straight. And it just flatlined.
You know what's funny to think about? I have just missed having the opportunity to book you on more than one occasion. Your alpha time came in just as I was stepping down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember you were the GM in my first alpha season, and then you left at the end of it.
Yeah. The Omega, just after you guys left, is when I got transferred over to help run it with Keith. Imagine what I could have done with the new Divine.
It would have been interesting because
you've gotten a sample of my booking styles doing these podcasts with me now and listening to the way I
kind of thinking about for the most part how the Rapture story went, despite the fact that there were not. I mean, fuck. I might as well just go ahead and break into that because me and Nick already talked about it. Daniel and Sebastian were not with it in that. It was basically just me and Jason carrying that thing.
And like I had such high hopes for Daniel because Daniel is fantastic. He really is.
He's when he's on, he's a fucking next level. I love watching him.
I was very disappointed he wasn't able to in the abusement park. It came down to Saint, Bison, and there was one other person.
Oh, me and Lee just talked about this.
I think it was Monstar.
Yes. Me and Lee just talked about this recently. It was Bison, Saint, and Monstar, and he was freaking out because he's like, "Oh, you got these two guys that when they're on point," and they weren't. And he
Unpopular opinion. I have never seen a good promo from Zach Monstar.
Do you remember the stuff me and him did in Alpha?
I remember it being just typical Zach Monstar.
Well, I mean, that was like my first experience with him, so I don't know. But I look at that as one of my benchmark matches, honestly. Because I remember me and him, I'd never really spoken to him. For the most I had interacted with him before was through Gary adding me to a million fucking group chats, and Zach would be in them just randomly chatting. And then I'd just be a fly on the wall because I didn't really talk to people.
I one of those chats too.
But whenever you booked that match, it was the Friendship Stinks card. And we were just kind of, and that one, it was one of the, it was kind of a random match. There wasn't really, I think it was one of those, there really wasn't a reason for it. It was just kind of an exhibition. Cause we weren't
pay out.
Really. This is fascinating.
Things had to be altered and changed.
But I remember whenever that got booked, I think he messaged me straight up and was just like, all right, we cooperated the whole thing. And every time one of us posted, we were just, fucking hyping each other up, letting each other in on specific details of shit. Like, okay, let's do this, maybe try this, and blah, blah, blah. It's like, it was one of those that, he really pushed the fuck out of me and pushed something out of me that I had not really achieved at that point. So now, of course, I still like that. I haven't talked to him in years at this point. But from that point onward, I faced him 2 more times after that. I never got that level ever again. And the last time was Abusement Park. My one trip to the Abusement Park. I had kind of dabbled with the idea of doing IW and then branching out and doing other stuff on the side. I had done like, a few months period. It might have been around an off-season time. I just like started breaking out and doing stuff. And I was only initially planning to observe Abusement Park's first show. Just go in and just watch the madness.
Yeah.
And then as I started watching and really kind of getting a vibe for what Tony was going for, I'm like, oh man, I really kind of want to do something. So I just started like posting shit, just sort of like talking about, I really didn't know who it was I was talking about. I just kept referencing a certain person that was in the Abusement Park, and I'm outside the gates and I want in because I want at him. I didn't even know who he was yet.
I remember this.
And then Tony messages me one day and he's like, I don't know what you're doing, but I know I like it. And let's do something. And I'm like, all right. And then he goes, who are you calling out? And I go, I actually didn't even have a plan. I was just doing shit. And then we kind of went through a couple names. Zach's name came up. I'm like, you know what? That's one. There's a history there. In that big alpha match, he won. And then I disregard the second time we faced off because he practically kind of no-showed it. So I don't really count that one as a win. And I'm like, okay, so there's something there. Let's do something with me and Zach. So we had a whole thing booked around us in that first Abusement Park show. And at first it felt like it was going to be another one of those because we got to talking and we got to like, planning shit out. Like, okay, what if we try this? Let's do this. Let's go here. Let's go there. And then the card happened. And shit went quiet. And it underwhelmed. And I never really heard from him again after that. I'm like, damn, that sucks. Zach was a 1 in a million for me.
Zach relies a lot on his more shoot style.
Mm-hmm. I think what works a lot in Zach's favor is that he's kind of got that, you see, especially I guess back around that time, and I'd say even a little bit even now to a extent, you see this big like 6'6" motherfucker with black and red dreadlocks, tattoos all over him walking around. You're gonna turn around and look at him. You're gonna notice him. He's just got that very like he's got that appearance that just kind of makes you look. And he kind of had like the playing around with lighting shit and all that. And at the time, I can say from my perspective, I didn't really see many people doing that kind of stuff. For all I know, you probably did it first because you do everything first. That's right. I know by now.
The issue more was he was a lot of sizzle and not a lot of steak.
That's kind of the vibe.
Fantastic.
Like whenever
showman.
It came down to he had a great
meat and potatoes of what he was saying. It was garbage. If you actually paid attention, took away all the smoke and mirrors. Like I did this for somebody once. Had them just listen to the audio. Don't look, don't watch, just listen to the audio. And this is the same promo they had watched and loved. Like listening to just the audio. This is garbage. Yeah. That's what I'm telling you. I'm fine with the production value. Production value is fantastic. But like, especially in a competition environment, that can't be the reason they're winning. Like, they can't just be going in and winning because you think they look cool. Like,
Right.
A guy that was horrible about that thought that was the secret to winning was looking cool was a guy by the name of Tony Hayes. I can't remember what his character name was.
But I vaguely remember him. Wasn't he the fucking Megatron guy?
Yes.
I vaguely remember him.
He used to have all these just like random effects going through his promos. They didn't have a reason to them. It's not like they tied into. They're just like random fire bursts going off, and oh, this looks cool. Let me throw it. It looked like a 5-year-old got a camera and like picked a bunch of random effects. It looked like he was trying to play fucking Facebook Messenger tag before Facebook Messenger tag had all the funny filters. He was Snapchat wrestling before Snapchat was even a big thing. Like, this is what he's doing. And it's like, oh, this is trash.
Yeah.
Which made me just completely like lower the whole production thing because I didn't want to be lumped in with these people.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know,
it's actually funny because me and Nick were talking about this on our show. We were kind of talking about how like there are so many people now who do the crazy production. I'll throw myself in there. I rely on a lot of like meticulous production. It's something that I've done for, a good while now. But like even I'm starting to get to a point where I'm running out of ideas when it comes to high production, so I'm ready to start like toning it back down again, like getting more simplest. This little corner I'm sitting in right now is going to be the spot. Nick talked about the towel rack. He's known for the fucking towel rack. I'm gonna make it a thing. I'm gonna become known as the guy with the pictures of the people that he's fucking gone after on his wall. I'm never gonna take those pictures down. When they go on this wall, they're gonna stay on this wall forever.
You'll have to start showing them off on on both podcasts.
Yeah. I'll have to do it whenever I'm like on my phone because it's off to the side here. If it was like here, then that'd be one thing. But I've got too much shit going on right here. I have to kind of like have my like tripod and shit set off to the side so I can actually have room to do shit. I don't have a lot of room in this corner.
I mean, it is a corner. You're on the corner,
but it's like. Yeah, but yeah, the production thing has gotten like really crazy.
Yeah, it's always been crazy to an extent, which is what killed me when Anton's like, "Oh, no one was really everyone was doing it. It was getting into it. Like they saw someone start doing it, so everyone started getting into it."
Yeah,
but then the
that's
problem
how it went.
You have these guys who, like, oh, you should see an early, like, heavily produced FPW. PPF time frame Bubba Boudreaux promo.
I see some of his now, and like I'll just say this: there was one promo I remember seeing recently, and Bubba, if you happen to hear this, I know we're fucking working together, but it's a fucking gripe. I gotta say it. I could see your fucking back through your shirt, bro. It was like, why are you matching with your fucking screen in this pro? He's like got like, I don't know, he's like wearing this like Hawaiian themed tank top and got like a beach background, but like the keying isn't done right, so you can just see through his gut. You see through the fucking midsection of his shirt. And it's like,
it's funny. I one of those Dusty Love style promos that I don't know if I sent you one of those ones, where I had it keyed and you could see through the shirt. It was like an intentional thing because the idea was it was supposed to be like, trying to produce it big for like a podunk little thing. And he's like, "Oh, you need better lighting for this, and that's how you fix it." See, I know what like he's sitting there trying to like, I know, thanks.
It's like here's you're doing it. Yeah, you were just fucking taking the piss out of it.
Yeah.
Then there's the ones who actually You know what? I'm gonna get myself in trouble if I keep going there.
Go. It's okay. I'm out here. No one's gonna watch this far.
You know what? You're not wrong. This is basically shooting the shite 2.0.
It is. Like we're hitting shooting the shite territory here. Nobody's gonna watch this video this long.
No one is gonna watch this.
See, that's the whole point of pushing this long before we get to the real controversial stuff. Nobody's going to catch this, so we can't catch flack for it.
You're right. You know what? Okay, fuck it. Let's go. One of the people I've got a fucking gripe with right now, for some reason, I don't know, I don't know why, but I feel like Worthington Marshall III has always had a problem with me. Like, I don't know why, because here's the thing. I was talking to Anton about this once privately, and he didn't get it at first because I guess they get along. And I'm like, dude, you don't get it. He has been hostile with me in character and out of character. He is only ever hostile with me. There was one time, like, this is the stupidest fucking thing, okay? I think it was in one of Beezy's Hustle brand group pages, right? Someone posted this picture of like a Twitter screenshot, and it had a quote. It had one of these like quote dream match scenarios with people who obviously don't really know how dream matches work, of Jeff Hardy and Eddie Guerrero. Obviously, they've wrestled a few times before, at least I think. At least one or two matches they had together at some point in like
I've never seen
early 2000s. I know they had at least one because I'll get there. But the caption on the screenshot was, it's a shame that this match can't happen because Jeff Hardy's not in WWE anymore. And I'm like, the point of the screenshot was to be like, yeah, that's totally the only reason, isn't it? It's totally not because one's not in WWE and the other one's been dead since 2005. I left a comment on it saying, well, you know, Jeff also wasn't in WWE around the time Eddie died. So it wouldn't have happened anyway. Because Jeff was in TNA. And then this guy argued this point with me. WM3 I'm talking about argued with me about they've wrestled before. Jeff Hardy and Eddie were in WWE at the same time. Were they in there at the same time in 2005? Oh, well, now you're just moving the goalpost. No, this was my original fucking point. It's a joke. Why are you getting so ass mad over a joke?
I've pulled a moment like this on somebody that's been on this podcast.
On this show?
Yes. Anton, I've done it to him a lot.
Oh.
I like Anton. I really do like Anton, and I want to stress that. I really do like Anton. But there's times where he just pisses me off for existing. And it's like, this is like the way he says, or like, for the longest time, I used to like hate on him. Not hate him, but hate on him for like, he couldn't make a decision on a movie without a critic's review. Like, oh, the critics said this movie was trash. It's trash. Watch it and decide for yourself. Well, I don't have time, so I need the expert's opinion. I'm like, these aren't experts. These are people being paid to like either trash on a movie or love a movie because of who's paying them more money. Like, this is no way it works. Like, you're oh well, dude, it's all subjective. Okay, you're taking somebody else's opinion. Like, yeah, that's not how. This, well, yeah, whenever I want to make a decision on something, I check to the experts on this. Entertainment's different, Anton. And the way he fanboys for AEW, like, I just hate it with my soul. Like I have no problem with someone being a fan of something.
I keep telling him, because I know one time he came to me and was like
talking about he's just not going to engage anymore. And I'm like, dude, like, it's just all subjective. I don't fucking like AEW. I'm not going to sit here and go to war with someone over why I don't like AEW. I don't like it. Here's why. If you've got a problem with it, cool. But I notice often that he kind of gets into these comment section wars over AEW versus WWE, and it's like, why? Leave it alone, brother.
And like
I've blocked people over their fucking like zealotry for AEW because it's just beyond annoying.
That's why I find myself often, and I feel bad because I look back and I'm like, it feels like I'm attacking him personally, going after him like all the time on these things, but it's not my fault that he has such asinine opinions. I'm like, look, you've talked to me enough to like, and like I've talked to Anton enough, like I've worked with Anton directly, like you spend enough time with me or talk to me enough, you get a feel for my personality. And I know sometimes I come across douchey, but for the most part, I like to think people realize that, like, you know, this is how I make my points on things. And sometimes I'm very matter of fact. Sometimes I'm very like, well, motherfucker, like, come on, like,
yeah.
And you know, I do feel bad though. Like I don't remember the specifics of some of them, but like like that usually boils down to think for yourself, Anton. Just because this guy said it doesn't mean it's fucking true. Like
yeah.
One of the biggest arguments we had was over The Last Jedi, right?
A lot of people had thoughts about that.
I'm like, that movie was fucking trash. He's like, it was a perfect movie, a perfect example of cinema. I'm like, it was not. It was trash. And then years later, he makes a post. Now this really wasn't that great. I'm like, I know, I told you this. Glad you're finally thinking for yourself, Anton. Like, in retrospect, a comment like that, glad you're finally thinking for yourself, instead of really, like, it's very douchey. But like, it's because of the arguments we'd had in the past. Like, I hated Wakanda, the Wakanda movie. Not Wakanda Forever. Black Panther. I hated Black Panther, and I had legitimate reasons for it. Not just the racial undertones of, hey, the guy that wants to help out the black people, like, rise up and take back their thing, he's the bad guy. The good guy is the black guy that wants to, like, basically be a white person. He's the good guy. Let's cheer for him. By the way, didn't they talk about how the vibranium, like, holds and, like, transfers, like, kinetic energy, and how they had to be careful because it's but then they're firing blasts at the mountain that should have went up, and that didn't happen. How about the random, I think it might have been Beijing even, maybe not.
The Rising Sun?
Yeah. The random the action scene of him jumping between cars because they had to have some cool action scene. It wasn't necessary other than for that purpose. Like, this didn't serve anything to the film. And like, I loved the Black Panther comic book character. I loved the story to him. I loved him in the animated series, in the movies, and like, so I was very disappointed by this movie because it was very clearly just a cash grab designed to get black people to come to a theater, give them lots of money. Like, they're touting the whole thing. Oh, it's a black cast, it's black director, it's a black, everyone, it's all black people. And like, that's great. But even Anthony Mackie talked about how that felt more racist than anything else. Because again, the very thing they've been fighting against, give the job to the person best suited, not just because they're white or black. Like, they deliberately cast people just because they were black, or put people in these positions just because they were black, not necessarily because they were the best person for the job, but because they were the black person for the job. And like, again, a black man, Anthony Mackie's talking about this, and it's one of the things that got him briefly in trouble with Marvel. But like, if you look at the movie, just sitting and looking at the movie, there's so much racial undertone to it that's exactly the opposite of like black power. It's like, hey, white power pretending to be black.
I remember watching a friendship crumble over Black Panther. There was a friend group I used to be a part of. Well, it was a bigger friend group. Now it's like kind of just disintegrated because of this specific thing. Had one friend who was black and another who was not. If they're listening to this, they probably know exactly what I'm about to bring up. Maybe.
I'm totally going to tie into this with your next XWE opponent afterwards, too.
So what happened was the black friend was really excited about the movie because, like I said, this is our movie sort of thing. And I don't remember the specific thing. I don't remember if it was I don't remember if it was a case of the other friend was like, if he just legitimately didn't care for the movie or if he was just trying to start a racket. But nonetheless, they had a really heated argument over the movie, and it just kind of blew up. Everyone kind of went their separate ways for a while. I mean, we all eventually reconnected again, and we even have group chat together again, but none of us ever use it. We just kind of, at that point, we reconnected and then just casually drifted apart again for the most part.
You're like, hey, what's up? Peace.
Yeah, like, hey, long time no see, guys. Would love to kind of talk again. Miss y'all. And then a year goes by. And look back at that chat, and no one saw that message.
Here's some fun to take you some back in time. Do you remember when Obama left the president's office?
Vaguely, yes.
John Wise posted on a news article and didn't realize because it was a public page, everyone on his friends list could see it. Calling Obama the N-word and exclaiming in joy that he was finally out of office.
Okay.
That was a pretty big controversy for a while.
I was not in tune at all with Actually, let's see. That was in 2016, right?
I think so, yeah.
Oh shit, I wasn't even in Facebook Feds yet. This was like 2 years before I even got into Facebook Feds. I was still like neck deep in 2K at that stage. So yeah, I wasn't even familiar with any of you. Didn't know any of you even existed.
So how's that for a fun piece of trivia for you?
It might give me some material.
His excuse on it was that he didn't know it was public, and that it was like a whole thing. There was a whole thing on it. The person leading the charge on it on the other end was Chelsea Minnick, who found it, saw it, screenshotted it, and shared it with the entire community.
Damn.
Yeah, it was an interesting time for things.
Damn.
Yeah. So you've talked about different EFED stuff. Going a little back in time, are you familiar with Black Sunday?
Black Sunday. You talking about Black Easter?
Black Easter, yep.
That's it? That's the one you're talking about right now?
Yeah.
It's funny you mentioned that, and I got a feeling you want to tell me about it, don't you? It's yes or no question. Don't go into it yet.
I mean, yeah, I can. Because I was on a very interesting side of it. I was one of the people helping run the company this happened in.
Here's the funny thing. This came up with Nick.
I figured it would have.
And he didn't want to talk about it.
They want to talk about Black Easter, huh?
No. I asked because he mentioned something about it, and I'm like, I verbally stated I have been waiting for someone to bring this up that knows what went
Zach
down.
Monstar
I never knew exactly what went down. Like I got like vague descriptions of shit, but no one would really be direct. So I asked, and he's like, "Yeah, I don't want to talk about it."
Zach Monstar comes into PWA,
and then he then eventually kind of gave again another like general thing.
I'll give you the whole thing.
Okay,
I'll give you the whole thing.
Let's go then.
So, anti-storyline fed is very prominent. Anton talked a bit about this and about how great Zach Monstar was at this time frame and how he's adding this so legitimacy. With now, there's different stories that have come out, but it is under a direction of sorts from David Jones to come drop into PWA and essentially declare war on this Fed that's so anti-IW. And he goes after Thomas Austin.
I'm guessing Austin was PWA, right?
Yes. Thomas Austin would often cut promos with his granddaughter. She was like 2-3 years old.
Uh-huh.
And Zach Monstar comes on screen and talks about how he's going to make his granddaughter a cum stain on his mattress. And that she's going to look to him. And like he's taking real personal stuff from Austin's life, like traumatic stuff that's happened. And turning around in this shoot promo on him by trying to push every potential button that's going to hurt this man.
See, Nick brought up the
and he does. He talks about issues with that people knew. Some people knew about Thomas with his parents, with his own children, and issues with his children. Sort of wayward child of his, if you will, that made some bad choices in life. And Zach went right for that. Went right for the granddaughter. Which meant the world. She did. Pretty sure still does mean the world to Thomas. Like that was his everything. We have actual clips of Thomas talking to us, and in the Brotherhood chat, the PWA chat, sobbing because of some of the stuff that he just went after for no reason, than because he wanted to hurt him. Stuff that has no business being brought up in EFED.
That's probably why he didn't want to talk about it.
Yeah, that was Black Easter.
Fuck. That's way darker than I thought it was going to be. Holy shit. I see why this is such a taboo subject.
I think Devil's Advocate did discuss, well, to be fair, Austin is the same one that has no problem pulling out anything else. Against somebody, like being very rude, very profane in his. This is before he's getting. He had to come up with agate to make up for what he was calling everybody else all the time. Anyway, making very, rude, suggestive things. That was his character, playing his character, but like this was more. And the only thing I'm like, to be fair, he has done a lot of these things that people would classify as wrong and offensive. I'm not saying it's justified what happened to him. But there is this, like you do have to look at it from both perspectives. Obviously, we remove the promo, get rid of it. We did, but that was Black Easter. that specifically was picked for a holiday when there'd be less people to act on or take away.
Shit.
That was Black Easter. I know the sides of all the stories. I know what David has said about it. I've heard firsthand Thomas's reaction to it. I was in the admin chat for PWA deciding how to handle what was happening here. Like what to do, because it's already out there. Like this is already happening. Like this stuff's already there. Trying to make a sense of peace. Zach was supposed to be doing stuff in PWA around this time frame too, and then the Wolves, everyone were doing that. Zach, yeah.
Holy shit. Well. Okay. Wow.
The shit that went down, and this is the type of stuff Anton was proud of from IW. You'd point this out to Anton. Well, but still, and he knew Thomas before this too, because Thomas was a central part of making CPW anything more than just, and it still was a mud show, like.
Wow. I'm just still kind of in shock. I did not. Wow. That's mental. Like, all I had ever heard was that Zach said some really fucked up shit and nearly got blackballed because of it.
The goal was to try and make Thomas commit suicide.
Oh. Fuck. I feel like we need a topic change. That went way darker than I expected it to go.
That's only just a fraction of the dark shit that I have seen unfold from people in this game.
Could you imagine if something like After Dark was around at that time?
I don't think they would have even touched it.
You think so? Man, I wish I wish Daniel was still here.
I think this might be something that might be even too much for Fuckman.
I could, because, I do agree. I feel like this is something that would, like, I feel like it's now, okay, let me rephrase. I don't think it's something they would brush on the show. I feel like they would leave that off the show.
Yeah.
But the group is another story.
If the group existed back then, Zachy would have been he would have been Belcher.
Probably, yeah. He would have been like what's going on right now. Hopefully by the time this airs, that whole situation is dead.
It won't be.
Unfortunately, I don't think it will, because
Belcher is a cockroach.
over a week. It's been over a week, and it's still going strong. So at this point, I feel like that's what I've heard. And
even cancer didn't kill him, even though he's had it for probably 20 years now.
Yeah, I remember I remember one time, I don't remember where I was, what it might have been in an HSW chat. When HSW was still around. And this is that Tombstone guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just so we're clear. Okay. Well, I got a friend request under that name. And I'm like, the name sounds vaguely familiar. Maybe Gary brought him up once upon a time. I don't know. So I go in the chat and I say, hey, can someone tell me who this is? And it was Nick that stepped up and said, turn the fuck around. Walk away from that motherfucker right now. And I'm like, okay then. And then they got into why, and it's like, oh, fuck. And that was just the cancer thing.
What's funny is we discovered him in UPW.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know Brooke talks about how he was the one that brought her up.
Yeah. Well, like we discovered him in UPW. We tried to get him off like the sensationalist, like to stop being basically an ass and just, you know, do something. Matt Minnick made him his personal project to try and work around. But like, you know, we saw this kid who was kind of stupid, but like, you know, maybe, you know, he succeeded in what he went after. It was a really bad way to do it, but like, you know, maybe we can mold this into something that's not. And unfortunately, that is probably my greatest failure in life, is being a part of that. And so that's a thing. I am. Wow. When does Casey's episode air?
Casey Moran?
Yep.
About let's see. It's almost 2:00 now, so about 3 hours ago.
Oh, his went up? I thought Lauren's went up.
No, hers is Wednesday.
Okay. Oh.
And then Nick's is Friday.
So Wednesday, the same day as shooting the shite, Kiwi will be brought up, and they How long is that episode?
It's about 2 hours.
Should we play it on shooting the shite?
I don't know. Should we? Should we just clip the part where he came up?
I mean, we could use that as an advertisement. Ooh, we'll put them together. You can do like a couple small clips of like, you know, the important ones that happen before, like DJB, right? And then like a little clip from like Casey, a little clip from the ones that aired that week, and then like the ones coming out later, a little clip from Nick, and then a slightly longer clip from me than from Nick's, because I have to have more. And then we'll air that as a little advertisement.
You've already got like 2 hours on him, bro.
Told you, man. Told you. We still haven't gotten to everything yet.
I mean, this has been the epitome of an off the fucking rails show. Like, we weren't even on the rails.
We've jumped all over the place, which is quite fitting, but also covered a lot of big topics.
A lot of things have been covered, yes, but like not in the typical way we normally cover things.
You know, like and like
this is gonna take like a day and I'm gonna have to like start this upload like 2 days early. It's gonna be so long. It's going to take about a day and a half to upload.
I mean, you know.
So
no one wants a one pump.
I do really need to end it here, though. We're getting to a point where it's like I'm starting to crash here.
I noticed about an hour ago.
Yeah, and
but I'm not as considered as Nick White, as he pointed out.
Yeah. So what we'll do here is we'll go back to something that was asked upon earlier by
top 5.
Let's go back to the top 5. I still can't believe I forgot to ask Nick his top 5.
And I didn't get any rapid fire questions. I'm a little upset.
I'm not good at rapid fire. That's Daniel's thing. That's Daniel's thing.
You rapid fired Casey. You rapid fired Anton without DJB around. Then you rapid fired DJB.
Well, here's the thing. Well, not really, because I've got a written formula out for like how I would take it if we went in a specific order.
but then kind of what happens is we start somewhere and then it just kind of builds on from there. I can't just shoot some shit off the top of my head. We got to be already going somewhere for me to be able to just come up with something that's related to that subject we're on. I can't just concoct some rapid fire question off my head. Like, I'm not nearly that talented.
So you're saying you didn't have rapid fire questions ready for me?
No, I don't have rapid fire questions for anybody.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
I feel hurt. Did Nick get rapid fire questions?
I don't remember. I was going to rapid fire the top 5 with him. I was planning on it. My thing was, and I should have talked about this with Dan before. Because he debuted it on Moran's episode and he saved it for the very end. I kind of wanted to make that a thing. And I did it at the end of I didn't rapid fire it to Lauren. No, I didn't rapid fire it to her because we kind of have a similar mindset where it feels like going into shit unprepared is a clusterfuck. So I'm like, I'm not going to rapid fire this to you. Here you go. But I saved that for the end. There was stuff I didn't even get to Nick about because by the time we got there, like I said, I was like mega fucked. And it was almost 3:00.
As mega fucked as your floor was in your old apartment?
Yes. Oh, that was a trailer, not an apartment.
Oh, well.
We're in Kentucky. We have trailers.
In your room.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah.
Less invasive. I don't know still.
Still don't know.
Like,
come on, man.
I've seen so many people and I've ignored so many people. It's really hard for me to answer that because I don't even know where I'd begin. Because like if I go old school style, like throw out people like Legion, for instance, I don't think, and this is don't tell Lee I said this.
He might find out anyway. Maybe.
I don't know. Do you think he'll watch 4.5 hours?
Bro, he makes promos that are so long nobody wants to watch them. I bet he would sit down and listen to a show that's so long nobody would want to watch the whole thing. All right, well, I guarantee this might be our least viewed show because it is 4.5 hours long. Nobody's gonna watch this. Nobody's gonna watch this at all.
I'll play it.
I bet you will. You'll play it, and then whoever is on your stream.
There's a bunch of views. And I beat out Nick's.
You'll load it up, and then you'll just keep hitting refresh.
I'll watch the whole thing. I'll program a script for it.
Oh my god!
They'll just refresh every like 5 hours.
Anyway,
but like, say like I were to pick someone like Legion from back in the day, right? He doesn't hold a candle to Iron Bison.
Oh yeah, if he hears that, and I'm sure he's probably. I don't know if he is familiar with Legion, but I'm sure he's probably heard the stories about how like over the top popular Legion was.
And it was because he was basically playing a Bray Wyatt style character.
Mm-hmm. Actually, I will say, quick little divert. I may or may not cut this because it may or may not give personal information. I don't know, so I might cut this part. And then we'll just jump back to the top 5 talk. He lives in Kentucky, right?
I don't know.
I thought I heard he lived. I thought because what happened? What happened was one day I'm scrolling Facebook And you know how like it'll show you like a recommended friends? It recommended me a account. Yeah. And I clicked on it just to make sure, I was seeing what I was seeing. And I think he may live less than 30 minutes from me.
It's very possible. Do you know what got him out of EFED?
What?
The same thing that has happened to Tyler Throne in the last 6 months. He found God.
Really?
Yes.
Interesting. Religion kills EFEDers.
It does. Legion couldn't bring himself to play this dark, demented, like creepy character because it was too hard with his struggle with his salvation. And like Tyler now is a very. I avoid commenting on his stuff now because. I
haven't spoken to him in years.
Well, I have his personal account. I have his real estate account. Like, I show my support here and there, but like I refrain from commenting on all of his stuff now because we've butted heads a couple times over stuff religion related, and I am very opinionated on religion. I'm sure I made that pretty clear earlier when I'm like, it's a book of fiction.
Yeah, I think that might have done something to get that.
And like I'm all for someone finding something that they believe in, and like I don't mean to diminish it, though I know it will come across that way for myself very often. But I mean, religion's designed to control the uneducated. People who don't want to know would rather just believe that it's out of their hands, it's God's doing, God will provide, God will do this. I just have to have the faith. Like there's also a quote from the Bible that God helps those who helps themselves, essentially, which is a cop-out way to say, well, see, I know you did it, but it was God doing it through you. Like, if you pay enough attention to it, there's so many lines in the Bible that are just like explaining why God didn't do what you thought he was going to do at that moment. Because, oh, well, it's this. It's not that he's not real. It's just this. Like, yeah, that's not EFED, but it is. It's there in EFED. And you see it a lot with a lot of the people who have found any sort of addiction issues because, they use that with addiction.
There was a period of time where I had this idea for a character that I feel like if I would have actually done it, I probably could have gotten in a lot of shit if I did it. I wanted to go full-blown fucking atheist. Make that like a full, like go all the way with it. I wanted to burn a Bible on camera.
I did that.
Of course you did. But like I wanted to go like full blown, like specifically, overall anti-religious, but then eventually just center in on targeting Christianity. And just go full blown like atheist extremist. And it never ended up manifesting. I often feel like that's probably for the better. But who knows?
Maybe it's copying me anyway.
I mean, like, I often feel like because I don't know who all is like super religious in EFEDs. Like I don't really keep up with it. I don't talk about the religious stuff a lot. I was brought up with a big role. There are two things
you just do not fucking talk about with people.
Religion
your
and
religion
politics.
and your politics. Yep, that was something that
You know
I
what
had
my
learned.
two favorite things to talk about with people are?
Religion and politics.
Yep. This is my thought process on it, right? Like, because it can cause, if you can have a conversation with someone about religion and politics, whether you guys have the same opinion or not, and you can leave that conversation okay, that's a friend.
Mm-hmm. The thing is like, it's almost impossible to tell whether you're gonna get that out of a first encounter with someone. If it's someone that that you've like built a rapport with, and you know that even if you disagree, you're both mature enough to talk about it, then that's one thing. But like some random first encounter with someone who is like pushing their beliefs onto you, do you engage it? Or do you just walk away? I choose to walk away.
It depends.
Because it's like, I don't like, because like, I always think like,
your audio cut out. There's nothing coming through from you right now, audio. Still nothing. Nope. Well, you figure that out. I guess I'll give some sort of top 5. It's hard because I'm not familiar with a lot of the stuff going on these days, and I haven't paid too close attention in a while. Still nothing. Nope. You do have a Brendan Fraser look at the moment, and I'm not talking the whale one either, so don't worry. It's not a fat joke. I'm fatter than you. But it's hard with the top 5 because like I haven't really paid too close attention to things going on in a while, and again, like comparing the stuff that I was really heavily invested in, the time frame I was really heavily invested in, like that stuff doesn't compare to stuff today. It's just there is no comparison. Not only was the standard different then than now, but like,
how about now?
Yes, we got you now.
Okay. I'm on my headphones microphone now, because I don't know, this mic has for some reason just decided to completely shit itself.
Did you catch the part where I mentioned you have kind of a Brendan Fraser vibe going on right now?
Yeah, I heard the
young Brendan Fraser, not fat Brendan Fraser.
I'll take it.
So, mummy time Brendan Fraser, the one women were drooling over. There might be something to Grant's comment about you getting all the minge.
Maybe there is. Maybe there is.
Maybe there is. Oh no, you just killed it. But on the top, it's really the top 5 is probably the hardest thing. I really like.
Okay, let me make it a little. Let me change it up a little bit then. 5 people that you enjoy watching. Who are 5 people that keep your attention?
Well, if I go from stuff I've seen recently, you, Bison. That's all I've watched recently. Oh, and Grant, but he didn't stick the landing, so.
Yeah, he never does.
And he's a racist. He hates black people.
Yeah. And he made Schindler a bad guy.
Yeah. Oh man, I have so much stuff on that end too. Because I know all that stuff.
Really? Oh God.
Well, like, that's stuff I won't talk about.
Yeah.
Not my business. Like I've had the private conversations with people. I'm not going to be the people that are like, oh well, this, and this, and no. I am very not sensationalist in my old age. Like I don't need to raise the pitchfork unless it's a post Anton made. I do feel horrible, and I don't know why. Maybe it's because I do like Anton, but he is often he's very Gary like. I don't know if he realizes it, but there's a lot in common between him and Gary. They both get this like mentality that 100% for sure this is the way. This is it. This is it. This is it. And like not only will they cheerlead for themselves, but they will cheerlead for what they're specific to, which is fine. It's great. But they both are very, very zealous in the way they tackle these things. And I guess that just rubs me the wrong way, and I could be the bigger person and not comment on it. But I know Anton, and like, I don't know. Maybe I secretly hate him and I don't know it.
You know what? Maybe we need to bring both of you on sometime and debate.
I'm like, Anton, why didn't you talk about me, huh? Are you that butthurt that I don't agree with your thoughts on AEW, huh? God, who gave it to you real, huh? Remember the guy that was just like, fuck you, David. I'll take riots myself if you have an issue with Anton. Anton's part of my staff. You told me I could have who I wanted. I want him. I don't give a shit if he offended you. Like, I had these conversations. People don't have these conversations with David and still have like good terms with him. I still had good terms with him. I'm like, no.
I think the closest I've had was when I was trying to do my PWL Fed. He wanted in, and I told him, no, I'm not letting you in because these people will fucking revolt if you show up. So just outright not like complying.
I could talk
Which
about
is funny. That's kind of what started. That's what kind of initiated me like leaving there for those few months in IW, and it wasn't even because David was mad.
It was because of something with Dan involving with that.
Yeah, Dan was the one who was mad. He was the one that was mad at me for it. David was like, I didn't like it, but I wasn't mad about it.
I am almost willing to bet David took that as a badge of honor.
I don't know.
I find it can't, but because this many people are gonna fuck yeah, like.
But like,
I love that concept.
Dan took a real issue with it, and we talked and argued over it for like 3 hours. 3 hours over me not wanting to let one person onto a Facebook page.
Dan Ness is the reason it has been very difficult for a few years for David and I to 100% trust the other person. Yeah, Dan told me a whole bunch of things, whether they were or weren't true. They felt enough. I talked to David about it. It's like, well, no, this and to this day I can't tell you for sure whether, but like, Dan caused a huge issue between the two of us.
It's like I'll say this: if this does ever get to the point where anyone is watching at this point, I know I'm back there now, but as far as like I'm concerned, I said when me and David talked and ended up with me saying yes, I'd come back to IW. He was like, "Will you reconcile with Dan?" I said, "I will tolerate Dan. He'll tell you the same thing." I said, "I will tolerate him." We got in a group chat. I said, "I'm willing to be civil. I will be around." I have not spoken to him since. I have not one-on-one spoken to him since the day before I left.
I made myself much happier by blocking him and his girlfriend for a while.
Yeah, that's what I ended up doing. The day before, let's see, when all of that, I don't really know how much like about what I did.
The video on Alpha.
Yeah, basically it was like our argument happened. Yeah, our argument happened the week before that, and it was kind of a late bloomer on me by how much it bothered me. In the moment, I was like, just kind of whatever. I think I might have been a little high, so I was like, whatever. I don't give a fuck. Like I'm doing what I'm doing. If it gets me kicked out, it gets me kicked out. Whatever. If it gets my push killed, it gets my push killed. Whatever. Like I don't care. Whatever happens, happens. I'm just here doing what I'm doing. And then as time went on, I start recollecting certain memories and like, yo, wait, that really actually irritates me. So I decided, you know what, I'm gonna fucking leave, but I'm gonna get fucking stupid with it this time. And I planned this whole fucking video. See, it was that first show back after the holiday break was me and Johnny Gage for the hardcore title, based off of what happened at the WrestleCade before. Because at that WrestleCade, I won Money in the Bank, and I was already hardcore champion. I came back that October and immediately won the hardcore title first match back. And then I think the plan was for me to just have a run with it, but I was doing so well in there. That and Byers left, and he said he was going to get Money in the Bank, but then he left. So then it became me. It went from Byers to me. So I had Money in the Bank. They wanted to take the hardcore title off me because at that point they felt I transcended it.
Yeah.
Which I wanted to hold both of them. I didn't give a shit. My idea with the way I wanted to kind of run the hardcore title thing, because I assumed I was getting it for a long haul run, was that I wanted to try to go out of my way to try to fucking elevate the thing, because it was kind of a fodder. And the last time I had it, I had a very good fucking run with it. I was having matches that the previous champions weren't really having. And I wanted to kind of try to do that again. I guess I did too good of a job. So they took the hardcore title off me, put it on Gage, and then we had a brief thing in Omega that was not good, because I know they're gonna fucking I know somehow they're gonna fucking see this part. The results sucked. Our big blow-off match, what was supposed to be our blow-off match in Omega, on the off-season Omega, was they went to my very old, outdated bio on the iWiki page. I had long since updated my bio sheet. It was completely different from what they still had. They were working off of like 4-year-old information that hadn't been updated.
I might have that still.
Years. Well, I know a lot of at least a few of my old bios are still on that iWiki page. But one match they took at that time I had concocted my own specialty on location match, because I was drinking the fucking Jack Arson Kool-Aid. He had the compound, I had the Lost Creek Asylum, which was an abandoned slaughterhouse in the woods of Lost Creek, Kentucky, with like a deathmatch scenario. Like a deathmatch in a dingy, dilapidated slaughterhouse is what it was. So, but I had only ever used it once and then realized this is over the top. I'm not doing this again. So I killed it off. Well, they brought it back. Well, Keith brought it back. And I messaged him like, hey, can you let me in that fucking iWiki page so I can update this bio? Because Lost Creek Asylum is not a thing anymore. It never really was. The only time I ever did it was in fucking UWO. Fucking bars fed. That became an IW brand now. I haven't ever done it since. You've already announced it, so I guess I'm gonna fucking bring it back. And we did it, and I mapped out this whole story with it. My initial plan was I was actually going to write a full match and then send it to see, the results team was Anton and Park. I was going to send it to Anton, be like, hey, this is how this needs to go. This right here. I didn't get it finished in time. So I was at the mercy of their results. And what they did was they basically, the coverage was 10 seconds. They said it was a bloody 20-minute brawl. Blair fucked up a spot and Gage pinned him.
That
and
sounds
at that point, I'm like, okay, no, this can't end here because we were actually doing some pretty okay stuff. So then once I realized that this was not going to go the way it should have gone, I went to Dan because he was my sole contact because I still wasn't really sure if I could trust David yet after being gone for so long. And I remember hearing things that now it came from, you know, Gavin and them, that they had heard that when they made me their champion, David laughed at the concept of me ever being world champion level. David tells me something different, though. He kind of somewhat says the opposite of that. So it's he said, she said at this point. I don't really give a fuck about that.
Well, I can tell you that you were being looked at that when Rapture was a thing. That's why you were involved. So that was a David consideration back then.
Okay.
So if there was any sort of laughter thing, it was one of those things where it was a petty thing between them that had nothing to do with you.
Maybe.
Maybe. I have a quick thing for you.
Huh.
I found my old IW Bios page document that I had in Word, right? All people that I was writing matches for like years ago. So this is like a time capsule of a character. I'm going to read you their background, blanking out their name in it, and I want to know if you can guess who this is. Are you ready?
Oh, let's do it.
Background. Driven mostly by the dollar and a hatred of all things sports entertainment, Blank is an old school brawler with a new school moveset. Blank has been in love with the sport of wrestling as long as he can remember, but hates seeing what it's become.
JD Drake.
Nope.
How many chances do I get?
3.
Okay. Dyer.
Nope.
Love for the dollar and hates everything sports entertainment. Okay, what's the time period of this?
Me booking.
Was this when I was active? Was this when I was active?
This person was active when you were active, yes.
Okay. Fuck, I don't know.
Would you say that that's a very bland background? I'm just asking, would you say it's a bland background for a wrestler? Like pretty like, okay, did you put more than 2 seconds thought into this?
Yeah.
Nick White. Fuzzy Ducky was his fireman's carry driver.
Okay.
Yeah. Nick White, Mr. Cool, Calm, and Collected, the hardcore hipster. 5'10", 235 pounds, Sulphur Springs, Tennessee. Zombie by Bad Wolves is the entrance theme. Personality heel. Wrestling style, not so much strong style as someone who recklessly throws knees and elbows. Signature moves, death to you, running elbow to the back of the head of a kneeling opponent, cradle pile driver. Finishing moves, the fuzzy ducky, fireman carry into a stunner occasionally from the middle rope. White privilege, double underhook pile driver.
I was right.
Signature match, last man standing. Accomplishments, IW Delta Tag Team Championship with Tommy Dyer. IW Alpha Tag Team Championship with Tommy Dyer. IW PWA World Heavyweight Championship. Affiliations, The Brotherhood, current. Vision of Disorder, former. New Age Horseman, current. Filth, former. Background, driven mostly by the dollar and a hatred of all things sports entertainment, Nick White is an old school brawler with a new school moveset. White has been in love with the sport of wrestling as long as he can remember, but hates seeing what it's become.
Oh my God! Now that you put the name on it, I physically remember reading that for the first time. I was at the first match I was booked in with him. I remember searching his bio out.
I got one more for you. This is the background, okay?
Okay.
The best damn professional wrestler on the planet today.
The best damn professional wrestler on the planet today. Fuck. Chad Bartlett?
Nope.
Mikey P.
Nope. I didn't have to blank their name out because that was the entire one sentence was their background.
Repeat it.
The best damn professional wrestler on the planet today. The words professional and wrestler are capitalized.
Ah, fuck. Pass.
Tommy Dyer, the star attraction.
Oh my! I was literally just about to. Oh, I wanted to say it
Height,
so bad.
6 foot. Weight 225 pounds. Build from residing in Boston, Massachusetts by way of Hastings, New Zealand. Personality dickhead heel. Wrestling style technical strong style. Signature moves brainbuster penalty kick. Finishing move Dyer's Eve Rainmaker lariat jump tuck prey spinning tombstone. Accomplishments: IW Delta Tag Team Champion with Nick White, IW Alpha Tag Team Champion with Nick White, PWS Breakout Star of 2017 Award, IW World Television Champion. Background: the best damn professional wrestler on the planet today. Theme song: Machine Gun by Portishead with a YouTube link.
Oh.
Here's one for you. This should be a dead giveaway. A psychologist that dissects the mind of opponents but has an unstable, vicious, blank mentality of his own. The blanked word is unfiltered. Unfiltered animal nicknames the animalistic beast, the serpent of the psyche, and sagacity of psychology. Height 6 foot. Weight 290 pounds. Build from Wigan, England. Entrance theme Fizzy, one crazed anarchist. Personality vicious face. Wrestling style unfiltered brute brawler. Signature moves Alabama slam to the corner and Samoan style top rope splash. Finishing move Death Valley driver. Signature match, casket match. Accomplishments, 0. Affiliations, team hate with Sonny Lucas. Background, a psychologist that dissects the mind of opponents but has an unstable, vicious, unfiltered mentality of his own.
Huh.
Yeah, I know I said one, but now I have one more, okay? This one comes from 2021. This is the bio. I'm not gonna bother blanking. I'm just gonna give it to you straight. Okay. Bio. McClain made his wrestling debut at WrestleFest 92 for the Hammerlock Heaven Wrestling Federation alongside his trainer Tommy Thrasher. Thrasher acted as McClain's partner while his training was being completed. The duo would part ways when Thrasher left the company. Still a rookie, wrestler McClain would find himself next paired up with Styx Lombardo. In their first appearance together, McClain would capture the first title of his career. Before HHWF would close its doors, McClain would visit a few other gimmicks he'd use later in his career, like Dusty Love and El Unicornio. After HHWF closed its doors, McClain spent some time traveling the world working different gimmicks and honing his craft. In Japan, he wrestled as Johnny Alpha, the Young Lion. During a stint in Mexico, he took on a mask and the name Rey del Enigmatico. A stint of the UK independent circuit saw him wrestling as Ulysses S. Adams, the patriotic American. His world tour came to an end in late 2000 after 7 years working the different independents. McClain would find an umbrella organization, Primetime Central, that encompassed a number of national-level companies. Using the ring name Joshua Casidlo, McClain made his debut in their school, the Primetime Wrestling Academy. After suffering a loss in his debut match there, he was brought into their development brand, NTICW, New True Internet Championship Wrestling, where he found himself in a feud with German sensation Heschen. Within a year after the success of his rivalry with Heschen, both made it to the main roster of Primetime Championship Wrestling. PCW, however, didn't have the same fortune for McClain that NTICW had. Only a few months into his prior PCW, in PCW, he was released from his contract due to lack of creative direction. Things were not looking good for McClain's career until he got a phone call from Bubba McCoy. Bubba owned a smaller feeder federation under the PTC banner and had watched McClain closely for quite some time. After a few meetings, McClain signed with Global Wrestling. McClain would spend the next 4 years working for Global, and it was here that he got his first opportunity to work backstage, as Bubba McCoy brought him onto the creative team to help produce matches and run Global's own feeder federation, Newfound Wrestling. During the 4th year of McClain's 5-year contract, Global had fallen on hard times. Owner Bubba McCoy suffered some serious family-related trauma and let the company fall to the wayside. Without the backing from Global, NFW shuttered the windows, and once again, McClain was out of a job. It was at this time another one of the feeder federations for PTC was in need of assistance on creative. Liking what they saw out of McClain, they brought him on to help reinvent their company Fuse, which he relocated to Las Vegas and renamed Sin City Championship Wrestling. McClain spent another 5 years with SCCW before leaving the company. During his time, he successfully helped reestablish the company's image, contributing both in and out of the ring. So when 2014 rolled around, McClain would find himself back on the independents again. This time, however, after almost a decade under the Primetime Central banner, McClain had a much more established resume. Just 2 years after touring various indie scenes, McClain found himself a new job in PWA. McClain would make his PWA debut as the Joshua McClain, dressed up as Santa, drinking a beer and smoking a cigarette. PWA owner Dylan Mays dubbed him as the Bad Santa. With a new name and a new company, it was time again for McClain to reinvent himself in what has been perhaps the most popular gimmick in his very long career. Suffering from dissociative identity disorder, the Joshua McClain classified himself a gender-neutral unicorn trapped within a man's body. He was classified non-sexual in nature and only had eyes for his lady love Lucille, the baseball bat. They had 2 children, their oldest son, Rick the Prick, a talking stuffed unicorn, and their baby daughter, Tardar, a stuffed grumpy cat. TGM was the first fracture of Joshua's psyche. 1 week, he was a fairly normal guy, then following, he donned a pair of pigtails regularly. Aside, despite the pigtails becoming an integral part of the TGM altar, their origin stems back to a time when McClain was still a man of one mind. Their first appearance came in a PWA Shatterpoint Feast or Fired multi-man match. McClain indicated the style choice was chosen to add a sense of humiliation to rival Nuke face Chad Bartlett when he was quoted saying, "After tonight, you can say that a lady bat and a man in pigtails made you their bitch." In the fall of 2017, it was revealed the shift in personality and the fracture of the psyche was the result of a personal loss. McClain's absent father had passed away. In doing so, Joshua was contacted by medical examiners as the only living relative in the United States. While collecting the body and preparing funeral arrangements, Joshua discovered an interesting picture in his father's personal effects. The picture of his father, a woman, and a small child brought about additional questions that required answers. Upon digging further, McClain discovered his father had a second family on the bottom of the world and a second son, a son named Mike Thom. During this time, McClain debuted other alters, some as former gimmicks on the indies, and one a take from 2 of his favorite pro wrestling managers, Bobby Heenan and Paul Heyman. While working in PWA, McClain accomplished a few pretty big things. He was the first man to defeat the legend Legion Cole in singles competition, and managed to keep PWA afloat from behind the scenes when owner Dylan Mays had to step away for personal reasons. Ultimately, PWA would close, and McClain would find himself in UPW, where once again his talents both in and out of the ring were in use. During the time, he toured a few other smaller companies and did a stint with XWE as a GM and a competitor. After only a year working these companies, McClain got the call to come to IW Alpha as the general manager there and competitor in Omega. For the 4 years that followed, McClain worked almost exclusively under the IW umbrella, with the exception of a brief time period where he returned to XWE to spend time with his fiancée, the lovely Genesis Rodriguez. After the two married, they found themselves both working exclusively for IW and their various branches until a mass exodus of talent happened. Now, for the first time in years, McClain finds himself on the road again, looking at different companies and looking to recapture that magic he's managed to do so many times over the last few decades. That was the background for my character, and now let's compare that to the background for Tommy Dyer, the Unfiltered Animal, and Nick White. Do you see?
I'll be perfectly fucking
where
honest.
Dyer made the comment about it being a Wikipedia page.
I'll be perfectly fucking honest. We could just take all of that and make that the episode. Because that is the bullet points version of the last 5 fucking hours.
It is. That's why I read it. But that's just the background part. I'm going to send you the link to this bio. It hasn't been updated in years, obviously. This was made for HSW. I updated my old one for HSW when I went to HSW. And it's got the different character alters, specifics on their move styles, what makes them various different. This was just the one under the general biography for the overall character, not touching on to the differences for each character. I have a literal Wikipedia page. It's like 5 pages long, the whole bio.
I can't judge because I'm in the process of doing the same. I have straight up considered, dead ass, I'm not fucking kidding you. At one point I have let's see, have you seen this before?
No.
I'm literally writing a book of Blair.
I like it.
Yeah, like I've got like dead at like, let's see. Yeah, I've got 2 pages written so far. Because I 2 pages written on paper. I've got like a whole ass document that is like multiple fucking pages, but like a full blown like legit wiki page is something I have considered. I just need to remember how to format one. Because I actually have a full blown there is a wiki for 2K feds. A straight up like one of the fandom wiki things.
We had a PTCpedia back in the day too.
Oh, there's one for like the 2K era, and my 2K character that I was from 2015 to, well, I guess technically part-time. This character is still somewhat semi-active, although the only show he's in is like maybe active once every 6 months. The American Tragedy, Donnie Octave.
I remember you talking about him.
Yeah. There is a whole wiki page written about him that I wrote back in like 2019, 2020. I've since forgotten how the fuck to format those pages, so I need to relearn. No, I know I haven't.
Well, then you talked about it.
I might have talked about it. I have it though. I can send it to you.
And I think the reason we talked about it was because I was talking about my bio, and Matt Applin's like, this is like a fucking Wikipedia page.
Yeah, hold on. Let me see if I can get the fucking screen share thing to work. Here. Is it working?
Yep.
Yeah. This is my humble beginnings right here.
Nice.
The American Tragedy, Donnie Octave. And I have a whole, like, all of this, just so much shit.
Maybe this is why we get along.
You think?
Like, here, I got this. Right? I got my own for you afterwards.
Okay, hold on, let me,
This is the bio page.
Oh, wow.
Like, previous themes, when they were used, what they were used for, signatures, retired signatures, finishers, secondary or dirty finishers, the half-ass super kick to the dick, submission finish, that's the smoochie, the bio, like that I just read, 2 full pages on here, alliances, the people that were involved in it, all the little ones in here, Unabomb, with Steinbaum, Kiwi Corn with Mike Thumb, Odd Cousin, Sensei, like everything in here. Accolades, non-PTC related. I separated from that. PTC, my written stuff, and then everything non-PTC related, where I built the full accolades list. And, I accumulated a few in my day. I don't know if you've noticed.
Yeah. Like, hold on, let me see if I can go. I'm gonna go pull up my current Blair sheet.
Yeah, that was.
Let's see.
I was very detailed. My brief stint in the Illuminati with Mikey P, Justin Klein, Grant Miller, Chad Bartlett, Hot Rod Allen, Rodney Morris, like. Yeah.
Okay, I found it.
It's huge.
Look at this. This is something recent I've been doing. Keeping note of so many different move types. Got all of that. And then, like, personality thing. The wrestling style thing. And I'm going to stop there. Because that is information not yet ready to be revealed.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to have a thing that was specifically the using the same concept you did with the page skipping.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd use the bookmarks on the side for it. And
I could never get those to work. I could never get the bookmarks to work.
Just a little like header the next section properly in the format, and it will show up on the side.
Okay. I might go back in there. I've got a lot to do on it still, but like I want to, like, what I think will help me organize it better is if I learn how to do these wiki, like these, I'll go on the fucking thing and make a full-blown TJ Blair Wikipedia page legit. Because, I have a call of Blair.
Yep.
I've got the story. I just need to kind of write it out in that format. So I might try that. I might try to learn how to do those again. Because I'm a sucker for that shit.
Back in the day with the PTC stuff, we had a PTCpedia that where most of us learned how to do Wikipedia on it. It was when they first open sourced the Wikipedia stuff for like everyone to use, like however. Mm-hmm. And we set one up on the server, and like everyone had their pages to it. We had old like poser images that we were able to pull from the various backstage scripts that all like we were able to link together. That was probably one of my favorite times in the hobby because there was so much. I enjoyed so much the scripting, the coding, the the making, creating, like the building, everything looked so. It was so nice. That was the stuff I missed from that time frame.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
So at this point, I think I'm ready to end the actual episode, because at this point, I think we're just getting to the point where it will not take much for us to accidentally say some shit that's not supposed to be said.
Probably true.
We've almost done it a couple times already, and eventually it's going to get to a point where we're going to go solo. We're going to forget where these things occurred,
like Nick White's
and
underpants.
fuck something up. Yeah, like that. So and the fact that I still have to find 44 minutes and 10 seconds. Can you believe that DJB was actually on this show at one point?
It was so long ago.
It was, yeah. We've gone almost 5.5 hours, dude. No one's gonna watch this shit.
I'm okay with that. I beat Nick White. That's what matters.
You said, hold on. I just realized, you motherfucker. You said you were gonna get a 5-hour show out of this.
I did. Then you're like, okay, maybe 4. And you told me an hour at 3-hour mark, and I've cleverly found ways to keep
you motherfucker. This is the clip right here. This is the clip.
I beat Nick White. That's the important part.
God damn.
And I just want to point out, we still haven't covered everything.
No, we haven't. You know, honestly, what might need to happen, we may need to run this back sometime and actually try to do it proper.
Yeah, probably later on.
Yeah, later on, because people are going to need some fucking time to recoup from whatever the fuck this was.
A lot of information.
Almost too much.
I mean, if there's anything I exceed at, it's TMI and doing things before Nick White and better than Nick White.
Fair enough. Well, on that note, thanks for coming on and doing this.
Yeah, man. My kids get out of school here soon.
Oh, wow. Man.
I still haven't been to sleep.
We have spent a whole day. So before we go off, this time I'm actually going to remember to say the right name for the next episode's guest of honor. And it is...
Spoiler, it's me again. Enjoy.
Yeah. You blew it. That's the secret. No. The guest for episode 8 will be TJ Vegas.
Nice. I also have I'm going to do a bit of politicking here. This could even be the clip. You ready?
Okay.
If Nick White does get a part 2, I get a part 2 before him. As your fellow Shooting the Shite podcast host, okay? I get a part 2 before Nick White gets a part 2.
Well, he got a part 1 before you got a part 1.
That's why I get a part 2 before he gets a part 2.
And then one day we just need to get you on together.
For part 3.
Yeah, part 3 will be all 3 of us on. It'll be... Let's fucking
buy some cocaine.
Jesus.
Buy some cocaine and maybe consider it a live one, because you're not going to want to edit it and upload it afterwards.
Yeah, that'll give me time to regret it.
As someone that does this with you on a weekly basis with other stuff, I could be like, yeah, I know that you'll be like, you know what? Fuck it. It's already here. It's already there.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
We've done that a couple times already.
Fuck it. Ride the lightning, ride the storm, ride the tractor. I don't know.
But for those who made it this far, you are dedicated and you are fucking stupid, and you're pretty cool.
I love you. Don't forget to comment below how much better I am than Nick White.
Yes. And make sure you join the Facebook group page to say how much better he is than Nick White too.
Oh, there's a Facebook group page.
Yes, there is.
I haven't seen it.
Really, I plugged it before. I went and made a post about it before we came on.
Oh, I haven't. I don't go on Facebook very often.
Ah, gotcha.
Usually it's to plug something, and if I am on there, it's briefly, and I'm probably taking a poop.
Fair, but I'll
go take a look.
I mean, it's public. There's not like anything. There's not like something that you have to be invited to. You can just go and join it.
I might succeed in going and joining it while we're still right here.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, I think I'm already in it.
Oh,
I am.
Yay!
Where's my image?
You're on the next week's lineup.
Oh, I see.
So
well, we already have a TJ Davis.
So probably this weekend.
Oh, that's Casey Moran.
Yeah.
Tell me how Casey Moran looks like TJ.
I don't fucking know. Like, that's crazy.
Was Lauren upset at all with her graphic?
I don't know. I haven't heard anything.
Because she looks old in it. Like
well,
the way
I'll just say the first one looked infinitely worse. The first one looked way worse than that one. That one was a step up.
DJB's that one looks sexy.
Yeah, that one came out pretty well, admittedly.
I think that might be your best one.
I think so. Like, that one is just the that's you want to see yours?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Okay, let me
graphize me, baby. Graphize me.
Yeah, let me go pull it up. Okay, I don't have anything in the episode 9 folder yet. It's the more I look at it, the more I don't like it.
The important thing is that it's better than Nick White's.
Well, let's find out.
Yeah, it's better than Nick White's because it's got me on it. I mean, let's look. I'm looking at the Nick White's ones right now. He looks like an old black man. He looks like Morgan Freeman's stunt double with a fucking beard. And like not a cool Morgan Freeman. He looks like a bum version of Morgan Freeman.
Oh my god. You know what I might do with this one? You know what I might do with this one? I might just make this one a premiere instead of a straight upload. That way no one knows how long it actually is. Until like it's already up.
And I beat Nick White because I'm the first premiere. That is the important part. I swear that this little like
you know what,
pseudo rivalry is what has made this all worthwhile for you.
Hold on,
because there was some great laughs out of this throughout it. Like,
hold on, we're gonna do something here. Oh fuck! Hold on, it might work if I.
Yes, I love it. I love it. That is perfect.
Let's see, make it a little. There we go. Maybe bold it.
And you know that really sells the whole look too, because I'm looking at it and I'm getting like Onions vibes with it. And like the LOL, like the LOL is great. Like it goes great with the whole look. Like LOL, I beat you, Nick White. And I can almost picture, like in my head, it might not be the case, but in my head, this is Nick's reaction when he sees this. Son of a bitch. He had to do it again, didn't he?
I'm saving it. I'm saving that. That's it. That's the one. Oh my god.
Now I'm picturing something that has to happen in EFED, okay?
Okay.
Well, my penchant for the artistic stuff from time to time. Like the more, this is the next art project. It has to be me and Nick. All right. And he's got to sit there all like Flock of Seagulls ish with the Boy George's. Boy Georgetown. Oh, do you really want to hurt me? Yes, I do. Do you really want to make me cry? I do. Like, we need to do this. It'd be a great advertisement for both of our things.
Yes, it would. Oh my god. This has gone all over the place. Like, it was really at one point informative, then it was funny, then it was dark. And then it got really dark, and now it's goofy as shit again.
Do you mean to go back to Black Easter? Will that help?
No, that's the point where we're gonna end this.
It's on Black Easter again?
Before you even get there. So thanks everyone for watching 5.5 hours of this bullshit. Maybe I'll see you next time. Please tune in for TJ Vegas, because maybe that one might have some more sense about it. I don't fucking know.
There was a lot of sense here. It was all over the place.
Yeah. Something like that.
There was a lot.
Yeah, so thanks for watching, you crazy fucking idiots.
I love you.
What he said. Bye.
If you're someone who has some history or some stories in the EFED community that you would like to talk about on a platform, well, I've got the place for you right here on the Unplugged podcast. Just hit me up and we will schedule a show just for you. As always, thank you for watching and listening, and I will talk to all of you later on.